right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Any of those issues in open commission. For the purposes of taking Mr. Mnisi through his statement.
On that approach, Ms. Vanadier, I don't think there's much to respond to, at least at this stage, not at this stage.
I confirm that we've reached that agreement at this point in time.
That would be great for me and you to be on the same page, but I'm going to be referring to file numbers for the purposes of the commission. And there is I just need to clarify with you.
Or not really?
Yes, Chair. I've got the electronic versions that were submitted to myself in 4 separate bundles.
Okay, all right.
The Regulation 10.6 notice to which the statement responds wasn't in the bundle anywhere. We've added them at the end, but the pagination is not consecutive. And Mr. Mnisi, this is where my organisation changed from the original one. The numbers stay the same, but I have file 3 of WhatsApp chats running from 1 to 329.
My file 3, Chairperson.
330 to 664. Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, did you say your file 3 went to
660?
Mr. Mnisi, that's the old bundle 4. And in its new iteration as file, I'm going to take you through your statement. And as we've explained to your attorneys and counsel, the way we structure these proceedings is that we take you through your statement without asking any, with leading you through the statement is really, I will take you to the questions that were asked you in the Regulation 10.6 notice. You will then be able, at the time when you refer to annexes in your statement, I'll ask you to identify them and they'll be in file 2.
Also,
Confirm that the contents of your statement are true and correct.
Yes, Chair, I confirm that's my signature. I further confirm that the contents of my statement are true.
And confirm that that too is your signature and that the contents of the supplementary statement are true.
Chairperson, I confirm.
That the notice that we see at that you can just explain to the Commission what your position is as you set out in paragraph 1, and then we'll go further.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 1, I state that I am
in relation to privacy and confidentiality. Sorry, can we take this off the screen? Paragraph 6 to 9. I don't want you to read them out. I just want you to confirm the correctness of your response without reading it into the record, and we're certainly not going to display it. But onto the public record, I think we should probably deal with the supplementary statement on a similar basis because it essentially speaks to the same issues. So can I paragraphs 3 to 7 of the supplementary statement?
Supplementary statements, paragraph.
Out your response, and if there's anything you want to say in addition to that or to amplify that, feel free. You don't have to, but if there is, at any stage when I ask you for these responses going forward.
Acquaintance, better known as Mr. Mashile. At the time of our introduction, Sgt Nkosi arrived in a motorbike, which immediately, of course, drew my attention and piqued my interest as a result.
Good morning, Mr. Mnisi.
Morning, Commissioner.
And it will apply to all the questions. So when a question is asked, when, if it doesn't have to be the exact date, but you can say more or less between 2015 and 2016. Then it gives us an indication.
Okay,
thank you.
To indicate whether you've discussed or informed Sgt Nkosi of any matters relating to the City of Tshwane or Tshwane Metropolitan Police Department. If you have done so, please explain what the legitimate basis.
I can, however, confirm that we saw each other on a regular basis and that we did spend a considerable amount of time in each other's company. Of course, time and work schedule permitting. I met Sgt Nkosi life experience, which he often shared with me, of great value and of assistance to guide me during this extremely difficult period and time of my life. I did find it easy as our friendship grew, Chair, to seek his counsel.
Have you received any payment or benefit from Sgt Nkosi, whether directly or indirectly? Please also address whether you received payment from a third party through SAPS. That's paragraphs 22 and 23.
Chairperson, I have not received any payment or benefit either directly or indirectly from Sgt Nkosi.
Or Lekukela. If so, what was the purpose of such meetings? Did the meetings relate to the business of the City of Tshwane and or the TMPD? And
Mr. Mpoli Kukela to the Logistics and Auction Division within Group Financial Services. Mr. Kukela was obviously dissatisfied with the transfer and viewed this as a personal attack on himself.
I don't know whether you are speaking too fast or what, but it's a bit difficult for me to hear you.
Needing to, there's nothing further that's confidential.
There's a bit of a, so I think he needs to slow down, but there's quite a bit of a reverberation, and that's what's causing us to sort of not hear properly, I think.
Reverberation can be attended to during the tea break if it persists when everybody else switches off their microphones.
Service provider's vendor number from Sgt Nkosi on or about 25 November 2025, as evidenced in your WhatsApp communication of that day. 6, paragraph 26. If you can read read that answer again, amplify what you want to amplify.
Complaints at the time. My request was purely to ascertain whether his brother's vendor number had been correctly migrated and captured accordingly on the city's new SAP Ariba business. In the transition of new SAP Ariba business network, with suppliers reporting challenges relating to vendor registration. I had no issue to assist, Chair, as I had assisted SAMS. Put in simple terms, we rolled up our sleeves and we assisted in whichever way we could as a pure mechanism of ensuring that we digitize the supply chain management system.
M2 is file, it starts at file 2, page 12.
Yes, confirmed.
And please proceed, and then when we get to well, I suppose it will be sequential, so we'll get the reference just by following on GM3.
All right, thanks, Essie. So GM2, Chair, as you can see, it's me getting feedback from the Director responsible for performance management with the supply chain management. This was a new position that was created also who attended this SMME training. So on the next page, on 22, it's an update on the program of the day and the program that was designed in terms of capacitating us in the expenditure of the past, and we had to curb these issues. In terms of us curbing these matters, we had to come up with a system where we implement Ariba. If you look at paragraph 3, of page 22, standard documents and papers which could be easily manipulated. Of course, within this training, Chair, we included matters of increasing competitiveness, enhancing efficiency, reducing barriers to entry. We took note that over a period of time, there were many barriers to entry that many service providers were experiencing, which made it difficult for the city to award basically. It was a provincial issue-wide matter that we were trying to resolve. We invited all these colleagues on board to ensure that our SMMEs are trained correctly and know how to deal with tax matters and know how to deal with...
On the, I think it's page 33
Yes,
of the
33.
bundle.
Yes. So, Chair, on page 33, this is a service delivery war room where urgent service delivery matters and support-related functions have to be, I think, debated upon as a result. This, of course, includes matters of migration of SAP Ariba, ensuring that administrative mandatory evaluation criteria are clearly understood by various bidders, included and adjudicated online. This was achieved accordingly. We're now rolling out the entire competitive bidding process of all other bidders, starting with this. It's something I championed from the beginning of my appointment at the city, purely as a means of combating corrupt and illicit-related activities. Chairperson,
or do you and Sgt Nkosi share whether a business, person, or any other nature, including people or other matters of common interest? And that paragraph 2.9 of the notice, at page 6, have you had a relationship or interactions with Mr. Joseph Anyoni and Mr. Madlanga, page 8 from paragraph 35?
Thanks, Chair. Paragraph 35 and 36, I confirm for the record that I do not know Mr. Joseph Anyoni. I bet we go to a restaurant better known as Wamaimai, which is known for serving a variety of traditional style street food. Sergeant Nkosi and the gentleman coincidentally...
Mnina, is it Mnina or Mnina? It's written Mnina.
Mnina, Chair, apologies.
Musi Matlala and Mr. Madlanga, please provide full details of the meetings, including those present at each and the location and purpose of each. Then, in paragraph 2.11, you asked whether you have any interest in or relationship with any of the following companies or closed corporations, whether directly or indirectly, or any of their shareholders or directors. And was on page, starts at the top of page 11, and maybe if you can just...
Any personal business, financial, or any other association with Kubi's 85 Solutions Pty Ltd, or any of its directors or shareholders. 44, I have nor have I two cops in security services. I confirm that I have nor have I ever had any interest nor any relationship with two cops in security services CC, either directly or indirectly, Chair. I confirm that I have no interest in or relationship with any of the shareholders, directors, or representatives of the said company. I also confirm that I have no personal, business, financial, or any other sort, either directly or indirectly. I further confirm, Chair, that I have no interest in a relationship with any of the stakeholders, shareholders, directors, representatives of the said entity. I further confirm...
You're on through 54 to 60 as well.
Perfect. 54, 60, no have I ever had any interest in or relationship with any of the bidders in respect to TMPD 01, 2024-25, whether directly or indirectly. I further confirm...
That takes us to 2.12 of the notice. And 2.12.1 says, and it's with reference to the TMPD 1 of 2024-25 bid.
In this, Chair, I think it's pertinent for me to outline the compliance-related process, the segregation of duties, and the core responsibilities in terms of compliance work of any bidders. The reason in the previous statement, or the paragraph, that was of the mistaken belief that I would be able to check compliance, which of course I couldn't. On 74, Chair, I just want to break down the scene and then further while referencing each of the NHS, just to give the Commission an idea whether checking compliance and interfering in the process is probable. The individuals who served on the specification committee, the role that they played, declaration of interest, and...
GM9, where I presume we'll start, is at page 58.
Yes. So from GM9, Chairperson, we take note of the minutes of certain individuals that were voting to TMPD 01, 2024-25. So this is a demonstration, Chair, that the first stage of the process, GM12...
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi. I know you've gone back into the statement, but bear in mind that the Commissioner has an opportunity to get to where you've gone.
Chairperson, I'm back to my sworn subjected to an independent probity by an external legal firm who is independent to validate that the work that has been concluded by the bid evaluation committee before it comes to BAC results of the BAC wanting to ensure that the BEC had effectively addressed all issues that had been raised by the external independent legal firm that's appointed as an attached to this bundle, Chair. This is the approval that is signed by myself and the city manager as an additional step of ensuring that we are pleased with the process that the bid specification committee had concluded.
GM9 and 10 to discuss them, or then I should just give the references for the commissioner so they can annotate their statement so they know where to go, unless you're going to go there.
Approval between myself and the city manager, endorsing the advert to proceed as a result of our happiness and pleasure in terms of the work that has been concluded by the bid specification, which deals with TMPD. There were a number of tenders that we issue on a regular basis, Chair. For this particular item under discussion, it's item number 5. Up until page 131. That's the address. So thank you very much. I will then move over to paragraph 78 on the sworn statement, time procurement processes. The closing register has been attached as Annex GM12, which I will go to shortly. These bids, Chair, must just once submitted are stored safely under lock and key and can only be accessed via official register through certain approved individuals within the procurement structure. With the permit, as a result of that being a typed out version and it's uploaded on the city's website, however, I can confirm that these are a mirror of each other. It's a raw document that is done in the closing date, 9, Chair. Let's move over to 20, where we deal with 80 on the extensions. This tender, Chairperson, was subject to extensions on 3 occasions, processes and procedures and policies under the delegated authority of the Director Acquisition Management. It must be noted, Chair, that the extension process falls under or within the prescribed by a separate committee from an independent perspective. They had completed their declarations of authorities in accordance. So I would not want to waste the Chairperson of the Commission's time by referring back to GM9 and 10, which we have touched on the summary document. On 84, by TMPD, Department of Human Settlement, and all relevant departments who make use of the tender and who own these tender processes. Within these processes, Chair, I would want us to refer back as the Commission in order to take note of what actually happened here and what were the terms of reference of this separate committee on 3.5.1 on the personnel that might be required per region and what the key requirements would be for any bidder to be successful in one. And I'm dealing with this on purpose, Chair, to try and give an indication of the segregation of duties and the work of compliance that must be undertaken by this independent committee who does work under day and night shift. 12, grade C, 9, grade C, day and night shift, Chair. We then move over to page 162, where we break down the stages of evaluation undertaken in terms of completing bids of this nature. Now, we'll just look at an example of one such example on a bid that's been completed. Page 180 of the second bundle. Page 180 of the second bundle is a pre-compliance assessment, once we get there.
I'll try and sort my own papers out later.
Sorry.
If we run into difficulty, I will let you know.
Okay.
But we are following.
Okay. Thank you, SC. So the purpose of pre-compliance is to already deal with issues that
criteria, what it is that is looked at to disqualify people, because there are specific topics at the top.
Yes.
I don't know if this is all of it or not.
Okay, yes indeed, Commissioner Malloy. BEC, BAC, and the accounting property teams and the accounting officer are aware that at this point in time, this bidder was not compliant. The second aspect is that if there is a joint event whether did these bidders attend the compulsory briefing session? There is a compulsory briefing session. If you don't attend that clarification engagement, you are disqualified at this point from the onset. Bidders must provide other entities which they are directors in. They must equally requirements share is the pricing schedule. Pricing schedule must be completed in full. In the instance where some bidders do not complete a price, they must put a dash for instance.
Where that heading, certification of independent tender determination, who does that? Is it the bidder that does it certificate, or is it an internal? What does it mean, in fact? Maybe let me ask this more simply.
It's that have been disqualified as a result of them being non-compliant to the administrative requirements that we've listed above. So, Chair, the purpose of me doing this is to outline the process and procedures which might be followed to validate the process is done A to Z to the T, and there hasn't been any glitch or mishap throughout the process. We're now sitting on mandatory requirements on page 198. On page 198.11 for bidders 1 to 21. Demonstrating, Chair, that an independent process is done, and we are still within the key requirements of the legislative process. The 19, for some reason, does not provide photographic evidence of vehicles as required in the specifications, meaning there's a glitch here, and it's an area of concern, which might have passed administrative compliance stage, but when we got to mandatory requirement stage, they failed due to a multitude of reasons, as displayed earlier on. So the bidders that are listed here, which is for mandatory perspective, this means these bidders that we're looking here up in front of us are compliant from pre-compliance perspective. They have met the requirements from administrative compliance with those vehicles, and whether those vehicles meet those key requirements. Similarly to issues of weapons and other matters that must be validated from a physical verification perspective. That process is then undertaken accordingly, Chair, and I will now move to the Evaluation Committee went out on site, inspected all the individuals who had passed the first three stages of the legislated supply chain management process and procedures. is to try and designate the segregation of duties one, the compliance process that must be followed by the Budget Evaluation Committee, and to give an evaluation committee. I've got no involvement whatsoever. I've got no access to any of these documents whatsoever. They are under TM. If they are members from TMPD, the Chief of Police must give us individuals. We have put these systems and internal controls on purpose, Chair.
Directly to the city manager, you don't play any role at all, not even advising the city manager.
No, I do, Chair. I'm CC'd on, I have no issue whatsoever. In the event, I am made aware, or I see in the process, that this is a tender that is utilized by 4 groups, but there are only 2 departments.
Tender. Is that still, that second part, is that still the user department, or is it a different department, and what is their role when you say responsible for the tender?
So responsible for the tender in this case would be TMPD. They are the ones who are designated the responsibility. However, if this function is not in place, Human Settlement Department concerns which they were not covered with. GM14 now covers those issues of concern that were raised by BEC. So you will see the difference that they bring on board as a further report. And this further report touches on the areas of concern or the areas of non-compliance that had been previously raised by the BAC and refer the matter back. It comes back as a further report, and this is the major difference because this is the final report that says that BAC now says it's further report. Matters raised by the...
Before going directly to GM14 from GM13, should you not have gone back to the narrative? Understand you correctly.
Okay.
That's my difficulty because you have not told us anything about the BAC.
Okay. See, the purpose and the difference between GM13 and GM14 is that it comes as a further report now. BAC have raised concerns. I will outline on these concerns on each of the 3 occasions soon, Chair. Process, as well as the 3 sittings that's set, which are now will tie your concern in terms of what happened with that report, why was it not approved, and why was it returned back, and of course, obviously, how it will be in relation to the Adjudication Committee. On this instance, it was on 3 occasions for this tender, Chair. It was on the 4th of September, 2025. It was on the 18th of September, 2025.
Is that contained in the SCM policy?
It's in the delegation of authorities, Chair, where areas of non-compliance to the prescriptions, the MFMA regulations, as well as the policy, we are entitled to refer that back and not advise the accounting officer to appoint as a result of glitches.
BC
Yes.
exercises a power to refer back to the BC. Where is that contained? And after the BAC referred back to the BC said, no, we've done our job. We are not going to look at this again. We don't have the power to look.
Can I come back to you? So back to the BEC perspective. BAC will say, where is the poverty report in terms of this bid? Or the poverty raised these concerns. Have you addressed this? Would conclude on an award. The accounting officer's got the power to refer that back and say, I'm referring this back. I'm not certain whether you have covered area 1, 2, or 3. Or the report was not clearly stated on how they addressed matters of that nature. The nitty-gritty is essential, Chair, because the city is always embroiled with legal battles with service providers as to why.
As you testify, but I hear your answer.
Chairperson, with your permission, I now deal with what transpired on each of the days, on the 4th, the 18th, and the 25th at the BAC itself. What really transpired on those separate days.
To each of the BAC meetings, it may be convenient to take the tea break before you do that.
And proceedings which occurred on the separate BACs being the 4th, 18th, and 25th of September, respectively. So on page 22, you see Chairperson Mr. Victor Hopper to the Adjudication Committee at its meeting held on the 4th of September 2025, Chair. During the deliberations, the BAC raised the numbers may have quoted unrealistically low prices, potentially affecting their ability to deliver on the required service, and confirmed that at least one of the bidders had acknowledged on the methodology applied to allocating regions to bidders. The BAC also raised concerns and compliance issues regarding operational practices, specifically the potential use of to resubmission. The resolution here under has been attached as annexed to GM15 in the second bundle. GM15, Chair, has been recommendations which were brought on board by the BEC. It gives the clear explanation or guidance in terms of what transpired during the meeting and what were the concerns that...
Concept of as and when pricing.
So, Chairperson, it's a rate-based appointment, meaning there will not be illegal invasions every day. So if we do an appointment which wasn't catered for in the specifications, there was no clarity in terms of methodology used in terms of allocating regions to specific bidders. On the basis of that, region chairperson present at the BAC that sat on the 4th of September, I had appointed an acting chairperson to preside over.
Provide any explanation as to why the highest scoring bidder has not been recommended. Now, isn't referring that back to the BAC? I'm just trying to understand how things work in practice, in fact.
In practice, Chair, so in this instance, there was no certainty as to why. The report was not substantive in terms of why is this bidder, who appears to be the cheapest, not awarded. Here, the BEC to make a determination, there must be consensus throughout the process. We make a determination, in some instance, it might not be well informed. So we need to ensure, are not cleared, we would recommend for a cancellation of this bid. Or, we have now received adequate second bid adjudication committee, which set on the 18th of September on page number 24. So on page 24, the BEC comes back. The report must then be brought on board to give confirmation that indeed the identified concerns have been fully resolved. Chairperson, in this regard, the BAC noted the documentation provided on the letter undertook to ensure submission of all outstanding bidder confirmations, which it did. 98, the bid evaluation committee also highlighted the need for greater clarity and transparency indicated in that order. 1, region 1, 2, region 2. That was the preference point system that were to be outlined. However, Chair, what the PAC took note of is that this application system was not less recommended for award without adequate explanation. This was a major red flag from us, which indicated that there was an inconsistency on the probity report and what they're verbally telling us now. I'm then going to refer us to GM16 on the second bundle, which outlines the resolution that was taken by the bidder to each bidder. In the previous GM15, you would have said region 1, bidder 15, a holistic price of 250,000 for argument, 353. Well, let's start at the bottom of 352. Where during the discussions on the matter, the Bid Adjudication Committee meeting noted that supporting documents in terms of validity extension attached only for 5 bidders, therefore confirmation had been provided to the property team and this matter was resolved, but have not negotiated with other bidders like bidder number 40. It was very odd for BAC. Why wouldn't you conduct a bid negotiation for all bidders who are subject to our bidder 40 for argument's sake was within the sourcing strategy and was not above the pricing. But now on page 21, on the property report, clearly indicated, so in short, on 354, it was therefore agreed that the report be referred back to the BEC for them to consider the following. 1, provide clarity regarding the disqualification effectively dealt with and they were compliant. However, we couldn't rely on that. We needed physical evidence in the form of a property confirmation report as we would normally have. Include in what transpired at the BAC on the 25th of the final BAC now, which sat considering this matter, on the 25th of November 2025. The report was presented by the BAC Chairperson that all issues previously raised by the probity team had been satisfactorily addressed, as evidenced by the attached final proactive forensic assurance captured as Annex GM17. With the permission again, Chair, I request that we move over to bundle number 2, to page number 355, moved after validation and confirmation by the accounting officer. So going up, Chair, in terms of the content of this report, the AC had taken note that all issues that had previously been raised have to give direction that a subjective process was avoided and that a process in terms of allocating bidders to regions in terms of the preferential point system was applied. This their end and confirmations are received. This is the process which led to the final award.
Where you had stopped was on page 18, you were dealing with the table. And then you set out the process that took place or the summary of events in each committee. Because if you are a chairperson of the BAC, then you participate in each of those meetings where you...
I think firstly, we just need to understand how BAC is made up. BAC is made up of about 7 individuals. These are all senior managers within the city of Tshwane. They are appointed by the city manager. My role as delegated in terms of the SCM function is to be the chairperson of the Bid Adjudication Committee. Thank you so much, Chair. I was on 105. On 105, I now deal with the property report. Executing its mandate, GAR, short for Group Audit and Risk, further appoints an independent external legal firm to provide specialized legal support and to ensure governance standards. This includes verifying that evaluation process was fair, transparent, consistent, and compliant, that all bidders recommended for the award fully met, not be disregarded or overridden without appropriate justification and due process within the applicable regulatory framework. The detailed property report has been attached as an review report into tender TMPD 01, 2024-25 for the Tshwane Metro Police Department. They further take note that the explain in short, it's a mirror exercise by a team of external, independent individuals who do exactly what they do. So within this, Chair, of course, will take note that findings have been raised on 372. These are the findings where the BEC must hold on board in order to reduce instances of irregular expenditure that was ballooning to the top as a city. This was a new internal control that was brought on board. The work that is done here is on the administrative compliance stage. And they say, we've taken note of these bidders. We confirm that these bidders must be disqualified for these reasons, applied with administrative compliance, and were therefore evaluated to go through to the second stage. They list the bidders 2, 12, 15, 19, 21, 23, 26, which indeed it was. The next stage here I want to take you through is on page 393. On 393, on 11.7, property report is to conduct site inspection and to validate. So if you look at this report on page 394, the proactive forensic assurance report were independent individuals, point 11. They provide an outcome of evaluation that the following 7 bidders complied with stage 3 of site inspections and were evaluated to go through. They then give their final recommendations. They certify the report true and correct.
Yes. Are they done serially?
Chairperson, they're done after after the work of the PEC, not while the PEC.
Just one example, for instance, when you have to go to the various sites,
yes,
I would understand that that would have to be done separate sites, amongst others.
Okay.
There was such evidence.
You'll take note that this bid closed on the 2nd of October 2024, but the final award was, from a BAC perspective, was made. These delays are necessary. Without this property report having been done, we would have appointed bidders who shouldn't have been there, Chair.
I'm by no means suggesting that you should not have it. I'm engaging you on this.
True, Chair. But I still deem these delays as necessary to at least ensure that there are no irregularities and that the city is not subject to litigations from errors which
People whose awards have expired, you're now appointing them on a month-to-month basis for a period of a year, and you're spending 800.
necessary assurance exercise will be doing injustice. You'll take note that on the instance that we are referring to, I think it's TMPD 2 on 2016, that process was deemed. The resolution is you must ensure that bids are advertised at least 9 to 12 months before they end, because we need to ensure that the proactive is it's on a month-to-month basis. It's not really a blanket approach of saying you will now automatically get the new 800 million as the old bidders. It's a month-to-month through, and it's a double-edged sword in a positive way. One, we're able to plan accordingly. Two, we reduce irregular expenditure that is incurred by the city.
At point that probity is brought in.
Yes.
The probity authority is brought in at that point.
Yes.
Appointed by the city manager.
Yes, and the chief auditor.
As a BAC, you've had to return a report or a process to the BEC to address the probity.
Is identifying a notable difference between the final probity report and the BEC report. In this case, it was as a result of bidder number 2 from Secret Security Service, or a confirmation report from probity that indeed we had a discussion with BEC. We are now convinced that bidder number 2 from Secret Security Services, for an example, is on a third-party confirmation. This is third-party confirmation that I would rather place my reliance on than an internal report as well.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get right in my head, when it goes back, when that report goes to the BEC, when you say as BAC, let this go back to the BEC.
The BEC was confident that all those non-compliant documents were there. They were confident, hence they say to BAC, we have met this, we are certain, paragraph 108. On paragraph 108, I now touch on the probity report number 2. The Bid Adjudication Committee, for BAC said, no, give us an official confirmation from the third party. We can't just rely on what you are telling us now. On page 28, 109, the second addendum, where the probity team confirms that we refer to the above matter in the comments of the Bid Evaluation Committee report dated 18th of September. We note that the following comments for the BEC regarding Home Civil Protection Services C bid number 2, according to our report dated 10th of September, the report 3.4. Initially, due to the erroneous disqualification in stage 1, bidder 2 was not evaluated in stage 3. However, in the report, it was erroneously stated that the bidder 2 did not have a 5-ton truck. Due to the reasons advanced above, we proceed to evaluate bidder 2 in respect of the lead. The matter has been resolved between the BEC and the probity team, and there is now alignment and there's consensus between the two.
On this document, and yet the BAC seems to have accepted this as having cleared the I think that's a difficulty that I have. Something missing that's not clear to me.
Okay. So, Chair, in short, if you look at page 399 on stage 3, at the top they indicate that if you look at page number 398, 3.4, initially due to the erroneous disqualification in stage 1, but the 2 was not adjudication process review and are scrutinizing the submission that we received. This gives us surety that 1, they have assessed the audited financial finalized on 109. And now, with your permission, I want to go back to what you had requested, Chair. Now I'm going to go back to what your liquidation of duties, the process, and the deficiencies that might have been picked up or been dealt with accordingly. So that was to articulate what happened when a bid of the 71 to 109, and I had to deal with these two together and also outline the various annexures, the processes, and
whether a bid has been found to be compliant even before a decision is made.
Pre-compliance physical site inspection, they completed. There's nothing to check at that point. Hence, I'm stating in my statement that it was often mistaken belief my members in BAC have access to any of those documents except on the morning when we sit as the Bid Adjudication Committee. These are also the internal...
The bid at issue. But on average, what's the time lapse between the closing date, the BEC?
So once members are appointed, the committees have been established, they can commence.
On average, do you
In 30 days.
somewhere between, of course, this relates to a different bid, not the one of looking after.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe just to summarize on that comment, Chair. As soon as bids are closed, I mentioned in the bid,
And perhaps let me just conclude my comment by saying, and
register, there are officials who sit there and sign off any individual who goes in and out before evaluation proceeds.
we will deal with it when the
2425 and TMPD 03 2425. This is as per the 10-6 notice. On 16, and more fully explained below, participated in the consideration of extensions of the said bid. This was as a result of the fact that a replacement tender had not been finalized and put in place, and not decisions of any specific individual who served on that committee. In this instance, Tshwane Metro Police Department submitted a request for the extension of bid to be considered by the BAC. After due consideration, will make a recommendation in accordance with the applicable process. Final decision in this respect, of course, of approval of any such extensions does rate are brought on board by the user department, in this case TMPD. They come to BAC, they say, this tender is expired, we still need the service, please can you extend this project? As on page 38, I've got GM4 that has been attached for the Commission scrutiny. Page number 38. From page number 38, effect from the 1st of March. He further asks, or TMPD further asks for an additional amount of 227 million rand within this period for the Extension Committee that is there to look at supply chain management regulations, supply chain management policy and functions of that nature. Can't come to PAC and ask for additional funds. That's a process that of 227 million rand was not clear to us, Chair. It was not clear to us, Chair, that this falls within the 15% variation. See, supported by the Deputy Chief Umashi Dlamini, for a request or to clarify on the issues that had previously been rejected on this particular bid.
Various requests were made and also why they were either approved or not approved.
Which may be relevant.
Yes, Mr. Mnisi, please continue.
Chairperson Norman Bundle 2, and therefore does not require a request for deviation. There was a concern date for resuming duty was the 1st of March. The department also confirmed that due diligence wasn't done. It commenced their duty on the 1st of March 2022. Thereafter, the committee requested that the department to provide the SLAs stipulating the commencement date. Verification of the persons who signed 22 SLAs be sent to members of the committee as per the recommendation of the report. That copies of all SLAs confirming that the articulate process and systems that have been designed within the city to ensure that extension applications are considered. Also, extension applications that are considered are not just approved. 6 has been made available for the committee to scrutinize. Maybe, Chair, if I can touch on the 25th of September as well, to move back to the second bundle, so we can scrutinize the GM6 as well as GM7 and what the conference this same bid is. The reason for this is that PAC could not allow another extension on the basis that, firstly, we advise the committee to ensure, we advise it has significant discussions with the TMPD presenter, in this case the DC River Space, and the deviation report is articulated as due to the reasons of it will be irregular expenditure, it must be investigated as such. We'll take note, Chair, that recommendation number 5 on page 47 as such, any expenditure towards this. It is then approved and recommended to the accounting officer, who then approves it accordingly on page number 4 to PAC again. And the reasons why there has been delays and that motivates for this extension as a result of the probity process currently undertaken, recommend under item number 5 that this must be treated as section 32 of the MFMA. Irregular expenditure must be implemented accordingly. It must be referred to the relevant structures for further I deal with the last aspect of this extension application. On page 17, 27th of November, Mr. Vusi Mabona, quickly captured on page number 54. On page 54 of the second bundle, we've got GM8. On GM8, similar process, just to get the wording correct for the last instances, it will attract irregular expenditure. We're referring it to the relevant authorities for further investigation. Prudently as well, we need to disclose this in this.
The effect of them was that those security companies, 22 of them, would provide their contracted services.
That's for you to be aware. It's also an ad hoc appointment, meaning as and when. Yeah. So ad hoc is provided on the as and when basis as a result of these service providers having been appointed in 20, whatever their time.
The state would get into a procurement relationship with several, you need to change your language and not refer to as and when pricing.
Okay.
That's why I was confused earlier, and I even asked you the question, what exactly is this as and when pricing? Okay. The pricing is known. Did you get me?
I get you, Chair.
Thank you.
Taken together of presiding over the PAC process and discharging the responsibilities attached to that office. I was not the person responsible for initiating, leading, or motivating, and I did outline in conjunction to paragraph 61. So this is just in summary where I indicate my involvement in TMPD 01. I would request that I prospectively start my presentation now on page 28, paragraph 110.
Yes.
Take it forward me what appeared to be a leaked draft administrative report relating to TMPD 03, 2024-25. I further wish to state on record.
BAC, where does it belong in the procurement process?
The report that I received is not clear where it belongs, but what Chairperson reveals material serious irregularities in the manner in which certain aspects of the bid process had been conducted. Having considered the contents of it, nor could they be remedied without compromising the legality and integrity of the process. The said probity report has been attached as Annexure G and go proactive forensic assurance review exercise. The accounting officer was notified on the 15th of April 2025 of this exercise, the findings, and the findings have been captured adequately on page 406. Chairperson, the mandates are similar to what I had presented previously. The purpose of this following findings. First of all, the BEC score sheets dated and signed on the 29th of March. I'm on page 406. However, there were no minutes to such of concern. Within this issue, Chairperson, that there were no score sheets for one of the BEC members, Mr. Tukudu P. Malaji, who attended the evaluation meetings. It was unclear as of May 2025. Yet the score sheets are dated 29th of May 2025. Again, Chair, this is one of those issues where inconsistencies are just uncurable in terms of interest and that they have no interest in terms of doing their work at hand. On item number 5, The minutes for the meeting held on the 28th of May 2020 identified in finding number 5 by this independent external legal firm. In contrast, the meeting attendance registers show that 4 meetings, bidder number 399 and bidder number 397, who attended the compulsory briefing session and met the addendum pre-compliance requirements, were incorrectly excluded from the bid. For that should have been disqualified. Finding number 12. 12 bidders were unfairly disqualified from stage 1 by the BEC, and 10 bidders were incorrect enough to render the process irregular and open the city to litigation. The BEC may cure identified defects before submitting their report to the BAC for consideration. Major findings that were raised which cast doubt in terms of the process that had been followed. Some of these findings were curable. Bidders that were some sort, which is a breach of compliance processes. This is the final probity report that was presented to BAC, and these were the reasons that are the final statement on the sworn affidavit, page number 29. I want to deal with item 114, because I have dealt with BEC identifies themselves that due to the nature of the findings that have been raised by the independent external probity team, there are aspects that could not take note on item number 7, that as an accounting officer may cancel an invitation to bid owing to changed circumstances. 1, which were not, in some instances, there were blank spaces, and these are some of the matters that might not have been fully elaborated on the probity report. And for a result of this additional issue that must be raised over and above the issues that have already been identified by the probity team. Therefore, there was a resolution and recommendation that this tender must be cancelled. The TMPD could follow 2 processes. They're already on a deviation. They could pick to utilize the current existing 27. Because the deviation chair, they could go out and pick any other independent. The choice of deviation rests with the user department in terms of will we proceed with the current existing 22? It's an outright deviation chair.
Bring them, that's the BEC, and then it says the BAC certifies itself that the observed defects have been sufficiently cured when the BEC report is chose option in paragraph 14. Is that what it means?
No, Chair. Basically what this means is that to 115, we have further confirmed the reasons for the recommendation to cancel the bid was subsequently considered by notice which I received, asked the question whether you have any relationship, directly or indirectly, with Mr. Talvin Masango, or have you met his 85 Solutions Pty Ltd? Save for the aforesaid, I confirm that I have not had any other meeting to tenders of TMPD 02 2016-17, TMPD 1 24-25, and TMPD 3 24-25 with Sgt Nkosi or any other person, any gift for any persons referred to in the notice, including but not limited to Sgt Nkosi. My answer to this, Chair, has been captured on paragraph 121 on paragraph proceedings in the affirmative. Please provide details in the purpose of such gift or payment. On 121 and 120, I covered that. I state that I did not facilitate or arrange any payment. Explanation must include any personal relationship, common interest, whether of a business or any nature, the nature and extent to such relationship or common interest, 29th of March. This question asks, lastly, explain in detail the nature and extent of the purpose of your 3-way interaction with both Mr. Mashi Zamini and Sgt Nkosi, for 1, where I state on record on 125 that Sgt Nkosi overheard a telephonic conversation between myself and Mr. Calvin Masango of Kubi's 85 Solutions during MPD, which to the best of my knowledge and my understanding was the department responsible for matters of security. On 127, I confirmed that I received the aforesaid question on record that I formally referred this matter to TMPD and to supply chain management to jointly attend to the matter for resolution. However, the matter was obviously not resolved at that up. There is an escalation on the 29th of March 2025, where representatives of Kubi Security 85 Solution 24 till to date. Unfortunately, it has not been easy road for us so far, with the city not honoring their end of the bargain by not paying us. This is on the 29th of January 2025. Of course, as you can see, Chair, there are communications throughout that going up where the relevant departments were receiving these services. I will then now, Chairperson, request that we move to GM 23.6 at the bottom. It starts with me sending an email to supply chain management and to TMPD. Good afternoon. The matter has been received. I also CC the individual from Kubi Security Services Chairperson. The city is working on a mechanism to resolve the issues raised. I then direct this matter from the escalation from Kubi's 85 Solutions. The Chief Operating Officer is CC'd, the Chief of Police is CC'd, and all other colleagues who are within the city. You can see now that this is now further escalations going up to the City Manager's office. The COO then responds, Mr. Mpofu, can you please provide an update on Senate administration where I got informed that the process is currently with Mr. Tommy Ngwenya's office. I contacted Mr. Ngwenya, who promised to assist in coming back to me with progress. The individual from Kubi, before I go to page on paragraph 130. The purpose of bringing GM 22 and GM related in item GM 22. This matter was delayed as a result of many officials not attending to the issue for a variety of reasons which I am not aware of right now. I personally on the 7th, COO, as well as the Chief of Police, in terms of this matter that we're all facing now. From this step, the next step is obviously litigation, as a result of even the City Manager's office of the city in terms of making payments. So that's the sequence of events which builds up to 130.
Can I get clarity on?
Party to Malachi. It speaks about them having received purchase orders.
Yes. So I've also taken note of the date here. The date is the 12th of March where this individual sends this email. So this means the intervention process had already been concluded. And when they indicate that we have evidence which might include timesheets, approvals from the relevant business units, as well as TMPD, and all portfolio of evidence of that nature.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And then how does it land, how and why does it land with the service provider, the purchase order?
Okay. But yeah, you'll remember, once these relevant individuals receive these invoices, they upload them within their delegated authorities. Within these instances, colleagues from TMPD would receive invoice. Governor Mahlangu, through this phone call, informed me that he had already had discussions with representatives, that representatives from his department had already been in contact with those representatives in the form of Mr. Ndrukwadi, was communicating with various officials and escalating the matters accordingly. He further indicated that the work claims related to invoice and that I could not proceed any further, and I was unable to assist any further at this stage. While the matter was ongoing, it was subsequently confirmed that the outstanding invoices, Chair, did relate to security services that had been commissioned on an ad hoc basis by the city's group board. And remember, budgets and GLs are restricted to various planning aspects of each department. So it looked like there was a standoff between where this fund should come from, TMPD or the water. It was necessary to regularize the administrative process and to ensure that the procurement documentation could be completed properly, Chair. It accordingly enabled the relevant internal processes to proceed for purposes of setting out outstanding invoices. Once the requesting department had confirmed the work done, the invoices could department, during which a resolution was taken that all ad hoc security services were to cease as a matter of urgency. There were clearly not sufficient internal controls in place. This was 138. I thereafter forwarded a letter to Sgt Nkosi, as he was already then involved, Chair, in the matter, to ensure that all relevant stakeholders were made aware that new internal controls were in place, asked Sgt Nkosi to forward it, after which Deputy Dlamini and I commenced direct communication regarding the way forward. 140. The matter was extremely important to me. Through the implementation of mitigating measures and strengthening internal controls, the city had taken steps to address disqualification matters, Chair, in the past. And they were only am I saying that invoices must be validated, certified, but there's also an option to dispute. That's a fact that's there, Chairperson, and all of us must understand that. That's payables. The fair presentation of the city's financial records form a core part of my responsibilities as the Chief Financial Officer, Chair, and any other matter of integrity.
I'm not sure that you were correct in your description of a purchase order. Documents. Let me leave out specific documents. But I understand purchase orders to be documents that would go out from them these rates which total X amount over such and such a period. And then the service provider would. Let's forget about the reference to Mr. Piri and the doctor whose name I've forgotten. Let's just focus on the description I've given.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, I'm getting there.
Oh, all right, okay.
So once the deployment letter is received at the beginning of the month, the service provider does its work and they invoice the city. If I can, find an example of a purchase order and a deployment letter.
All right.
But the starting point is a deployment letter, which is issued by the...
You had begun to say something about Mr. Piri. I know I said let's forget about him. Are you aware of the several documents?
The purpose of a purchase order is and who issues it or who generates it.
Okay. The purpose of the purchase order is to now upload the necessary documents which would include the invoice, that deployment letter, the appointment letters, the SLAs of these particular service providers.
From the supplier. And the supplier provides a quotation to say these goods are going to cost this much and that much. And then the pay gets accepted by the supplier. They then deliver the goods and an invoice follows. So
in a sense, this
and budget allocated to 23 groups across the city. Internal controls and the utilization of SAPS versus the other system is completely different. In this case, we'll take this done. Immediately purchase orders should then be created at the end of the month. In this instance, there were anomalies as a result of the standoff in terms of which budget must be made available. Even a purchase order will be generated.
Okay, so, I'm with you.
You're with me. So in this instance, we have to do all 7 months at once. Ideally, it could have happened in May, June, July. And what could have happened?
Good afternoon. So I'll try to confine myself to clarificatory questions going forward, because there are quite a few of those. And I understand the segregation of duties primarily, and you must correct me if I'm missing a step, is that there are duties of the business sets of duties. Is that broadly what you're referring to in relation to segregation of duties? Or have I got it wrong?
Sure.
Thank you for that. I was actually going to get to probity independently. Can you clarify million rands? Is that correct? That every tender with a value of more than 20 million rands will go through probity assurance?
Yes. Hence, at this point in time, we had to make funds available to ensure that we cover anything 20 million rand and above. Anything below that, Chair, with our experience, was lower.
In one case. That presupposes that you're agreed by bidders, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are cases which say if your bid validity period is 3 months, BEC, probity, and BAC can all do their work within 3 months.
SC by BAC have normal job descriptions, and on a day-to-day basis, they employ for particular functions. What the City of Tshwane has done is an amendment to our policy, which and it was intentionally designed because we knew we needed to put in place a probity assurance exercise in order to ensure that all processes would follow to the T without facing.
To know, and I wanted short and direct answer, please. The question was, when you decide on a 3-month
Policy, we take note of the complexity of our institutions and the unique nature in the operations that we deliver. We then have a discretion to
I
indicate.
can understand that to be your answer, but it seems to me that there may be a risk that you have all of the bidders. And if you do extend that period with the consent of some but not all of the bidders, then you've at various points emphasized that the BEC documents are kept under lock and key at the BEC. The process runs its course. Is that correct?
Okay. Let's see, maybe I can expand further. Once the documents are received, open under the bid evaluation committee has been appointed, and these documents can be formally handed over to them, still under lock and key.
And
If he sits to consider a matter, that's when we all see documents, myself and the entire BAC.
yes, and you mentioned that
Leak, whilst the process hasn't been finalized, it was a really hard decision to take to safeguard what happens at BAC. Because at one point in time, it was a step to also safeguard the process and limit any instances of any member seeing any report before they should see it and interrogate it.
and you as CFO don't get to see those documents unless you do so in your capacity as a member of the BAC when those documents.
Chairperson, if you look at the bundles within our disposal, we could even refer to the fourth bundle on my side. I'll just pick one for argument, an odd one that came up my screen when I said page 9. This is one thing.
It's up behind you, so we'll probably save time by using it here.
Yeah. So this is a declaration of interest where each member of the committee needs to firstly declare their interest and need to ensure that they will ensure that the work that they conduct within BEC.
Then what I wanted to do is to take you through, sorry, can we then look at the two processes with which we're primarily concerned, the bid specification committee on 29 July. That's when the process seems to have started. What's significant about we haven't seen the original report that the BEC produced.
This person is. Why don't you go to them to take them on if that was the intention?
So I think I was busy with more important matters than to prioritize.
Nkomo and Joe Mabunda, who were responsible for that decision.
Yes, by my VIP protection, who informed me that they had been reassigned by these two gentlemen. On the 11th of April, probity process then undertook the same process again, which led to delays. So I need us to incorporate that exception before of the BEC delegation. BEC further states that the 5-ton truck was there, whilst the probity says it was not. Please confirm it's a function delegated to him. Of course, the chief boss is the chief of police.
Okay. So why do you ask Mr. Nkosi who is Nkomo and who is Mabunda if you're...
Seeing an item 2 on mine from page 30, a commencement of the work of BEC from the 1st of April.
Of April.
Yes.
It continued.
Because that minute of the 11th said we will continue the evaluation at the next meeting.
Chair, this is one of the tenders that was deemed high risk.
Say that again?
This is
At page 133 will be your bundle 3, page 133. And sorry, Mr. Mnisi, in relation to all of these references,
I've attached in my statement as I think GM, the addendum report, GM 19, Chair.
had been removed.
Yeah. So I can't confirm on what Sgt Nkosi was stating. I think from my perspective, I want to give an account on exactly what.
They must have been there, I just didn't pay attention. I accept that, but the first one just did not make sense to me.
It's probably correct, because if we go to page 76, we see the resolution at the end of that meeting, 29. Oh, sorry, 129 of file 5, bundle 4. So if you go to bundle 4, file 5, you'll see that you ask Sgt Nkosi, who is Sipho Nkomo or Joe Mabunda from TMPD? You see that? Where they were essentially to respond to the probity report. And one sees that report. So what did you actually want to say?
I'm taking him on. I need to take him on. So can at least have the decency. However, they say that, they stated that they will honestly, that the bidder did not have a 5-ton truck. So there are 3 instances that are occurring here. And the probity team is confirming that it did not look at it. Of the 15th of September between BEC and probity team is in reference to addressing shortcomings that had been identified from the BAC of the 4th of September.
If you go to page 21, paragraph 84 of your statement, shortly before 4 o'clock, I'm about to embark on a fairly lengthy, different line of cross-examination questioning. Proceeded to evaluate bidder 2 and they confirm that Vincere satisfied compliance.
A BEC is compliant. I need to check three things. One, adequate representation from a supply chain management function. Two, adequate representation from the user department.
You knew that they were in charge of security detail. You knew that they had taken away your security detail. Know at the time that Sipho Nkomo and Joe Mabunda were the only two TMPD representatives on the BEC.
At the time, no, Chair, I can't confirm that.
Clearance process before the completion of the
No,
BC process. It
does
doesn't
not
mean
mean
that. It just notifies that you will
Yes.
conduct the process.
And the reason to notify the city manager is
Where when the BAC meets for the first time on 4 September and Mr. Khopa presents the BEC report on the 27th of August, and that's file 2, page 116, item 30 that you drew attention to in your evidence. Sorry, the 11th of April. So we have no more minutes beyond those. But we know that a report from the
And found no track. Am I reading that email at 158 wrong?
okay. Chairperson, page 158.
time that you spoke to Sgt Nkosi, it was your plan to take somebody on.
I thought about it at that point. I remember my security was done in the period that I've outlined in terms of one particular bidder reflecting as compliant in the BEC report, however, reflecting as non-compliant in the...
What you would have typed is taking him on this one, 2 ons, and that auto-corrected to off.
I can't confirm.
Do you have any idea why Mr. Nkosi Sgt. Nkosi would mention to you, or would consider it necessary to mention to you, that Joe Mabunda is going on?
161, 3.4. Initially, due to the erroneous disqualification,
And in that list, these 2 people would have been there. At best for you, you can say, I didn't pay attention.
Additional BEC scoring, that at that meeting they actually scored the bids, because if we go to page 84, starting on, and
Why did you not just...
say that Mr. Khopa presented the BEC report from 15 September to the BAC at the meeting of 18 September. So this is when the BEC is...
Councilman, why can't you at least follow due processes and ensure that you inform me in the event that the city decides that there are no longer any risks that are facing me, and further...
The invitation goes out in August. The closing date is 2 October. That's from your statement, paragraph 78. And see, at the foot of the page, and sorry, before we get to the details, due to, on page 161, paragraph 3.1, we confirm at the time of the initial review of the tender documents, the probity team erroneously concluded the bid acknowledge of the official processes relating to tender TMPD 1 of 24-25. Then if you go over the page, 135, Sgt Nkosi.
Can you please clarify this, Mr. Mnisi? Remember I asked you earlier, what role do you play in the appointment
Yes.
of BEC members? And your explanation?
where they sit in the organization, as in their positions?
No, I didn't know where they sit, and I didn't know their faces.
Did you know that...
We'll find that within that process there are further delays. But once purchase orders are created, there are delays with individuals not sending them out. So in this instance, the system's office, they check all processes in terms of all tenders that have been finalized. They might have been informed that we are now at a stage where we are almost complete with the report.
And that's on page 1 of bundle 4 or file 5.
Things. You can then influence the process because you can say, why is this bidder not recommended? Why have you not given?
Chair, on 436. Again, individual from Kubis, 85 Solutions. Good morning. Kindly find attached a follow-up letter.
Of course, you need to add 2 hours to it. To complicate matters further, the chats between Sgt Nkosi and Deputy Chief Dlamini did have the soft
Expand on that. Probably, all scoring not practical for it to occur in one day. I'm sure it would be occurring throughout the process. But with the documents that the BAC was based on the view that it would not have been appropriate or lawful for the process to proceed in circumstances where material irregularities had been identified duties. I further confirm, Chair, that there is no personal relationship between us beyond that of professional work association. We do not share any business interests, financial arrangements.
This is so-and-so, these were disqualified with the detail of those bidders, and these are the reasons. Is it that kind of information that serves before the BAC?
Yes, of course, he was a friend of mine, Chair. So we had discussed these issues, and I had informed him that, hey, you'll never believe that my city just withdrew my VIP security. So he might not have. It's a process of validating, providing assurance, and ascertaining that all key compliance mechanisms have been followed. So, Chair, with respect...
There are 2. you're looking in the wrong file, just call me out on this, because I should be able to keep track of it all, but I may need some prompting.
And for
Discussion with him and having him elaborate and clarify on the reasons why my VIP security was removed without the city explaining to me. So I needed to take him on, Chair.
so
Pages of index. So if you can just deduct 2 pages from your references when you're referring them to a specific document.
This matter is now being discussed, Chairperson. Good day. Would like to thank you and appreciate the city's effort in ensuring that we get assistance in regarding to payments for Tshwane. So I need to pay attention to function. That's what keeps me sane in terms of accountability, that the key baseline building blocks have been dealt with accordingly. I'm unable to record. I should have. I ultimately didn't, because I saw no need in pursuing the matter further. And I didn't know where they sat as well. And discuss the reasons why this initial extension was not granted. On GM4, on the paginated bundle for the
Where in the procurement process would such a report fit in?
a fully completed report.
Just Council, in relation to the membership of these 2 people, you say you did not know that they were members.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can I just understand, at this page 129, this covering letter, it says the
I therefore wish to ensure that the Deputy Chief Marshal Amin was likewise appraised of these measures, and these measures were understood clearly, and the compliance would hereafter be adhered for security functions going forward. Even with ad hoc security service, there need not be any further confusion. In addition, new internal controls were agreed upon and implemented to delegate have designated individuals. I'm comfortable. And whether those individuals form part and parcel of that committee, I'm comfortable. Similarly, with Human Settlement Department, referred back to BAC on the basis that BAC was not comfortable with the following. 1, the pricing per award leads to bulk pricing. And some of the pricing in the fee structures by BAC on the 18th, in terms of that one bidder, where there was non-consensus on the formal report vis-a-vis the BEC report.
And then the next page is
Irregularities, deviations, and the provision for corrective recommendations to ensure full compliance prior to adjudication. In this regard, it is important to note that the inspection conducted by the property audit team. 3, consideration of the above hereby clarify the issue raised. We confirm that at the time of the initial review of the tender documents of point in time, where we are able to have the digital systems on board to curb this where there's certainty. At this point, Chair, this is such an essential exercise. The city was sitting with irregular.
yes, what exactly does that signify in this context?
I'm taking him on this one. During those discussions, Chairperson, this report is referred back on the basis that, firstly, there were inconsistencies in terms of the start date of this particular tender, 2024, 2025. Chairperson, I respectfully wish to place on record that in relation to TMPD 03, 2425, I did not are there for departments to deal with. Departments, if there are delays, have the full authority to engage the Chief Audit Executive to put systems in place to fast-track matters of this nature.
after receiving confirmation from the probity consultants that their concerns have been addressed, the BAC
from the probity audit team that the matters that had been raised have been adequately resolved. On 97, I further state that the BEC resolved that the tender remained valid until the
interference to begin with. When we get to the end of your statement, then the nature of the questioning changes. So you see Tautau Security, Vision Acuity Security Pty Limited, Shumile Security Services CC, and Vincere Security and Protection Services.
Thank you, Chair. Paragraph 61, the Tepo Tompa, as well as Mr. Reginald Mashango, while there was no apology that was recorded for one member, Mr. Tavis Suframani. Therefore, according to the minutes, the BEC meeting did not.
Do you want to refer us to specific documents, perhaps, that have been before us, to give us
the extension. So TMPD then came on board knowing that with an outright deviation. So apparently, from their perspective, they still needed the service. And within that service platform, we rather deal with delays of this nature. We rather encourage proper planning by departments, wherein we encourage that a tender process must be undertaken. Time, Chair, the individual, Mr. Sipon Komo, with his colleague, I think from my perspective, unceremoniously removed my VIP security here to any procurement with 20 million above. Reason being, Chair, the complexity and the technical nature of any bids in excess to 20 million rand, and the risk assessment that we reported, they will not be able to execute the work. But that's not attached in the BAC report, meaning when you do come back to BAC, we expect that letter authorized by that specific service provider.
By the BEC. The next step that I see is the BAC meeting of 18 September.
4, Squash dated 29th of May, suggested that the evaluation meetings took place on this day, but there were no declaration forms that were signed on the same day, which also raised a significant POE that has been provided for the fourth step in terms of physical site assessments, and then they look at the preferential procurement system and the allocation of bidders. That process that we confirmed that the signed SLAs were signed by the former acting city manager, and thereafter delegations were made to these SLAs to the relevant TMPD office, meaning you either come back with an amended property report signed by the external individual confirming what you are referring to. If not, we will not move on with the rest on site in order to avoid service disruption on the site. We humbly request your assistance on this matter. which is negatively affecting our business. We have a sitting of the BAC on this day, on the 18th of September 2025. Chairperson, I will now go back to on page 435. All outstanding invoices for the month of January were submitted for further handling. The invoices for February 2025 were also signed
On the fact that they were the two BEC members on TMPD 1 of 24-25.
at this point, no, Chair.
You wanted
Did not evaluate them any further because they did not qualify past stage 1. However, they state, Chairperson, that it was erroneously stated in our, you go out, you see you did not find the truck. You then go out again and you find it. Please confirm that now. Please confirm your third process where you validate that the bidder
El Shaddai Security Services CC and any other bidder in respect of TMPD 2 of 2016-2017, TMPD 1 of 2014.
Paragraph 65. The process, Chair, commences with the user department submitting a formal request for extension to the Bid Adjudication Committee, which I serve as the Chair.
You are asking these questions about these two people because of your security, the withdrawal of your security.
A normal process that must happen is that if you withdraw individuals' security detail, decency to tell them. You don't do that. I hear from the detail themselves saying,
Segregation of duties.
Did that answer your question, Mr.
It answered it sufficiently. My purpose. Chair, if you want further clarification, obviously. So in February, when you asked Sgt Nkosi who Nkomo and
so that's the clarification that now takes place. The purpose of this is for me, Victor Hopa, to seems like he's now communicating with the team from Forensic Services of 62. On paragraph 62, I'm addressing the matters on at paragraph 2.12.2. I am delegated to appoint an acting chairperson. On the Bid Adjudication Committee, we sat on the 4th of September. The Governance and Support Officer, who is a senior manager, was acting as the chairperson of the day.
But you were part of the process.
Bid specifications did not prescribe specific allocation criteria. However, other than limiting bidder to one region, the Bid Evaluation Committee then decided to utilize the preference 3 years audited financial statements. This is what was indicated in the property report, mind you. However, they were disqualified, indicated the bidder did not have a 5-ton truck, therefore.
And I understood your evidence to be at a certain point that you, as a member of the BAC, only get
To be, I'm not sure that that was your description or definition.
Okay. Chairperson, thank you. In this instance, a bit different to what you are prescribing now. That would suffice if it was a normal procurement between 0 and 750.
On that
750,000.
explanation, a purchase order.
The assurance review report as an addendum attached by the external independent verifier that bidder number 2 was indeed compliant. The preceding paragraph is in the affirmative. Please indicate what information was shared and the date and the purpose of such sharing, and information and the purpose of sharing.
sometime prior to 4 September 2025 to be able to report it, to present it.
Chair, maybe just to add, we might, as a result of the deficiencies that were picked up in the past in terms of shortcomings on matters of compliance. On page 106, Chair, I deliberate that the primary of correct, not the 27th. If you look at page 119, notice 2, 2024 at the bottom. It's got a date.
Yes, sorry.
Now that you've again referred to the as and when, I'm just, is it truly as and when pricing, or is it?
Issue allocation letters to various service providers. So an allocation or deployment letter will be issued, clearly depicting the rates and the area which must be guarded by that particular sector.
Meet 3 years audited financials. And then that's 1. 2, this bidder should not be recommended. Audited, 3 years audited financial statements. Do you now have a 5-ton truck? And then come back to you and say, oh, now they are compliant.
Why were their faces important?
Just to put the name to the face, Chair. No particular reason.
Did you write to anyone in relation to the removal of your security detail?
No, Chair. Reassignments are probable and can be done. Hence, you allow the as and when. But the pricing
I understand.
On the basis of the report that you have received, because you've received a report, and then you have members of the BEC, as you explained.
The BEC finally approved the recommendations of BEC, subject to the implementation of Regulation 43. It was further noted that it's presented to the BEC. The findings
Yes.
are presented and deliberated at the BEC.
Okay.
They are given an opportunity to make the necessary corrections.
Is when you issue the bid, not when the 90 days is about to expire.
And said, we can't cure these matters, hence it must be a cancellation based on irregularities.
Okay. So they came to BAC with
Vision price escalation in line with the CERA rates for the period of appointment. They then give a list of the bidders that must be attended to or extended. The BEC may still correct the identified defects before submitting this report to the BAC for final recommendation. This is then the process that is under city's assets will remain unprotected. We have to raise an issue that this will attract irregular expenditure. It must be investigated accordingly. It must be reported to the.
And I think at that point, let us take a lunch adjournment and resume at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
Thanks, Chair. Get the final probity report, and it seems to me that the document that is significant, the next document that's significant in that regard is the...
That we have on board are confirmed indeed as eligible prospective bidders in line with the step process that we've just articulated. So, Chair, with your permission, GM6 and GM7 start on page 45, Chair. On page 45, we then start with GM6. And you'll take note there's a bit on page number 80, for argument's sake. I deal with extensions. The TMPD 01 was extended on 3 occasions, and these extensions were in line with the supply chain management policies. This is guided by the complexity of our city. The policy as a guiding document, how it happen is, once invoices are submitted to the relevant user department, at this stage, this is for manuals, remember. We're getting to a point where the service provider will upload them automatically onto the system with the existing 22 companies. There was an option because it's an outright deviation, meaning now I could go out and just pick anyone based on capacity and ability to deliver a service by payables for the city. This was especially significant because in the previous financial year, the city had received a qualification and at one point an adverse audit opinion, Chairperson. You can imagine a capital city secured this. But at BAC, they're not providing us with conclusive evidence that that has been dealt with accordingly. At BAC, we are sitting in front of us with the BEC report and the probity report.
First non-official process that we see is in a WhatsApp from you to TMPD1. You've covered most of this ground already, but there are certain details that I just want to make sure of.
So the report, I have explained in short that it is an evaluation by an external legal independent party who's got no interest whatsoever at the city. They then come up, my understanding at the time was that all functions related to security services were vested within TMPD, and the TMPD was accordingly the only department competent, Chair, to address and resolve them disqualified in the administrative review stage. However, they said it was erroneously stated from their side that the bidder did not have a 5-ton truck. That simply indicated here and should be removed completely. So for those reasons, this report is referred back for the colleagues at TMPD to reconsider their submission and make sure that it's within the...
And one sees in the probity reports that when those reports get issued, they get issued to very specific individuals comfortably achieved within that bid validity period. Because if it can't be achieved within that bid validity period...
Recommendation, major concern for us, we couldn't agree to this, it was referred back. Obtain a final probity report confirming that all matters have been addressed.
And how would you categorize those?
Yes, so those are deployment letters, where TMPD authorizes.
Deployment orders.
Deployment letters,
Right.
yes.
Letters.
The acting officer, by myself, acting on behalf of BAC, accounting officer duly approves the extension application for the second time on the 25th of September. Issue of concern was that he's recorded, but there's also an apology. So was he there, was he not there? Is the clarity that just couldn't be provided. However, the chain management process, they give the list of these bidders from 2, 15, 21, 23, 26, 32, 35, 36, and 40. Then the last stage, they also
Concerns in the probity report, but simply submitted to the BAC, and you then said, but you haven't addressed this. I'm trying to understand the process as you explain it.
go to the second stage of the bid evaluation process. This is a confirmation now that is obtained by the probity report. I'm going to move on to 391 of duly authorized representatives of TMPD in accordance with their respective responsibilities. In my capacity as the chairperson, there are huge elements of poor planning that will be considered by oversight bodies or auditors like the Auditor General. The BAC then recommends that this will attract Regulation 32. Matters of data uncertainty in terms of the meeting having occurred or not would have amounted to a recreation of documentation. Equally, matters within the pricing scheme, if an instance happens today, but there's no evidence of it happening today, there's no way you could backdate or recreate minutes. It's also an indication that the process that we've been...
And then they're opened on a bid opening day where anyone can be present to witness that nothing's been tampered with. The BE start again at 1. And I'm just looking for Mr. Mnisi as I run through.
I now want to deal with page number 16 again. On page 16, I want to touch on the third time when an action of curing them before submitting the report to the BAC. The BAC satisfies itself that the observed defects have sufficiently been cured by the BEC report.
Forms start at page 111. But the minutes start at page 100.
Number 32, LCDI Security Services, bidder 35, upper share construction and project, as well as bidder number 15, 2 corps and security services at this stage were non-compliant.
SCM policy authorizes the BAC to refer back to the BC instead of just making a final decision on the basis of the report that you have. You understand what I'm asking?
Yes, Chair, I understand. So, what giving us assurance? You can't just tell us by word of mouth as BEC that property team have confirmed the report is now fine, you can approve. We need a portfolio of evidence.
If those who were appointed under the old tender would not have qualified under the new one, the effect is that they get an extension of a year. So there are those issues.
They then move over to 392. And saying on 392, mandatory requirements stage 2. They take note that, for argument's sake, bidder number 12 Similarly, BAC probes this and provides a similar recommendation that the service is indeed key. We don't dispute that from the department, however, be aware. 129. There are relevant formal correspondence evidencing this communication attached herein, marked as Annex G M22 and Annex G. Number 13, 12 bidders from Section A and 4 bidders from Section B incorrectly went to Stage 3 for the preferential procurement system. Conclusion, 7th of February 2025, escalating the issue to me and requesting for feedback regarding outstanding payments. The purpose of that here was to indicate that there were formal communications.
And then there are duties of the Bid Adjudication Committee, the BAC. And those 3 sets of duties are...
And we required an addendum report to give us surety that this matter had indeed been completed. Nonetheless, we'll then proceed, Chairperson, to page number 396, 15, to cops and security at this stage were non-tax compliant. If they are non-tax compliant by law, we need to give them 7 days. We need to notify them, so go accordingly. They could be adequately addressed and validated by the BAC. Hence, you'll see that the resolutions from 42 to 44 have been catered for accordingly. And
So you don't get the documents earlier so that you can prepare for the meeting?
No, we don't, Chair. We don't, because this is why we have members of BEC coming to present the report, because it was contemplated should the matter remain unresolved. On 126, I informed the Commission that I informed Mr. Calvin Madlanga that Group Financial Services was not in the possession of the relevant as such of my official responsibilities within the prescribed governance and committee processes applicable to such extensions. Paragraph 66. Officials from TMPD made a preference support system to allocate bidders to regions. Additional concerns, Chair, were raised regarding the rationale for engaging in price negotiations only with certain bidders and not all were dealt with, and were dealt with effectively. So there was no way I could afford for a situation for this finding to reoccur in the upcoming financial years. 141. My involvement, I will cover 68, 69, and 70 before I proceed to 71. I further confirm, Chair, that I did not, whether directly or in, we are then satisfied with the response and the procedures move further. If I'm unable to answer that question, Chair, we're then at a standoff. And this is when we refer matters back. When answers are not readily available by the BEC, or where go ahead, by an indication that the poverty team will be conducting an audit or an assurance exercise before TMPD 01-2024 is awarded.
It's addressed only to the city manager. It says we've completed the proactive.
Will allow an opportunity for the committee to elaborate on this matter so that there's consensus throughout. We wouldn't want to force a decision down 1, 2, and 3 issues, which means the BEC must ensure correction. Poverty report, as part of our internal controls, is authoritative in nature, unless you've got substantive reasons to differ with that, the mandate, and why they're doing this process. It's a critical function to ensure that the city's assets are unguarded. They are aware that this will attract irregular expenditure as with the previous approvals. Approval is then granted accordingly as Section 32, which means they were now eligible for payment.
So an invoice is uploaded first. This is from the supplier, the service provider. They
cleared as the AFS are present in the tender document as presented from the BEC. 2. The BEC indicated that whereas most of the bidders were inspected, so on 434, so the date is the 12th.
It's really just to try and understand process, how the process works.
Okay.
He says we've now received purchase.
And amplify anything you want to amplify.
Chairperson, thank you very much. On 32, I mentioned that I have doubted the issue of our common
Amount is this number of goods. I'll give you an example of a case I worked on, which involved antennas, where...
Because when more than one mic is on, I'll just make sure that I always switch my mic.
Seen in the property report submitted to the accounting officer.
Yes, but they refer to...
Representatives from Kubis 85 Solutions and Ruhwadi sent an email to myself. CC's a number of individuals which are from...
If it might help you, well, if it might help the commissioners, I'm in files 1 and 2 for this section of the questioning.
Responsible for VIP security. What in fact were you asking, Mr. Nkosi?
I know their names, but I don't know them by face, Chair. So I was asking if, does he know these individuals?
I think, Mr. Mnisi, the point that the other witness made was the result of this delay is that the previous tender
Documents in terms of the real-time experience that we face as unique institutions. In reference to the complexity of the city of Tshwane, as managing board rendered to TMPD, city's water group, water and sanitation business unit subsequently made the necessary budget available to TMPD, thereby enabling TMPD to deal with the matter further.
City, but unfortunately they end at 11th of August. But we have to assume that there must have been another.
And on page number 427, it is then authenticated and authorized by the relevant individuals within the proactive forensic assurance
processes and your bid validity periods in particular to a period that you consider reasonably achieved.
to the reasons that have been provided, either agree with them or disagree with them on the way forward. If this issue, for example, were to come up on the TMPD to sit in BEC, if it's human settlements who's involved as well, group human settlements department must second individuals who will serve in peace.
Of the BAC members, I presume it's true of all other people outside the BEC. So, for instance, the user department.
Where the extensions were considered by the BAC.
Mr. Mnisi, just to understand,
whilst BECs are being considered for safekeeping purposes. Over and above this, Chair, they officially put this on record and then on the block, and giving us surety that this has complied to the T. Hence, the BAC placed reliance on this as a confirmation to resolve. I don't want to say the it's leaked and it's all out there in the public. We've had instances of this nature. Hence, I had to put in place an internal control that we will, maybe just to backtrack, Chair, we stood for an entire. So I'm stating, Chair, that even though they originate from another department, ultimately fell within my area of accountability. I did not wish to have a repeat of the prior year's audit findings of conduct. Your pricing per guard is, it's just an allocation of a number of guards, which has been aligned to the deployment letter to the area which you're going to guard. Deny invoices, put in writing that no services have been conducted at all. None of this was being effected. There was confirmation that the work has been received, the work has been, that the above-mentioned bid was awarded prior to my award, within the prior to my appointment within the city of Tshwane. I accordingly
Of 24-25 tender. And I wanted to carry on, and maybe the best, Nkosi providing you with the names of bidders, including El Shaddai Security Services, Two Cops in Security, Tata Security, Vision Acuity Security, age, at the foot of page 14 of file 1, was, I believe, his...
Chair, I just explained that there's nothing I can do to check compliance.
You just explained that there was nothing you could do.
Yes. This is on the 11th of March in 2025. Secondly,
Mr. Mnisi, just wait for Chair to get to
a notice saying 2 vehicles are for land, Ngapesheya and El Shaddai. That's what he says. We then go on a phone call, and I clearly explained, indicated by a senior counsel. So it's chat number 1, 2, 3, 4. Chat number 4. A message where he is talking about the red berets and please check with Mfwetu with the same from CIC. Nonetheless, at this, we then have a discussion. I call him back because I then had an opportunity. He then explains to me the request on why he's sending me this message. And he's over the telephonic. It's the second instance now where Sgt Nkosi is referring to the very same entities after I had told him that there's nothing I can do to help you with compliance at this stage. Remember the entities you have sent to me. The call ends, he immediately sends me those 2 entities. I respond. I say, the third instance where he makes a similar inference.
so before you go to the third instance, what were you thanking him for at 153?
I was
that. Why is he sending you a reminder and you are thanking him? Why do you not say, I told you not to send me these things because there's nothing?
Chair, firstly, it's the second time he sends me this, and it's the first time I actually respond. It's the first time I say, thank you for your reminder. But as we go along, Chair, you'll understand.
Between the two of you, and then he, bottom of 152, he sends you the names of the 2 entities again.
Remind me, did you check compliance for the entities that I sent you before?
That's exactly the issue.
There, because this thing persists, it doesn't stop here. So now I'm just thanking him for the reminder. That's all I'm doing. He sends me the names of the entities, he asks me to check for compliance. I tell him I don't recall. Don't respond to him. The response that you see later is at 12:44. It's not, doesn't have any relation in terms of the previous message. Again, Chairperson, this is someone who's persisting. And the reason for persistence would be in 2 fashions. Firstly, time is lack now. That's from my point of view. And I need to express that to the Commission on how I view the situation and how I understood the context of this. Thanking is on the reminder. I'm not thanking him for sending me names. I'm thanking him for reminding me. I told him I don't remember. So we can't put a link between thanking me, between me thanking.
When you speak to the texts, not reading them, you appear still to take us there.
I told him, remember, Chair. I explained to the Commission that I told him.
No, I'm not asking about you telling him
Yes.
that the pro expressed it in a different way.
Chairperson, if you can just allow me to explain how you would normally, in a normal instance. Firstly, you write a message and you say, I expressly made it clear to you. There's nothing I can do to check compliance for you. This body has closed. An individual who persists, once I've said, Chair, I'm not going to. The one is at 8:12, the second is at 10:44. And it's for a completely different discussion. So we can't link those 2 together. Had it been in, okay, so let me get there with your permission, Chair. Let me get to 177 in the 4th instance. I want to get there now.
So, Mr. Mnisi, let's do this. All I was doing for now was to counter your response to the...
It's a different incident. Yes, it's on the same day. The times are
Within an hour.
different.
Can you just agree that it's within an hour?
Let me check that, Chair. I'm not sure.
It's in 177.
So on 177, with all fairness, it's a trigger from Sgt Nkosi, Commissioner Kumalo. It's not me. Hence, I'm saying this is the 4th instance that this matter comes.
157, you did not ignore him, you acknowledged him. There is no intervening telephone call or communication between you. In fact, this message, in fact, which you say is a reminder. And 2, you haven't ignored him. You, in fact, acknowledge his message. And then you go, he sends you another reminder, you tell us it's another reminder, you same for it too. At no point is there record before us of you having...
Annoying me. And the 3rd would have been easier. And maybe I should have done that, but I didn't at this point in time because I saw it irrelevant from my perspective. So, Chair, I also else that we would normally have. was not me entertaining in whatever form or shape a message that was sent at 8:12, 4 hours down the line. It wouldn't have been practical. At this point in time, Chair, I must admit to you, on 177, chat number 3, from the top and from the bottom, send me a list of companies and have a situation where I wouldn't know what the outcome is. Secondly, try and come up with a strategy that will entertain, play along. Is this the final list when I repeated that? So this is me entertaining him and playing along, Chair. At this point in time, I was annoyed. There had been significant persistence of, this is ours in Fetu, this is the final list.
What is ours?
I meant to say, is this the final list?
No, the first part of that chat.
In this case, I clearly meant, this is the final list.
Ours, I'm asking about ours.
List were you discussing
Yes.
with him as being a final list of what?
So on 177,
Yes.
chat number 3 from the top, he sends me a list of companies. These are the list of companies that he persisted. Wanted me to check compliance for the list of 7 companies that are stated on page 177. The context of these discussions in the repetitive nature, not at all.
You want us to understand that he was saying to you, check for compliance in order of priority.
Remember, Commissioner, it's what I understood, order of this priority to check compliance. That's what I understood at the time.
That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. That
I need to explain to you what I understood. How he said it, I can't comment on what he understood when he said that. But
Well,
within the discussion that we had, please, Commissioner, discussion that we had.
on this WhatsApp message, what I'm challenging is not how he said it. I'm challenging what you say was your understanding of it and what you want us to accept as what you have answered. You have answered me, Mr. Mnisi. I don't think it gets better.
But let me just
I've heard what you say, and if what you're doing is repeating what you have said, you know my position about it.
to lie about this. This is my understanding on this message. There are 2 things that I understood from this message in particular before we move on. The thing I could do. The problematic areas for me, Chair, is my responses. Because as Commissioner Kumalo was stated to try and assist with these matters. So what do I do now? Because I realized that, okay, this is more than just checking compliance now. He doesn't, this is ours, Fetu. This is the final list.
Just before you go on, just before you go ahead.
I don't know what he was referring to in saying that. I read this message that I must check for compliance for these companies.
Where's checking compliance here, Mr. Mnisi? Where's checking compliance here?
Yes.
Captain, find below
I can't see if this is a forward message. I read this as a message from him to me.
to you.
That's how I read this message. I'm unable to see whether this is a forwarded message or whatsoever. Hence, when I respond to this,
So that you did not read it. So let's not complicate matters by referring to thousands of documents. This is one text,
Yes, sir.
and you have not said. That to me seems to cut across the idea that this was about compliance. And in any event, there's nothing in the text about compliance.
message on 177, in isolation of page 148, in isolation of page 150, it's a build up. This is a build up. So it would be extremely unfair for us to take this as an isolated.
Let's zoom in on that. You said, on that build-up, you came to understand that he actually wanted.
Of this. It was no longer a case of someone not understanding. There was more to that. But I must also state, Chair, it doesn't-
Please try. Is that you should do an improper award. You've just said so. Now let's look at your response. You say, thanks for.
So like I was saying in the first place, I need to respond to this, taking into account that he doesn't say that I realized this on my own because of the persistent nature of this individual. At this point, I could have done. First one I could have done, which would have been the most easiest way to get me out of this conundrum that I'm finding myself in now, me entertaining him, assist me. Because this is the last time he ever raises this issue. Mind you, this is the 25th of March, 2025. The award is avenged this matter delicately. And I chose an easier way out for me. And an easier way out for me at this point in time was, I'm going to play along. I'm going to entertain this individual.
It shows weakness. And I do not understand why you would not have told your friend that, look, here, you were actually cooperating with Sgt Nkosi. And when the names were given a second time, probably during the telephone calls. Any comment?
Yes, Chairperson, indeed, I do have a comment. Firstly, I didn't want to jump the gun. Because me jumping the gun, I think not smart for me to start conflict where there's no conflict. The onus is on him. On this point, the onus is on him to go over and above compliance. He wanted me to go over and above compliance in terms of this matter. Whether it's checking whether they've made it to the next stage or whatever, check for you. This is leading me to 177. Was it the smartest in this forum? No, it was not. But that was my understanding at this stage, Chair. Secondly, operating. He was playing like a fool. I also played like a fool. Was it the smartest strategy to use to get out this conundrum? It wasn't.
Does Sgt Nkosi ask you to check compliance? And you have not responded to that. So can you please show Chair where in the text does he ask you to phone call, he then sends you the list? Which goes to Chair's point that you requested this and he sent it to you. Check for compliance. And then secondly, deal with my issue that in every instance, he's not harassing you. You've actually called him and immediately after the phone call, he sends you the list. Thank you.
He sends me the list of those entities. And 2 other messages from there. I don't respond to him. He calls me once. Clearly, I don't pick up because I see.
To page 149
Yes.
at 126. What do you
No.
say is the relationship between 149 and what you're discussing at 148?
Yes. So on 148, he sends me the list of the companies.
Yes.
At one,
That's why I wanted to clarify. I'm asking the question so that we are on the same page. There is no text where he says to you, please check compliance. Yes or no? Phone calls. So let's deal with the issue of the text first. There is no text where Sgt Nkosi asks you to check compliance.
yes, Commissioner.
Yes, now
I did.
wait. Before he sends you a list of companies, there's a phone call from you to him. And it continues on 154, it's the same story, 170.
From the chats. There are more than, I think, 390 chats. He was my friend. It's the honest truth. But that phone call that you're referring to has no relation.
What preceded those messages on the 25th. Then immediately after those 3 phone calls, he sends you the list of the security companies.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
But why, Chair?
Call you at 6:02 a.m.
80.
If I call you at 6:02 a.m. and you and I say, oh, by the way, there's this other issue. But if all I do is send you a list of names following the discussion on the phone, then those two things.
Was as a result of the friendship relationship that we had developed over time. Hence, would have a number of discussions, and it was not.
He says sharpen 482 and you say him 482. Would I be correct to say that when you say him 482 like that, you basically mean thank you? Or not really?
Arrived. Because immediately after that, I explained that I've arrived. It was not a form of acknowledgement. It was me telling him I've
With
arrived.
the two entities. Do you see that in 482 there?
Yes, Chair.
What does it mean in that context?
So I was triggering a discussion. I'm saying, Fredo,
You are sent the two names and you say him 482 only. And then the test that says, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about. So the point I wanted to make is, this is merely at 157, an acknowledgement. And I wanted to ask, why would you either an acknowledgement as well?
so that's how I communicate, Chair. Unfortunately, it's my way of communication. I would have said, Fredo, can you meet at Jean? Formalize this. I would have structured it in a formal manner had it been for business, work-related matters. But because this is an individual who is a friend, there's no reason for me to form.
At 177, that text where you are asked in order of priority, 157, that answer, because you acknowledge this message as being sent to you to check for compliance in order of priority with Sgt Nkosi. Is you refer to him and he refers to you as Mfowethu. That's what these texts that we have discussed so far indicate.
This message was sent to me, so I understood that it is directed at me. It is directed at me. It is sent to me. So what I understood with this question, and I was answering for the chairperson, how this has been crafted as well, I'm not sure. What I can assure the committee is that this message is referred to me because it is sent to me.
And then answer it. That's not what I've asked you. It's not helpful for our engagement. I've asked you a question, answer my question. My question is, do you...
This period I've ever gone without asking a question, but let me try and regain my bearings. Mr. Mnisi, before we, I haven't shown that. There's a lot more evidence that shows it too, so I need to go through that. But before I get there, I just want to clarify, yesterday...
I think firstly, the indication, they see that my answers are false. I must try and firstly address that. And the question is, but I've got a pack of 669 pages. So I couldn't, from the top of my head, tell you now, Senior Counsel, what is autocorrect, what is not. So I can...
The companies in respect of which he's impermissibly asking you to check compliance. We spent the last hour going through those, you and the Commission. Did you...
When we looked at the chairs, I tried to clarify because of the misunderstanding and the informal nature of the discussions. So I think while the commissioners were asking questions, there were some points where I tried to explain.
Actually, you typed XYZ, but autocorrect changed it to ABC. That's what I'm asking, because that's what you suggested on Friday in relation to this for this bid. And you've acknowledged at the end of the process that you realize what he wants now is for these people to be appointed, even though at the beginning you were message of 3 that was sent on 11 March at 3:21 p.m. Remember to add 2 hours to the timings. And then lastly, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. The above is from the Red Berets. Please check with them for forwarded by Sgt Nkosi to you from messages that he had received from Deputy Chief Dlamini. You're aware now. I'm asking you, were you aware of it at the time?
Yes, sir, I must have been aware because messages are clear. They indicate something that says forwarded. So I must have been aware.
Confirm that in those communications, where Sgt Nkosi is forwarding chats from Deputy Chief Dlamini to you as General, as does Sgt Nkosi.
Yes.
So the characters in those chats are General is Deputy Chief Dlamini, Mfowethu is you, Captain is Sgt Nkosi.
Yes, Chair. They were part of the panel that won the tender, yes, Chair.
How many people bid for the tender? to give the process to, even though at the time you say you thought he was just asking you to check for compliance on these bidders. Is that correct? So this is Deputy Chief Dlamini saying, afternoon, Sergeant Nkosi. I trust you are well and your family. The above is Deputy Chief Dlamini assumes that Mr. Malema has given you a list of companies in relation to this tender. You accept? Now, did Mr. Malema ever give you a list of companies in relation to this tender?
No.
You sent to Sergeant Nkosi a screenshot of an article with the heading, Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema. Then there's a photograph of Mr. Malema underneath it, spilling over onto page 117. Why did you send this picture, this article that says Tshwane proves governance can thrive without the DA, says EFF's Malema?
As you've seen on many occasions, sometimes we would...
The person mentioned in the headline of the article is Mr. Malema. Is that correct?
I was sending an article. I just want to make that clear. I wasn't sending a picture. I was sending an article that Sergeant Nkosi should read.
Yes, but I'm asking you, did that article...
Obstructive, and when he tries to explain, you just cut him off. That is not the way I assume the Commission deals with witnesses. That's trying to explain.
Yes,
Stop that.
yes. Thank you, Mr. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
I'm not questioning this witness on the content of anyone in the screenshot and any name of anyone in the screenshot other than Mr. Malema. Because less than 2 minutes later, there is a message, we are managing...
Article. You'd say to him then, well, does the content refer to anybody but Mr. Malema?
Let's resolve this by allowing forward. Yes.
There was a second complaint about forwarded messages, Chair.
Yes.
We have included...
I stopped Ms. Fannie here for midway on that one. Perhaps, please.
I don't want to waste time, so if I can just put our position, which is we stamp of the message that I say is forwarded from one, and then show that it is forwarded 2 minutes later.
We actually saw that during...
It was forwarded before. Now, normally in matters of this, where you deal with digital information or expert evidence.
Yes, when we come back after tea.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
So, underneath the screenshot, you...
Was this guy?
Bungulo.
This guy. We are managing this guy. Who's the guy?
So when you said you were managing this guy, you were managing Mr. Lekukela, not managing Mr. Malema?
Yes.
But was it about him that you were discussing with Sgt Nkosi and the managing? What about him? Or your selection of your statement was you brought Sgt Nkosi in to mediate between you and Mr. Lekukela. That's how I remember your statement.
Since I arrived at the city of Tshwane, of course, due to a variety of reasons, my authority has always been undermined by a number of individuals. But in the context of that, and that no matter which individual at the onset had tried to set me up to favor. Yes.
At the foot of that page, you'll see that at 11:06, timestamp 9:06, you call Sergeant Nkosi.
This is forwarded. Firstly, I don't speak to Mr. Sergeant Nkosi in this manner. All our discussions are highly informal, as we've seen.
So you forwarded this message from Mr. Modise to Sergeant Nkosi. Why?
So firstly, I shared with Sergeant Nkosi as an element of discussing that as well, that this process can be, look how brazen people are. People are so brazen, they go to the point of any interference that might have been there.
But when you talk, you mentioned interfering in this process. And process, does he?
Chair, he has already got business. Remember I told you on 148 and 152, he's already asking me the same thing. So he's already...
Before tea, but it's going to be at least another 10 minutes, so I can continue.
Let's take the adjournment and resume at 11:20.
About this matter.
Did you take anything further in relation to Deputy Chief Dlamini? Here you have a senior official in the Municipal Police Department who appears at the very least should be checking for compliance on the part of 2 companies at a time when it would be impermissible for anybody to do that.
I wouldn't know the discussions between Sergeant Nkosi and how they're formulated, especially on number 3. At the first one, maybe I might not have seen that. But from the second one, when we see afternoon captain, I already started.
Sergeant Nkosi, that is, as you pointed out at the foot of page 152, you have been mildly irritated when a second request was addressed to you to do that which you had already told someone you could not do. Well, you're not irritated by the second request. You see, it's your response to the second request which strikes me as odd, because that your evidence is that you'd already told him you can't check on any entities.
Yes.
So the identity of the entities at some level was irrelevant.
My response to that was, no, I didn't. I couldn't, but I don't have that anymore. I don't recall. He then sends them to me as a form of a reminder.
With him This is the second time. So you presumably, I'm saying to you, presumably you would have said to him, I can't check this thing in that call. You don't say to him, thank you, I've received it, but as I told you, I won't be checking. You just say thank you.
So when we hung up on the call, he then sends it.
So your thank you is to send you a thank you emoji. If you look at page 153, at message, you were hoping at this stage he'd go away. He'd understand. But he gives you a thank you emoji. Is that consistent with... I'm sorry to do this. There was one other issue that I wanted to raise in respect to that first occasion.
Before you move to that, Mr. Chairperson, you explained the two that I referred you to earlier, despite the fact that they were standalone.
Are you well? How's your day looking? Simple courtesy greetings of a friend of yours. So it's not related whatsoever. And when I say
in sending this message, the 2 vehicles for land are. Now, why would someone apologize for a delay?
The General, as well as Sgt Nkosi, which I can't comment on.
23rd of March. So if we go to page 155.
So, Mr. Chairperson, maybe before you do that, I didn't realize you're moving on. Can I just ask a question about 154, the text that you discussed in 154? It's that text that you say, that last sentence. What did you want Mr. Sgt Nkosi to make of that last sentence?
Which I had alerted you on. There's nothing we can do on this matter. Compliance can be checked. The process must be followed to the T.
Okay. So in your call, this message, he would not have known what this message is about and what the point of you sending it is until you did a call.
Chair, what I can confirm is that in between there, I had to clarify to him, and I did clarify to him on...
With me. So when this message, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. When this message lands in his inbox, you're saying this message, but before this message, there was a call, right? Are you saying that call would have explained this message?
We are safeguarding this process to the T. This was a way of me explaining to him subtle what had happened on 148.
And then he tells you that telling me to submit 5 is an insult and didn't sit well with me. What did Mr. Mnisi rather?
Imagine the influx that you or anyone within your team will be getting. You need to safeguard the process and ensure that it's secure.
Thank you. Can we look at another event that happened, meeting with US? Now, US is Deputy Chief Dlamini, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Your response is Deputy Chief Dlamini because we see Captain and Umpuetu, but you can actually see that it comes from Deputy Chief Dlamini. Please check with him on this and his advice, if I should go or drop them. I don't want to make a mistake on such matters because I believe the centre should meet me on Friday and asked that Gubis want to meet him on Saturday. He pushed the meeting to Monday with a view of getting direction from...
This was in relation to the outstanding payment. There's no link whatsoever to TMPD 01. If you take note that during our discussions, there were 3-way calls couldn't be resolved as a result of it being due in the previous financial year. The context of what you're referring to us now in terms of this outstanding payment. And when that discussion continues, there are set rules of protocols in terms of dealing with payment. You need to ensure that you follow the correct. It needs to be escalated accordingly within the relevant user department. If they fail and don't get any joy out of that, they need to escalate that to supply chain management.
Let's ask a question about this. Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, I do apologize. This text where you're going to be, you say the General should go and meet with Gubis, and then you say, and he can brief us of the outcomes of the discussions and any of that stuff. Why are you involving him?
Yeah. So in terms of the payment, he was already involved in this matter. He had overheard that phone call discussion.
He was already involved, you say, because he took it upon himself. But he's not I would have expected your CFO to say, you say, there are internal processes to this. So why would you be discussing with Nkosi?
Sgt Nkosi would have been there just in general terms, and most of the times he would probably be on his phone or doing anything of that nature. But what I want to reiterate here is that in hindsight, because subject matter is closed, request for the General's number. So there are other issues where he hadn't involved himself initially. I start having direct conversations, sending him details of specific items that are contained. I'm not sending him them. I'm sending him in general terms.
Thank you.
Annotation, and it was TMPD that needed to pay. Because I understood the problem in this case to have been, and we've heard some evidence about it, that water and sanitation was important.
When we issued these deployment letters as per your advice, we were of the view you're going to pay from your general ledger. So the standoff came.
Yes. So why are you suggesting they meet with General Dlamini?
Okay. So take that forward in terms of processing the relevant payments. In this instance, there was an issue because this was a prior financial year matter. Hence, this invoice
should be one. What is he saying there? What do you understand him to be saying there?
It means the process must always be followed to the T. Compliance.
Your response at 8:25 at the foot of page 155 is, let's let General meet him then. He will brief us of the message time 5:40, which is actually 7:40 p.m. Sergeant Nkosi sends you a screenshot. Who is he referring to?
So firstly, Chair, there's an indication that the meeting did not occur, so we had to give.
And your understanding of process is he should resolve it first with department, in other words, with TMPT, or persist if I get an indication from Kumfuetu. Protocol must be observed at all costs. So he's telling them the exact opposite of what you say.
Raising the matter with the Deputy Vlamini is after the formal process had already been embarked upon, and after we had appropriate and I'll say sufficient evidence. The context of this discussion was that they need to follow the processes, ensure that everyone has got the necessary portfolio of evidence. He on his own cannot take them processes. Once I'm convinced that there's sufficient appropriate audit evidence and the TMPD as well as supply chain management have either not dealt with this issue for what to.
I will only be able to assist if I get an indication from Kumpuetu, you. So he's saying, go back and speak to the CFO.
Demonstrating that they went through the entire value chain. They can't just go to him. Once I refer a matter to him, I need to also be convinced that they have a case, Chair. When I understood it then, and that's how I understand it now, Chair, because that's what was really going on in this instance.
I'm sorry,
44. And what I tried to ask the Commission to refer to on the 5th of March. You're reading that in isolation with that, which is what's causing you and I not to be on the same page. Facing was the ad hoc services invoice from Kubi Security Services. So as a result of this still not being paid, this entity is making a follow-up, Chair. They're claiming the city still owes them 309.
was they should first raise it with the TMPD.
Yes.
If they got no joy there, they should then raise it with supply chain management.
Yes.
If they got no joy there, you knew that was what the situation was.
Yes, I did, Chair.
And you said to, so you're irrelevant to this process unless they submit all of the evidence.
This is also peculiar because it's a previous version on why we should even consider making this invoice available. This would now necessitate for me to make a prior period error correction, Chair, on my financial statements that had been
From General Dlamini.
Did I receive anything formally? The onus was on Kubis to make sure that they make the necessary submissions and they make.
Our obligation is to engage with the TMPD.
Yes. TMPD, APSS.
Yes, they've got to make some sort of motivation back where they have started Kumpuetu. He is the only gateway. They can't go with a back door. So he's saying, you've got to go back to TMPD. He's saying, go back to you, CFO. They should go back with.
But I would presume that he was saying, let them escalate the matter to me. I will then refer it to APSS, but I can't comment on the nitty-gritties of that.
Which means that they started with you.
Yes.
According to General Dlamini.
So, Commissioner Barot, if you look at the second bundle, at this stage, he's got insufficient information to even look at the matter.
So you accept that Gubi said started.
Understood is that he must have received the matter for the first time from me. That's what he understood. But the fact of the matter was they didn't start with me. Take it up with him.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify something? Because on the 6th of March, you say, please extend my gratitude to the General. He has delivered.
Were resolved. It was all invoices except this one. This one was not resolved.
So you are saying to us, you are now involving Sgt Nkosi in matters relating to all invoices to the value of 14 million.
Yes. So those were all the Kubis invoice, Commissioner. How he was involved is that he took his phone and he phoned Deputy Flamini while we were in the car.
If you say to somebody, purchase orders have been approved by the city of, because that's what he's doing on 144, and all of that is appropriate to you, that somebody who's not employed by the city of Tshwane, who is not, as per request, have been approved. Are you saying you're not sharing information there?
I'm responding to the concerns that you had raised.
No, but you're saying you never shared information with me. I'm trying to understand something, and to be fair to you, once you have answered me, you can give whatever explanation you like, I will allow you. So if you answer me and you say, can I explain my unmade progress at all? So here is the first question. Are you saying...
And gratitude to the General. I'm not sharing my information with him.
So when you say percolates to other invoices to the value of 14 million, not the invoice we looked at on page 144. Am I correct?
It refers to, and I said earlier on that in hindsight, I did mention this earlier on, that in hindsight, I should have got the number of the General much earlier than this. Unfortunately, I had not.
I'm talking about when you are with him in the car, resolving internal issues between TMPD and whatever the department that sourced these services. He has no business with that. At the first,
I was not and I did not share any sensitive or confidential information. But in hindsight, I do agree. I should have got the number of the Deputy Chief on this.
forward to much appreciated. Let's finalize everything tomorrow so we can pay these guys before Friday. How can you say that's not confidential between Tshwane and
There's nothing sensitive or confidential, but it is information that I'm sharing, which he submits and forwards to the general.
Okay, thank you.
He lost to you and shouldn't really be trying to deal directly with you. Is that correct?
Without formally escalating the process.
Yes. But if we look at what... any last comment on that?
On that, Chair, I think senior counsel, and that's what I understand now when I'm explaining to the committee.
But how did you understand the following, the immediate next message on page 179? Your response is, thanks, my bride, this is the way. But escalate it slowly through TMPD, then procurement, and only then, if necessary, will it come onto my desk.
I had nothing to do with him. Had no common interest with him. As far as I was concerned, he's an associate of Sgt Nkosi. So this was a moment of laughter. He does call again. After we had that discussion, if we could just show that on 182. I even laugh about it. Just to prove to the Commissioner it was one of those light moments.
The only route for Gubis is to go through you as the gateway. Suddenly you start getting a series of calls.
As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Calvin Mashango is the director of the company. If Mr. Mandla gives me a call, it's something completely unrelated. Hence, we have a light moment with Sgt Nkosi. We had met earlier on in the year at that restaurant that we did as per my affidavit. We haven't had a discussion since. Could we possibly meet? Mr. Calvin Mashango, direct contact details of mine, he would have called me on that. That's a pure reason why we even had a light moment of this matter.
There are 3 calls from you to Sgt Nkosi, after which he responds yet again with else that you still think that he was asking you to check on compliance.
Not on those calls. The reason he sends me these is him asking me.
This is not ever going to be possible. You can't do it.
Yes, that's true.
He doesn't seem to get your message, does he?
Hence I say, Chair, at this point I started to understand this.
That meeting presumably took place because if we look at page 158, at what the message time...
On the same day, on the 27th, he then gives feedback on that outstanding matter. He was not present at that day, he couldn't make it.
Matter. Why are you speaking to General Dlamini about it when you have said, you've explained to us there is a process? Why are you not following that process that you've described? Why are you talking directly to Dlamini when in fact he hasn't yet presented?
In the event that service provider decides to escalate it to me, there needs to be one voice that we're speaking to as a result of the fact that we have at hand.
Let me say what it looks like to me. It looks like is there evidence of that process being followed? You keep speaking to General Dlamini and Sgt Nkosi about this, so on your own account, especially Nkosi because he doesn't belong here, but on your own process, Dlamini is not the one that resolves the issue. It still has...
There are time frames. We can't leave issues hanging forever. The city gets overtaken by events because a lot of it happens on a day-to-day basis. Same in this instance, to get feedback on the process towards resolving matters from our colleagues.
I accept that at 178 he gives you the process that you have described. And I'm battling to understand or to see that
you in the city give me feedback, I accept that. And then the onus is on the service provider to take the matter on.
But you see, Dlamini says, I've told the service provider's feedback. He says, I have met with them. And in my meeting with them, I've redirected them to the CFO. I've said they must meet with the CFO because that's where they started. Now, what you're saying, the service provider, if indeed this was about payment, what you're saying, the service provider must do now because they started with you. And Dlamini tells them, go.
Anything further, there's nothing further I can do except for wait for any form of communication that I will refer accordingly. When I say, thanks, this is the way.
And the critical player there would be General Dlamini or Deputy Chief Dlamini.
TMPD, he told Sgt Nkosi.
And you just met anyway?
No, we just met anyway and we had a meal.
That Sgt Nkosi sends you so at 8:31 p.m. and it's a screenshot that helpfully underneath it, the Sgt Nkosi has said, companies given to Victor by Nico. So number of questions,
Yes.
This is a mandate given
Yes.
to Victor.
Yes.
A mandate.
Yes.
In other words, something that Victor must act on.
Looks like it, yes, SC?
Yes, and we see below there,
Yes.
in relation to 7 companies and this tender.
Yes.
How I understand it is Victor has been given a mandate.
Answer, Chair. I did not entertain this message from my
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi. The question is about how you
Yes.
understood it. It's not about several possibilities. How did you understand
Any
it?
dealings with Nico Matabele?
I've never met him. I don't know him. I've never had any dealings with him, SC.
To the message that you understood it to be capable of 2 meanings. One, Victor had been given a mandate to appoint these 7.
You can only, by law, give clarification on the outcomes of the bid. So let's know from a compliance perspective. Secondly, it's also no.
Well, here you have the chair of the BEC, who you are being told.
Probity assessments that are done are completed accordingly, and that all information that is assessed, validated, is true and correct. It does give me a warning to be vigilant. And
But probity would have occurred come what may. This tender was above 20 million. You didn't have to play any role there.
No, Chair, remember, not all matters, even if it's after 20.
The Mnisi has been approached to do something, the WhatsApp that we looked at. Probity would not pick up that Ms. Tavat if the question is, what did you do? You are the CFO with some responsibility documents. All the documents that were submitted, and then they make a determination whether the process was fair. So the answer must be something else, can't be probity.
Chair, that's the relevant life, and there's always individuals who are there signing off on handing over documents. So what would occur within that process would be something that would express for please explain.
Okay.
Probity would have picked up whether there was an actual temper of those documents, whether there was actual influence. They would not have picked up in a
Right? A particular tender or bidder. You become aware that your deputy mayor has been approached to assist. My question is, CFO, why do you do nothing about it? Not probity. Don't say, and I want to add the involvement of Sgt Nkosi as well. You have a complete outsider who is involved in this, who has a personal relationship with you.
3, 4. That's the sufficient appropriate evidence that I need to have at my disposal before I can even escalate a matter for further engagement. Because at that point in time, nor is there any evidence of gratification, it would render my case a case of strengthen your controls. Even if I were to raise that, it would be, you need to ensure that the threat, right from page 148. So this was the fourth instance that I was facing with receiving requests of checking compliance.
And starting to suspect that they may be wanting you to rig the tender in favor of those companies.
I had suspicion because I've explained on many occasions that I can't do that, but the matter kept persisting.
To check compliance.
Because time permitting, you couldn't check all documents. It would take a considerable amount of time if you were to check any document if it's compliant to the message.
You still understood it to be relating to compliance.
Spot on.
A list. So there's the initial list that was preceded by his own telephone call. And you say in that call have also been followed by, or preceded by a telephone call.
Oh, Commissioner, well, in this instance, no. This nature, with the starting point of the two, in my mind, I can already see and I can relate this to the context of 148, 152, and 157.
Even though he didn't say that.
This message was in relation to that. Yes.
Just on the face of this message.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mnisi, are you aware that the list on 177 is different to the same as the list on 177?
Yes, Commissioner, I see.
So if the earlier conversation becomes a different list. So if on 148 you were asked to check compliance, that's not what you are being
To check Kapisha El Shaddai, and then a list of 7 companies. Moving further to 177, he sent me a whole different list with a
21 different security companies. Because these are 21 different security companies.
My understanding was that I must check compliance, yes. Because 7 companies were appointed. I think that was amended, one per region. They must have obviously understood that.
So 7 companies were to explain and then go back to Mr. Chairperson.
So what I was explaining, Chair, is that that's what they were asking me to do. And that's what made me link the two to the first discussion.
Completely different list.
I respectfully disagree with that, Commissioner. The request was to check compliance, whatever they were sending me. If you look at 148 as explained, right, nothing happens. And then on 177, exactly the same thing happens. There's no way where I trigger that.
On the 25th of March. You spent the evening of the 25th of March in what should have been a meeting with 45 minutes together.
Yes.
And before that, on the same day, before you've spent that for it,
Yes, I see that.
you say, thanks, Mfowethu, I'm on top of this. And then you say, this is ours, Mfowethu. This is the final
They
level.
were compliant. The documents that were submitted, that were evaluated, that were probity checked, deemed these companies as compliant.
Of bias in the process in favor of a particular company. They should not be awarded a contract. In fact, the whole process should be nullified. You'll say that. Acting with the deputy head of the client department is repeatedly asking you to interfere with the proper processes of the tender in favor of those companies.
Indeed, I mean, I've seen this and I see the persistence and I can read in between them. Also, all due respect, you will take note that after this and my purported
Lamini sends 2 messages to Sgt Nkosi. The first one says, lease agreement for both company and director for rates and taxes. Interprets, afternoon, Captain, I trust you're well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. These look like documents that would be mandatory requirements.
conversation between Sgt Nkosi and the Deputy Chief Lamini, and you're pointing out areas of deficiency. This is clear areas of deficiency. I can see that. I'm just requesting for you to please show me the alignment between TMPD1 and.
If you want to go to if you need to go to the annexes, by all means go there. But if you know the answer, let's hear it.
With your permission, please, may I please go to tax compliance. B is in reference to CSD documentation. C is in reference to confirmation that the bidder's company rates entitlement and affidavit from landlord, or that the bidder has no disputed account and that the account item number C does request for a confirmation of the bidder's company documents for rates and taxes 1, or a letter, the companies, doesn't say both. Further,
Under the MFMA, is it permissible to award a contract if the directors are in arrears but the company isn't? You can still consider the tender.
in the event that the terms of reference as per the specifications are clear.
Continue.
Well, I'll go to the second one. I think the first one, remember what I'm trying to do is to see an alignment really.
From the top, it says confirmation that the bidding company's rates and taxes are.
Do we have to look at both C and D, or can we choose which of these requirements we're going to honour and which ones we're not?
No, we have to look at both C and D. These are mandatory requirements.
So that first requirement is governing that process.
Sure, that's TMPD competency, and that's why they're involved in governing, in complying with specifications. I can't answer that.
Do you know what PI Act stands for? Big matter of this tender, not qualifications to enter the bidding process. Legislation governing.
Stage 2 now. On stage 2, on 164, we start on 165. And I'm going to go back up to 1 first, and then I'll see if they are there in B. So we've covered A in terms of the tax compliance certificate. B was the CSD. C in it, the signed, audited annual financial statement for the most recent 3 years, established for a shorter period, submit audited. Yes, so what I'm looking at here is the elements which cover that, and I'm saying it is there, Chair, as part of, I think, the second, third line item.
Let's go to the next item.
Next one is lease agreement for vehicles. Document submitted of Avis is a quotation, and we need agreement.
And General Dlamini is saying, afternoon, Captain, I trust you are well and your family. Please push Becky to submit the above documents. So what it looks like is that some 6 months after the tender has closed and documents are supposed to be under lock and key,
I have outlined how the process operates, so I'm still starting to see why this could purely relate to that, to TMPD 1.
445, sorry. Sorry.
Okay, 445, yes, I see that.
And you remember, you didn't know who Nico was, but Sgt Nkosi identified him, and with hindsight, we believe he was asking you to interfere in the process in favour of El Shaddai. Nico promised to help out. Now he's
Of a specific bid that they are dealing with, and they need to ensure that those companies' details or mandatory or administrative requirements point in time unable to conclusively say it's for TMPD 1. What I can confirm is that it looks like individuals are working together on a submission.
at message time 12:39, actual time 2:39 p.m. You send to Sgt Nkosi a message.
Where they were preparing a bid. So the bid that they were busy preparing, I looked at the published tender document that was there, spotted the key requirements. Key requirements of that.
And Sgt Nkosi were freelancing on the side for a tender for another government institution. Is that the version?
Not freelancing.
Offering free tender advice to Sgt Nkosi, and you're suggesting that he gets the
The
assistance.
documents,
Yes.
to say we need a grade A guide, and then ask him to provide information for corrections. You are the bidder that you're assisting.
Ngapesheya, that's his brother.
Okay.
And the requirements of that was grade A. They didn't have grade A.
In the message, you say Ngapesheya is grade B and has nothing in the documents. So you had Ngapesheya's documents.
Maybe just,
If that's the document you have in your hands,
Yes.
how do you know that Ngapesheya is B and there is nothing in the documents?
so my point of reference,
So you are working off Ngapesheya's documents.
Honorable Commissioner, I think I'm just going to clarify that again because I know the document I was working on.
We need grade A guards. If you are not participating in this tender, who is the we? Why are you speaking as a party participating?
You say all that you had was the raw documentation when the tender was issued and not Ngapesheya's documents.
Yes, Chairperson.
So if Ngapesheya has nothing in the documents, that could not possibly be read. And it can only be because you've gone through its documents that you are able to pronounce on what it had based on what it had submitted. So you could only make that pronouncement based on what it had submitted. You say it has nothing. Looking at the raw data without comparing with what Ngapesheya has or does not have, the raw data cannot assist you.
They had nothing in the documents about grade B. Unfortunately, in this
And
stage,
if, I'm sure if I ask you, that is why you are able to refer to the documents, which in context could only have been Ngapesheya's documents, but I will leave it at that.
Please look at 535 quickly. Grading, you see the recognized training qualification as of date of issue, grade B.
yes.
That's the only place you could have picked that up.
Commissioner, I did not see that document, firstly. Secondly, I was aware that it's grade B because I was informed. And thirdly, my job was to, so I don't have these checks. I think SC Chairperson was clear. These were chats between Sgt Nkosi.
You remember what the tender documents were for which municipality?
I don't remember.
But
For that tender document which is not completed, because in that same message, you say, in the message after Ngapesha is grade B, the very next message for your standard tender document that was issued, there would be nothing for Ngapesha to correct. You would simply have said, tell him he needs to submit for you to say the reference to documents where you say nothing in the documents, speak to a blank standard tender document. You were what I'm
that inference. Why I'm telling you that is these are my chats, and I understood what I was going to and what I was saying in reference to this. There's no assumption the document for the city of Tshwane. It was not in relation to TMPT1, and I did not have a completed set of documents for the entity Ngapesha.
Had your answer?
Was it a process where you were going to be one of the adjudicators as the chairperson of the bid adjudicator?
Which is not done, you just forget about that. So there was no conflict of interest, firstly, because of those two reasons. Secondly, as a result of this tender that was already open, because I was not involved in this tender. It had nothing to do with my employment. I only interacted with your documentation as well.
For a chief finance, it ought to be or to have been. And that same entity is participating as a competitor.
Immediately absolve me of any conflict of interest. Besides, I've got no interest, whether financial or of any other sort, whether any monies. I have not been promised any funds. It's just merely a friend who specializes in these matters. This is what you need. To clarify in general terms, this is a matter that was further escalated to the city's war room as a result of items of this nature serving as a...
This is totally different. This is your friend's brother's company. Your company. Based on what you are telling us, you have as narrow a view as you have, or as you have explained. Now, can you...
Firstly, that within the city of Tshwane, there's segregation of duties in terms of the appointment process, and there's no way whatsoever that I can do to influence that process. Nothing at all.
Conflict of interest is not necessarily about the reality of you actually doing something. It also concerns perceptions. Are you saying, as you are sitting there, that you are not aware of that?
My virtue at BAC was purely to provide oversight to ensure all compliance matters were adhered to, not to influence, to play an oversight.
You see,
me providing general advice on a bid that's outside the city without any expectation of inducement. For an example, everyone needs to disclose wherever they are because I'm the friend of a CFO of another institution, for argument's sake. That's a bit difficult, Chair, because on a document that doesn't even relate to the city of Tshwane. Whilst this process was closed a long time ago, which relates to the city of Tshwane, I had no
question. So according to you, the test for conflict of interest is subjective and based on what you think. I did not. So according to you, Mnisi.
No, Chairperson. Can I explain?
Yes.
My explanation, Chairperson, is that my understanding
Whatsoever to disclose that you had this relationship or interaction.
For Tshwane, or in fact, it was for Tshwane. And I want to suggest to you that at 228, where you say we need a grade A, that we find at 177, which has Ngapesha at item 2, that list where you are to deal with matters in order of priority. 8, where you say we need grade A guards, speaks to a Tshwane tender in which you have an interest. And the interest being that Ngapesha, this was for another institution, and you were assisting with completing the Ngapesha, the right case of an illegality, in fact, in the one where you are participating in the corruption of a tender pro-institution, and that should have disqualified you to sit as a BAC chair in Tshwane 1.
Try and deal with this aspect conclusively now. So you look at the same annexes that I offer region, security personnel, 2 grade B or higher, meaning grade B is sufficient. Further to that, I wanted to validate that this was grade B and nothing more. So based on that you've provided, Commissioner Walloy, it's completely not existent because this was a requirement for grade B guards. The document that I was assessing was purely for grade A. So on those
specifically, I'm asking B and C because you are referring as to 212
yes.
as evidence to show that, in fact, the requirement of TMPD 1.
In terms of all other guards. So now I'm going to move over to the second scenario that you're bringing on board. And I will agree with you. I'm here to the Commission to present a true, if not actively want them to succeed. I just played my role to give general advice. With the evidence that we have in front of us in the communications, that General Dlamini and Sgt Nkosi were very close. So I didn't want to take this matter any further. And I said, if you want...
know that General Dlamini is involved with whatever's going on.
Commissioner, I knew that they were close, hence I referred him to him.
Okay, all right, that's...
The municipality or government required grade A. Is that what your version is?
I knew that from seeing the raw tender document.
From seeing the tender document,
Yes.
or the invitation for the correction.
Yes.
If Ngapashare has no grade A guards, how could they ever correct this problem?
Meaning they will need to apply for that. Applying for that, I had to refer them to someone who had more knowledge of SERA in the security industry, which was the general at this instance. Hence, he would be in the position to give them further advice on what to do.
And how long was this third-party tender bid open for?
With all due respect.
We is an informal way that you refer to yourself, Sgt Nkosi, and General Dlamini?
No.
But in you, I found a brother for life.
Chair, I'm not taking issue. I'm responding and I'm saying we were friends.
This is more than friends. This
He's really a brother to me.
he was like family.
He
Like,
showed me,
not family. He was like family.
he was like family, Commissioner.
Brief for tomorrow. I've been trying to deal with it through messaging, and I couldn't deal with it. So I'm extremely sorry to ask it.
These documents, or this advice that you were given to Sgt Nkosi related to a completely different contract over their bid to the City of Tshwane.
I wasn't presiding over the City of Tshwane bid. Indicated there was no conflict. Chair, my answer, permission to explain as again, in reference to the general scope of work.
Actually putting to you all of the common cause facts in relation to this contract. Then the second fact is that on 11 March 2025, Sgt Nkosi
On the 11th of March, I didn't know because there was no common factors that we have, like your captain, etc. This was
3, and the last one has the language of General Dlamini in it. Did you realize at the time that that first one, the 2 vehicles for land on Ngapashare Security Services, El Shaddai Security Services, that one came from BAC on 25 September 2025 that you chair? So let's take it step by step. Those 2, Ngapashare, I'm going to give you all the time in the world to comment later. I just want to establish which of the facts are common cause.
I confirm that, Chair, but okay. Conclusive evidence for me to accept it. But due to the persistent nature of the request and how they came about, I, in my mind, saw it at that.
Be under lock and key at BEC, and you should have no sight of those documents until they serve before you at the BAC.
I knew that, and I couldn't.
On your part, in relation to Ngapashare or El Shaddai, would be an improper interference with the BEC, and to be asking again for you to check for their compliance.
The persistence was continuing, Chair, and this is why it was at this point where.
And you chose to do that instead of sending him a message in writing saying that what he was asking you to do was impossible.
Thoughts and what he wants me to do. I took it on the basis that we had a discussion, it was a check for compliance. I see.
You did not consider a request to check for compliance.
EFF had asked him to interfere with the tender by putting forward 5 companies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Tender.
My understanding at the time was that, hence I have agreed, I just requested your permission to explain. This is sent on 152, well after he had started inquiring about these issues. The purpose of that was to try and cement the point that there's nothing I can do to interference by any parties. You need to ensure that you have conclusive evidence to justify your case. We've seen what happens to whistleblowers. We've seen that.
You forward this to say, and you said to us earlier that you said, see what others are doing. So you have formed.
Firstly, I don't have and I didn't have any conclusive evidence. Secondly, sharing it with the outsider who was purporting to asking me to do the same thing. It would be.
To comment on that, Mr. Mnisi.
With all due respect, yes, I do. These were the sequence of events. For me to raise any threat, seeing unlawful instruction. Hence, I'm saying, Chair, without that being on board, there's no way that I could have taken a risk of that nature without being safeguarded. We've seen.
Sgt Nkosi twice that you cannot do anything to check the compliance of Ngapashare or El Shaddai. You've never done.
Because at this point in time, due to the persistence, I had already made up my mind, thought about this, that this is more than just checking compliance.
Meeting with Sgt Nkosi and General Dlamini later that day of the 25th of March. But the chair of the BAC said were his mandate. And the mandate was alleged to have come from someone called Nico. General Dlamini didn't arrive at the meeting.
Yes.
So instead, you just spent 45 minutes with Sgt Nkosi.
I saw Ms. Fannie.
Your Chairperson, I don't want to discuss it in public, but it's very difficult to go past 4. Thank you.
A Tshwane tender or another tender. You say that this was for a third-party municipality or organised state tender.
Yes.
And in that,
Because if he says this is our final list, right? Or you are saying that and he says, yes, that's the final list. It means the final list of...
Mandatory and evaluation criteria if you don't understand them. So if needs be, let's need to regroup. I can be able to explain that to you.
Your message says, I have sent the above to Becky. They don't. There are 2 different questions. Your response suggests or means to me that then I must consider the first question.
Advising them on how they should comply with the requirements, and then you later on evaluating the same tender. You say that is allowed by law?
No, I'm saying what's allowed is to I placed significant reliance on that process. It is an external party. It's a third-party confirmation, which is superior and authoritative in nature.
Issues that you advise bidders on. There's a specific tender. You alert a potential
Order of priority.
I
You confirm you received that?
confirm I received that. Also permission to just explain on that.
Well, can I just...
It's already in the public domain. I know you say it's not relevant, Chair, but with due permission, it forms a critical component, part of my explanation, and that they had seen it. It was just awarded. From my looking at this list, 3 of them are awarded out of the 7.
4 out of 7.
Okay, that's 4.
You are advising Ngapashaya on what you say is another 1055 in real time. You send a screenshot to Sgt Nkosi advertising a tender for this.
The tender document does tell, and that provide explanation. It tells all bidders what information they should be providing in the document, right?
With documentation from those bidders.
The print here is very fine, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But
Chair of the BEC, with the chair of the BEC himself.
Chair, I can't raise it with him. I would now be actively interfering. No, not me. That's what he needed. In a normal inference, we would refer to each other interchangeably as we and ours. There are many other inferences within the key to identify any mishaps, even from third-party confirmation perspective, taking into account that these are also human beings. But by virtue of these...
Huffing and puffing seems to have succeeded because the response of Sgt Nkosi was, yes, it's our final list.
Also,
We.
So firstly, this is not part of the city of Tshwane. I had tried to clarify on that inference where there were 2 scenarios that
no, you're asking 2 different questions. However you read this, in whatever context, whatever formulation and repositioning of what's written there, it's that this is the tender that he was talking about. Because the regrouping, you must be planning to regroup about something that you are certain about. We are alerting him to a tender and you wanted him to submit, and you needed to get together so that you can discuss what you're discussing about completing that tender.
they were unsuccessful because they did not comply with whatever requirements that were raised. So bidders don't understand the compliance document. We just looked at item C, me giving them advice in terms of what the key administrative requirements are, mandatory requirements, as well as key evaluation criteria. This seemed like something easy, and if you get that right...
See if you're happy to agree this. Let's work with the text as it is, right? Do you accept that the text, even before you explain it, do you accept that the text convey if this tender is in the public domain? And my focus is not whether it was or not in the public domain, so let's not make that the conversation. But now that you have said that,
to deal with any of these issues moving forward.
I think you're missing my point, Mr. Mnisi. I'm saying to you, there was no need for him to...
Of the vendor number. During those discussions, he had asked,
or you choose one and you only give advice to that one.
bidders are at liberty.
Yes.
It's just unfortunate that messages are informal. And that's what I meant at this point. So I want to give that as my advice, as my testimony to the Commission in terms of clarifying the contents of that discussion.
thank you.
In the absence of that, I just need to ensure that we safeguard the process, be alert of any concrete evidence that I need to obtain, which will enable me to escalate the matters further. At this point in time, there was nothing that was there.
Companies, it was not an issue that you saw fit to raise with anybody.
You see, Chair, firstly,
That tender. And that must raise a problem for your position in the BAC as the chairperson, because on the one transaction you clearly
on the key terms of reference. But I again refer you to that. But further, the score sheets that are there, the score sheets that I was provided to SE in terms of bundle 4.
and you confirming with him that this is yours.
Yes. Some instances we interchangeably use those like we, ours, to a point where Commissioner Kumar even said brothers for life. That's what I was trying to explain in our...
And I've concluded by saying you are being untruthful. And you went on to say, well, I didn't understand the question. And that's why I say, so you do accept that the employee to refer to in this text is you. You either say,
Evidence would be me, meaning I would be in a position to assess Gubi's submission, the reasons for the department, if there were any, for not paying, and then...
At this point, I don't understand. I don't understand the thank you. But maybe you will take us where you'll make us understand. But right now, I just do not understand.
Okay, Chair. I'll move it, commas. I had to half and puff because I was away.
And so you responded by sending...
Agreed with his final list. There's nothing further to do. You're on the same page as far as what is...
To the third case, where El Shaddai and Ngapeshe are mentioned to you.
2 different questions.
That's my request, Commissioner. I don't want to say to you, just completely disregard the first one because it's there, unfortunately.
And you say we must disregard, clear to me that they would have required your advice about what is the evaluation criteria, among other things.
Yes.
So can you just then explain, or I want advice from you. You initiate on your story, or on your account, You sent it to him to confirm if this was the bid he was talking
Were to operate in that manner, we'll never trust anything, because at this point in time, almost every external certification step is based on human intervention, apologies, SC, except for me to ensure that the process is followed to the T and there are no glitches along the way. That was my pure responsibility. We deal with a number of issues, Chair, and sometimes as a manager, you need to avoid
Instance where you use we quite clearly to refer to Ngapashaya, yourself and Sgt Nkosi in relation to a tender at the City of Tshwane. Can you go to page 99?
That's all it is. And then the next thing you say is different. You say we need to regroup on it. And your explanation is it was to advise him on the...
I was already involved in this matter. I couldn't leave it halfway and just assume that a resolution would have been there. So the purpose of this would have been to get the proper way forward and what the outcome. No.
You don't?
No.
You don't know, or he doesn't have?
I don't know.
You don't know. Because the evidence...
Matter is falling dead on this aspect, and I did not interfere, and I could not interfere, regardless of whether I sat at BAC.
Yeah. Well, the last...
Bella was certainly not any person who had any legitimate role to play in the procurement process relating to TMPD1.
I don't know Nico Matobela. And the next one, on the public liability insurance for 10 years, for 10 million, apologies, it's captured for under, but the element of having an independent auditor sign them off a certification, I don't see that.
Sorry,
But I can agree, and APSS needs to make a motivation now. So for me to even consider this, I would have to get the invoice from the service provider along with the motivation from APSS.
Straight after the message about the alleged mandate of Victor Khopa was sent to you, you receive an...
The probity exercise, taking into account, I know the stringent process that they undertake, the stringent process of document and...
Whether to award or not to award. It's at the tail end of the process. You basically adjudicate. And you say there is no conflict of interest? In my view.
You can address it again. This is ours, and for it. As against whose?
Yes. So the purpose of this is ours, meaning this is the final list. Alerting him, we had a discussion previously, and this was by way of me confirming. Some individuals...
Sorry, finish?
Yes, Chair, that was a confirmation.
And you wanted a meeting with Sgt Nkosi and the General.
Well, with the General.
So why was it necessary for Sgt Nkosi to be there?
At this point, I did mention that it was the hindsight, SC.
Yes. At a later stage, though, you came to realize that what he really wanted was for you to ensure the award to the brothers' company.
I suspected that in my own analysis, general advice on what the requirements are.
And in the context of that process...
That will give the perception that surely he's going to favor this company, even in the bid that he is adjudicating now.
So in previous discussions, that he had told me that he had seen this, Sgt Nkosi. So I was confirming if this is the one, then I'm sending it to him. He had raised content within the city in reference to administrative, mandatory, as well as evaluation criteria in a general context. The reason why Commissioner even attached annexure GM 2 and 3, because this matter was so persistent, it was even escalated to the echelons of the city service delivery wall.
No, I do understand that...
Those two probabilities. But I can't come to the Commission and expressly say, I understood this have meant that.
So as you read it,
I had options in my mind.
as you read it,
Yes.
and the sort of priority that is listed on here, on that second last text. And you say,
Secondly, I did not help complete. I just want to get that clear. I'm not allowed to help complete documentation. I'm not allowed to interact with submission.
just a relationship, but a relationship in terms of which you assist that entity with the preparation of its bid. By preparation, I don't necessarily mean...
Interfere. You've given us all of that explanation. So you have formed a view as you share it with Sgt Nkosi. It's not as if you're in doubt.
I'm here to give evidence in terms of the understanding of these discussions. These discussions took place more than a year ago at this stage. I need to come here and testify and give my version of events.
At 10 o'clock, therefore, you ignored him for 4 hours on the 25th of March, 2025. That's your response to Chair. And I'm saying to you, that's incorrect, because within an hour, you actually...
That they can't understand that. As long as the bid is still open, and as long as you don't interact with any documentation. And also, maybe for the House to know, they were unsuccessful because they didn't meet any of those.
The manner in which the questioning or cross-examination was going, that it refers to forwarded message. We all know what a forwarded message looks like. It's got a little thing that shows that it's been forwarded.
Situation we're in was more than just compliance, under the pretext of just compliance, even though I don't have conclusive evidence to say that at this point. But why should I continue entertaining that in it?
Joy with supply chain management finally escalating it to you. He's saying they must start with you, and he will not be a backdoor.
Be more than 10 minutes, please?
No, it will definitely not be that long.
So I won't indicate a time. You'll indicate
No,
when we
It's
may...
most probably going to be short.
When to come back. All right, let's adjourn.
In addition to that was for them to follow the correct procedures and not jump all processes and just raise the matter with either him or with me. So there's no relation.
Meet a bit, and you must regroup to advise him on how he must complete, so that the only thing remaining is the price. And then you.
A few hours later, you say, can we meet at Jean Avenue at about 4?
Yes.
And he says, super, yes. And
Thorough process has been followed with the verification of external property teams.
What would you say about these two here? Because there are no sentences that follow them.
Chair, I would say to you, this refers to the next day.
I'm sorry?
This is on the 19th, it's the next day. The previous one,
they've gone first to TMPD.
spot on, Chair. And even with this discussion, there was still nothing I could do. Even if Gubis decided to come straight to me, send me a formal email. We first had a call before he sent me those messages, as you can see, on 152. In this call, there was a reminder. Did you manage to tell
177.
So on 177, at 7:08, he sends me another email. Is that not a trigger, Commissioner Kumar? Is that not another trigger?
It's the first scenario, and I say to you, that's a more probable picture of what was happening here. The second is what you...
One with a list of names of entities. There's reference to this list being given to Umfowetu.
Chair, you gave me a loaded question. I need to respond to all aspects of that. I'm not ignoring everything else there, Chair. I will touch on them. But I needed to touch on the most important fact. Aware. These are messages from General Dlamini to Sgt Nkosi. They must probably have their own discussion after that. But in me receiving this, I pick up the strenuous relationship. He was an employee within the city of Tshwane. I also mentioned within the sworn statement that there were work-related disagreements, which I said they were confidential.
To Tshwane, to which an outsider like Sgt Nkosi has no business to be involved and should in fact not be involved. You don't consider that to be confidential.
7. After the 3 instances that have just now occurred and that we have all just seen, 11th, 18th, 25th, it happens again now on the 25th as...
Which then raises the question of why Deputy Chief Dlamini said what he said. Because he didn't say, I told them, give me...
Senseless.
Commissioner, with due respect, this was in reference to the tender document and the key requirements from the mandatory perspective. Within that, the
what could it possibly have?
requirements is in the event that physical exchange of documents and there's physical proof to prove that. And once there's sufficient evidence, we can rely on that to take the matter forward.
Well, I mean, I don't want to enter into a legal...
And on 436, that gives an indication of how matters should be escalated accordingly. On 436, I was referring to GM23. On GM23, normally says captain, so I was aware.
Yes. So there are, right through your chats, there are a whole series of situations where you communicate with...
Independent, the arc segregation of duties. If you now go further, on to 177, I respond to him, and this is where I think Commissioner Kumar...
Simply above to Becky, in other words, to his brother, we need to regroup on it. What is we regrouping on a tender? That on page 444 was not a mandatory requirement.
So what I'm saying, SC, is that on page 44, item 1 says, lease agreement...
Submit the necessary documents. But here's what's happening internally. General Dlamini, you have said he must go and meet with them, right, in those WhatsApp exchanges where...
Now you are suggesting that I should make an improper award. I will not do that. I do not...
longer an element of misunderstanding. It could be someone really, really trying his luck. What I would normally do in instances of this nature, I'm sending a message to Sgt Nkosi.
You are sending it to Sgt Nkosi. And my question is, you are involving Sgt Nkosi on issues relating to all the...
You are speaking, you're telling Sgt Nkosi what your employer, what your institution needs. And for me...
Let's look at what Deputy Chief Dlamini says. I have told them that they should go back where...
I suspect, as you did mention, that as and when we go further, we'll have further discussions, maybe towards what's leading you to that inference. But respectfully...
Take him off actually meant I was going to take him on. You've looked at these texts quite closely now, and the Commission has taken you through them quite closely.
Right, so you're seeking a correction. You are sitting with a document which is completed in a way that you have determined...
Don't even say anything. Which means from my perspective...
Were you or were you not annoyed?
Yeah, I'm at a stage where I'm rolling my eyes now.
Sorry?
I'm at a stage where I'm literally rolling my eyes now, and I am getting a bit annoyed.
You choose not to answer that question because you want to speak about something else. And maybe I've said many things, so to be fair to you...
7. So 2 of the 7 out of 57 successful bidders just happened to be the 2 bidders.
So I think the focus was on Ngapeshe El Shaddai. I think that's what I understood at the beginning.
Look, I'm going to deal with each of these 3.
It says in order of priority. We must understand it to mean he was saying check these in order of priority for compliance.
Commissioner, for me to make you understand, I need to make you understand what I understood. 2, get an alert that could serve as concrete evidence for me in order to enable any potential escalations into the questions that the commissioners are posing. I might not have picked up anything whilst we were having those discussions, evidence leader.
Right, but where you actually did respond to a specific...
I don't know if you know these companies, but he doesn't say to you, I would like you to check for compliance with these other companies. He just sends and you conclude.
I see I'm indicating that over and above that, I already had suspicions that this is over and above that, even though it wasn't stated to me verbatim. I knew that. In DC Revo Species Division and the relevant individual within his portfolio. Once that has been approved, it will then revert back to the...
You're saying, and has nothing in the documents. And the picture has nothing in the documents. That's the only sensible way of reading this message. It has nothing to do with...
To accept whether these facts are common cause or not, we can then get into what inferences to draw from them.
You see, you don't come across as a weak person. And the second alternative, which is basically not to challenge...
Understanding the message that he sent less than 2 minutes after sending that screenshot. I haven't got there yet, and I have, my line has been interrupted by this.
That, Commissioner, this has nothing to do with TMPD1, completely.
And it must be a coincidence then that this document also features in the chat, and you didn't.
Still sit with my confusion, but I think we've spent a long, long time about that. But I just want to put to you that it seems to me that what you tell, you send them a message. Good morning. I had a meeting with Action SA and EFF yesterday, telling me to submit 5.
This is the final list, right? And then he confirms. So the issue is finalized.
Chair, the issue is not finalized.
At 8:12 in the morning. That's not something that you've discussed in the calls.
Remember, this is not out of the blue for me anymore, Chair. We've seen this pop up at 1:48, and
List at page 177, that text rather.
Yes.
At 177, he says our vehicles, Captain, find below our vehicles.
of requesting or modes of communication that are in front of us is 2 ways. The first mode of communication will be via telephonic phone call.
I thought we will meet up today so that I could get clarity on something for Mpoetu. Kane called me on Friday.
Everything so that we can pay those guys before Friday.
Yes.
Is that not from you to Sgt. Fannie?
That's from me.
Exactly. Why do you say it's not confidential when a service provider will be paid?
issue with the manner of the messages that we've received in the bundle. My learned friend prefers to forwarded messages.
Going to 11th of March, 7 days later, 18th of March, it's clearly a reminder because he's seeing that I'm not doing anything about the request that he had sent. Of course,
And this is what I'm raising with you. At 178, right at the top, you say, this is ours. I'm forward to. This is the final list, right?
The witness clearly said he sent an article. If my learned friend wishes to deal with the content of the article as he clearly wants to do,
And then he answers, then he follows that up saying, here are another 7 names. Find below our vehicles for...
I take it further, then just need to refer the matter to me. He, at his stage at TMPD, is most likely saying, I've evaluated this matter. I don't see any probable discussions that were there were individuals asking me to do something that they thought was lawful, which was of course unlawful, and I was clear on how I dealt with that. It would have been extremely, from my perspective at this stage, I just need to be vigilant and be wary of them. So, the process of probity is essential, because it validates whether...
See nothing wrong with that. Even in hindsight, you don't see anything wrong with it if you didn't see it at the time.
Chair, that second instance, they just send me 2, and it's after a phone call. The phone call this time comes first. There's a request while we're speaking. Did you check that? There's nothing I can do. You can only explain with clarification matters subject to tenders closing. So there's nothing I can do. Chairperson, I'm aware of it now, Chair. I'm aware of it.
No, that's not my question. My question is, were you aware of it at the time?
Chair, at the time I can't recall. It was the...
To check compliance in order of priority, you are them forward to that's going to be doing that checking, because that's what the text says. Do you want to?
The mode of communication might not have been in writing, but there was a telephonic phone call, from my recollection, where he explained why he sent you as a commissioner. I had a raw document from that institution. I picked up one shortcoming. I stopped looking at the rest because I saw we're never going to make this if there's a shortcoming of this nature.
So you are untruthful, or you were untruthful in your answer to the chair when you say, I don't know who is Mfewethu.
As I demonstrated on GM22 and GM23. You couldn't jump any process. This reason was not treated this man in the manner that I did. I would have been constantly bombarded with this issue over and over. Ideally, I could have, and I should have, expressly 908.
Which we find at page 154.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you say to him about this message? Why you're sending the message to him?
What he meant, it's a different story. What I understand from what he says to me, 2 things, Commissioner. The first one, please check compliance, which is being repeated with this persistence, Chair, and you can see why I wouldn't waste my time doing this. And
But Mr. Mnisi, you can see why it couldn't have been a reminder.
Tender document of Ngapesheya, and you picked up errors or shortcomings about it, which is that it is a grade, it is indicated.
Like I said, it was convenient to me at the time. We were overtaken by events taken into account that we were also in a car. This discussion didn't continue any further at that stage after I had a discussion with Deputy. Water and Sanitation was engaging TMPD, and TMPD was issuing deployment letters. The standoff came when it was time to pay. Risk assessments were done between evidence leader, where I'll have to try and explain context further as a result of the informal nature of some of these discussions.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in context. I appreciate
This matter, it can't be dealt with by one person individually or another without demonstrating that I have been through this matter. I have followed up with these individuals.
157. It is you who's making multiple calls to him before he sends you that list. It's very
An inducement that has been advanced by any other parties. So without that, at this point in time, my role is to strengthen the processes and to ensure that everything is followed.
Obegi to make a correction. That's the only sensible construction of this series of WhatsApp messages, not what you're telling us.
Look at the call log on page 179. It says Madlanga Commission 2, 1933.
Yes.
What did Mr. Mklina... And now, what did you mean when you said to Sgt Nkosi, we are managing Mr. Malema?
Realizes that this person wants you to commit corruption, wants you to effect an improper award. That you were referring to
Okay.
when you mentioned Ngapesha, yeah?
Okay. So on
Maybe date and time, perhaps?
Okay, 5, 8, and 9. And then part of E is the failure to declare interest will be disqualified. So, Chairperson,
And this is apart from that it does not make sense that the first time he sends you these things, you then sit, as you tell us, you have these telephone calls.
lot of this being related to the previous financial year, the June 2024 invoice, if I'm not mistaken. And if I could point you out to that, automatically be then transferred to Deputy Chief Samini, who is the support services and finance head within TMPD. That's when I can now assist in terms of taking the way forward.
So,
Competing views coming from wherever, which I'm not involved in and I will not entertain and I didn't entertain, from my context and understanding of the sequence of events.
Course, you on your own account, you start off by getting a call from Goobies. I think you say, Mr. Matlangu, you're in the car with
211, which is 411, Sgt Nkosi says, I'm here. So the meeting did take place.
The meeting with Sergeant Nkosi did take place. However, the general was not.
The same thing about 482 at 158. Then 482 stands all on its own. And it follows him saying sharp 482. So
How about 3?
I'm just jumping in between the two. 3 references, 3 years financial must be done by independent documents, how they are compiled, whether there's been exchange of documents. That's the process that they follow.
Yes, and the question was, and if it wasn't, Mr. Chairperson, in that page 212,
Yes.
there is a grade B supervisor.
Yes.
And there's a grade C
Yes.
guard.
Yes.
And
The content of this discussion is this one is for the previous financial year. We'll engage later in Nomfuet with me on how we can address this in order to avoid post facto.
For land are, and then Ngapesha and El Shaddai. Have a blessed Sunday and lots of love. You didn't mention the lists that came underneath. It was asking for grade A guards, and you knew, because you could see the document.
Yes.
And you knew that Ngapesha had no grade A guards.
Yes. But I can't check for you. But I see the persistent nature. I then realize, because I've been in this field for some time, I realize that this is, I'm suspecting, maybe let me.
these entities get the award and get the award in the order listed. You said that's how we...
First one, Ngapesha is grade B and has nothing in the documents. You said that you hadn't seen Ngapesha.
you become aware of that. You become aware that General Dlamini is involved with distributing lists of companies.
This evaluation committee.
Victor Hopper.
Yes, that's him.
He is the chairperson of the BEC, and he's been given a mandate.
Of the EC, yes.
Yes. 7 companies.
I don't respond to him. He calls me once. Clearly, I don't pick up because I see he says Mfwetu, and he calls me a 3rd time. That for me, from my recollection, 7 with your permission, if I can continue. We'll take it to where you want to go, Chair. 157.
Before we go on, I don't understand your response.
Yes.
Earlier, you said...
He then did call me, and we had other discussions afterwards, that the process is going to be compromised. I need to be careful. There'll be people purporting to be from Action SAE, want them to win in this tender whatsoever. That was up to them in terms of what document they put in place, which leads them to be successful.
And what did you know about General?
The message says, Captain, this is the mandate that Victor received. Victor was given to Victor. Is that
The
correct?
text that Commissioner Baloyi has just referred to needs some refinement. But as it stands, it's
2 names, Ngapesha and El Shaddai. And you understood him again to be asking to check for their compliance.
I understood him. that hadn't been captured in our accruals. It's not recognized in the system whatsoever. So the only way to have this matter fully exhausted upon is that where I say ours, which should have been him, where he say ours, where it should have been me. So it was a way that we would speak. And there are many inferences that if you're at grade A, it's just a plus. It's not going to score you any additional points. Grade C was the lower level guards. So in terms of hierarchy, there's grade A, B, and C guards.
As the Americans usually say, ask counsel to approach, please.
All through the entire day was that it was not possible for documents to be manipulated or the process to be manipulated because documents were kept under lock and key throughout the process.
Yes,
You recall? Page 429 of file 2.
Second bundle,
The second bundle, indeed.
my annexes.
Sorry, your annexes,
Okay.
yes. So it's file 2, page 429, it's your annexes. Was that measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented. You see that?
In relation, yes, I see that, Council. Permission to explain. In relation to the process and the presentation from the BEC, these irregularities were picked up in this instance. Hence, they needed to be, I think, enhanced in the near future when they're handling this tender.
So be confident that there was no tampering with the process. And what I want to put to you is that if over the same period,
Referring a set of documents to another, there's an internal control that's been put in place specifically for that. In terms of transfer of documents, they happen in 3 ways. Tenders are received. The BEC came to BAC, presented probity report. Over and above that, they indicated that during the transfer,
part of the process of TMPD1,
I respectfully disagree with that again, SC. Reason being, you're referring to documents lost. The individuals who sign off for them as part of the segregation of duties. They accept and they make process accountable. Between probity and BEC, upon transfer, were able to hold an individual accountable for documents that had been lost.
and who was held is that the proper measures and controls to safeguard documents had not been implemented in the time leading up to 23 October 2025
Yes,
from probity. Is that what you're saying?
That's the report I received.
Well, let's look at the probity. No score sheets were received for BEC member Mr. Tsukudu Malachi. We could not confirm whether he scored from previous meetings.
However, I need to qualify the statement of documents that were lost. When they say documents, they're not referring to individual components of documents. It was actual tender documents of bidders. First to actual tender documents for bidders. Hence, BAC raised that as an additional measure, as an additional instance, which was not picked up, or I think it should be.
So if a score sheet can disappear under lock and key, why can't something else disappear under lock and key?
You see, this is where now,
There were no shortcomings at all in relation to the document control process under the BEC.
SC, with your permission, I could equally look in case they were safeguarded. For this instance, that test failed, which was then, as a result, which was then one of the key factors that they could probably have system to see whether there's been an amendment or a tamper of a document that was there. I can't accept that.
He wanted the award of the tender to Nkapashe and El Shaddai.
I can't accept it.
You can't say there was no tampering. You've already conceded that document control measures by this BEC were faulty over the period.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm going to object to the proposal on an actual fact or an inference that's drawn from facts. Here cannot be an issue of inferences being drawn from facts because that happens right at the end. When the Commission sits and takes all...
With a question, because with cross-examination, sometimes you do not want to be direct. You want to lay
Is that you cannot offer this Commission any assurance that everything was kept under lock and key, and thus we can assume the document control was perfect.
Guiding is failed. So I would respectfully disagree with you when you link shortcomings of TMPD 3 to shortcomings of TMPD 1.
Well, I'll leave it here. I'll put the proposition. I'll leave the commissioners to reach whatever conclusions they want to reach. Get clarity first on the chronology, and if you have difficulties with any of the stages in the chronology that I'm going to put to you, or with a closing date of 21 February, you confirm that was correct.
What page are you on, SC?
416. Well, ending on the 7th of May is incorrect because there was a meeting of 28 May where the recommendation was made. There's our observations with the intention of curing them before submitting the report to BAC, and BAC satisfies itself that the observed defects have been sufficient deficiencies if the probity people had already identified them as being irreparable.
Perfect. SC, firstly, 406 gives a report, the assumption that there was a BEC meeting on the 29th of May. This is not curable.
And unless there was an out-and-out fraud in this case, and a very clumsy fraud, It is not possible for the
And clearly indicated there are 2 instances where we are disqualifying this bidder. That these findings are accepted, both 1 and 2, with the minutes for the 1 scoring member, which were not there. They failed. There's a missing element in terms of our protocols, and our protocols are there must be minutes that clearly detail what happened in the previous meeting as part of the compliance process.
Well, that doesn't appear in the BAC report, but let's take the implications of what you're saying. What you're saying is that there were no minutes of 29 May.
Yes, yeah, I'm not saying that. Yes, we accepted that.
So what the BAC accepted was that on 28 May a recommendation was made. That the BAC accepted. Do you confirm that the BAC accepted that
Yes, I accept it.
and the BAC also accepted that the scoring or the score sheets were dated 29 May. No scoring had taken place.
Chairperson, at a BAC, our restrictions and functions are restricted. In terms of these functions being restricted, we need to ensure that procurement processes have been followed and the necessary oversight outside our mandate. We can't make a resolution of that nature. Go to the accounting officer. Similarly with that, we had to confine ourselves to the roles and responsibilities. That is, there were matters and findings that were uncurable without committing fraud. And that fraud will be backdating minutes. And
Recommendation on the 28th and only did the scoring on the 29th. The scoring was a complete sham, was it not?
so we made a collective decision. We accepted it.
Yes. So you accepted that scoring took place on the 29th, although the recommendation had already been next day. The people who had made the recommendation purported to score the bids that they, in respect of a tender where they'd already made a recommendation.
We accept that, and it's an anomaly, but the minutes are scored on the next day. It's a major anomaly from our perspective. For me, there needs to be an investigation firstly on that, which will now give me...
And the BAC sees prima facie evidence of fraud and makes a decision on the basis of facts that prima facie indicate fraud. You can't instruct any investigation.
At this point,
You have the probity report. It tells you these facts that are being put to you. That's what the probity report tells you, right?
Yes.
That it must be investigated. Not only because you're chairperson of the BAC, but also as CFO, you're responsible for the procurement and the integrity of your procurement processes.
we have prima facie evidence as a result of this finding. To
You
conclusive...
do have prima facie evidence. You've got probity assurance, right?
Yes.
Which is part of your system, so of your evaluation system, or even adjudication system. You have. I'm battling with why are you struggling to accept the proposition that is being made to you?
Right of subject matter experts. Included in there is a legal expert as well who sits as part of our BAC. So I think in hindsight, the BAC should have made a recommendation of that nature.
Noted the following, that there were 6 documents lost during the relocation of documents to another storage. Therefore, measures and controls to safeguard documents should be, and that means that your control systems are not working, and so you want the control systems to be improved and implemented. That's what you're saying. Your committee is saying that. Is that not correct?
The answer is yes. That's what we're saying. Me expanding with your permission, SC, is that I wouldn't want us to interrelate that to all other bids within the city, because the process is, this is not what happened in all other instances. So in this instance, the test of safeguarding document measures everywhere. These mitigating measures, or ones that were not identified, I'm trying to isolate the 2, that we identified this as BAC.
Series of BEC members, on the facts that you accepted, made a recommendation the day before they purported to score the bidders.
SC, at that point in time,
Actually resolved on page 429. Report, which its recommendations have changed the initial BEC recommendation, states that blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. This resulted in potential selective...
Illustrating during my explanation earlier on, matters that are raised in isolation within the BAC report are additional matters that the BAC wants to emphasize on, one, or that the BAC did not take note of within the probity report. So we don't ignore the findings that are already there in the probity report.
Then see the actual resolution, and will you confirm that this is the resolution that the BAC adopted?
The summary of the discussions and the resolution of cancelling. The discussions have already been held. The probity report has been considered. Additional matters on 49 have been identified. Standard practice, we don't regurgitate all those matters again. We've got a number of other cancellations that I could bring to the
What do you refer to, when you refer to a misalignment, what do you mean?
It's an irregularity. There's no consensus.
No consensus.
There's no agreement. This matter couldn't be resolved.
Well, let's look at what you... So you're saying misalignment and material irregularities are the same thing?
It's not required to reach consensus with the BC because it is not part of the bid evaluation committee. And then,
But that's what we're indicating. That the findings stand, the findings were not cured, this tender is irregular, it must be cancelled.
no good. The principle that you're suggesting, in fact, you say so in so many words, that your procurement process requires that there must be consensus between.
This does not require that. Maybe it's the word I use. The SE was asking me about alignment, about material irregularities.
First says that during the meeting between the BEC and probity teams on 26 August, it became apparent that there were multiple interpretations. Is that what was being referred to there?
As additional findings that were not clearly articulated in the probity report, these were additional measures that we were isolating as the BAC.
That's not what the resolution says at all. What the resolution says doesn't refer to the probity report.
Captured on page 429 and at the top of 430 that need to be emphasized on. Add those. It already came to BAC as a cancellation. So BAC did not change the decision of BEC.
The BAC take a decision on which the right one was, and then act accordingly.
We did take a decision, the right one was being cancelled in any case as a result of findings number 1 and 2. It would have been a time waster.
Well, looking at it in isolation. You're nodding your head. Can I get confirmation that this is correct?
No, I'm listening. I think it's a bad habit that I have when I listen and nod my head. Apologies.
So if probity was right,
in supply chain management processes, you can't look at matters in isolation of each other. So I just want to give that overview that indeed you are correct.
now I want to focus on each of the individual reasons given by the BAC in its resolution. We've dealt with the first one. You've accepted the first one was curable. Let's look at the second one.
Time. However, I just want to add that whilst we're looking at these matters individually, I agree with you. However, these are not the only reasons that led to this cancellation.
You're going to have the opportunity to explain that. It says, the mandatory requirements dictate that bidders who do not submit firearm licenses as part of their bid would be disqualified. So it
Yes, it is an irregularity.
Well, this is not outside the bid specification process. The bid specifications themselves stipulate the requirement.
Specifications, the entire document had 2 points that were contradictory to one another. The first is that specifications stipulate that some areas don't submit firearm licenses, must be disqualified. The problem was that there would be bidders who say, I will refer you to clause 3.5, imaginary, of requirement that says you must have, all firearms must be there. So this was contradictory.
And is that not something that should have been?
Is that, however, in some instances after the fact, when a bidder has not been awarded and has been disqualified for this reason, it might be an issue for the city. However, I would like to add, please, SC. The reason why I'm adding is that if the document on its own is contradictory, if a bidder is unsuccessful and covered accordingly, so this was a major contradictory, which could have opened up the city to litigations. It is a highly litigated tender. The invitation to tender, the specifications within the evaluation criteria, the actual tender documents.
So the specification that says we require everybody to have a firearm as a mandatory requirement, even though some sections.
Which would require firearms, and the areas which would not require firearms. Then it will be easy for the bid evaluation committee to look at a bidder submission and say, you have submitted.
Line somewhere which says not all areas will require armed guards. But the bid document, that same document is very clear. Elsewhere, that document has said something to the effect that some areas won't require armed guards. I don't understand that, and that you are the witness in the box right now, and you must justify as part of that committee. You must explain in a way that we understand required of them, and that's the basis on which we evaluate a bid as a BAC. So I guess what I'm saying, what I'm putting to it,
as part and parcel of the myriad of other irregularities that were identified at this point in time.
Thanks.
Another tender for ad hoc security services, but the content of this tender was for watchman services and replacing the existing tender that was there, the department, which identifies the need to add an additional site for security-related services. So at this point in time, risk assessments have been concluded that if this tender was successful, another site that wasn't included as part of this bid is identified. TMPD and the relevant user department have discretion to conduct their own risk assessments. And at the time when the report was being considered, this was a valid contradiction from mine and the BAC's perspective. And this was what the outcomes of the discussions were and what the main reason was that led us to isolating this as an additional issue. But this is not an issue. We have to raise this thing accordingly. This is why I'm saying that some instances were also taken to court for cancelling tenders. So we need to again onto this report. The BAC report is just a summary of the discussions that were raised. The attachments, which include the detailed BAC report as well.
For an administrative act of cancelling a tender, your decision stands or falls by the reasons that are given for it.
I will refer you to the probity report, which is an
It's
attachment.
not in the document. Refer me to the decision of the committee. Where in the decision of the committee do you see a reference to any other reasons? We've had the speeches already. That's all I needed. So nowhere in the document that records the decision of the committee is there a reference to any other reason other than these three.
My answer to that.
Earlier, you mentioned that There are additional reasons, meaning reasons that are additional to the reasons that are actually reflected here. What I've said at the beginning of this comment, which is that try to avoid giving explanations even where they are not necessary, and quite a number of time give, but we have limited time. So please do not explain what does not need to be explained. But go ahead with this explanation.
Clarify that yes, he is disagreeing with that. I can't falter him on that, but I need to explain the business of the day.
You say this is how you conduct the business of the BAC. Do you mean when the BAC makes resolutions, it does?
Let's look at your third additional reason. The specifications were silent on the CRF pricing guidelines that should be considered. So what does this mean?
Did not have a clear indication on what happens on the regulations of CRA and the prices that are there.
You're going to assess these bidders on price and BEE after you've excluded people who don't qualify. So you will see if this one is cancelled. I can understand you may want to refer to CRA guidelines. So that I can understand. What I can't understand is why you regard the failure to refer to CRA guidelines as a
loophole in the specifications.
What is the loophole in the specifications that renders this irregular?
We will accept our own prices on this matter. Though that was silent on the city's specification document, and all this is saying is that there will be the reason the city didn't have or go with CRA.
What you're saying is that the bid is going to have prices in them.
The legal experts, I'll take your assertion on this matter, and I agree with that. But when we looked at it at BAC, it was a necessary additional matter
and set aside because it doesn't. It is silent specifications in this document. Why is that an issue of regularity?
Yes, see, with your permission, on the same doc, page 38, what I would like to bring to the attention of the Commission is resolution number 4. Well, it was not resolved, but this was a request from the department. The second states that they also want an approval to be granted for any envisaged price escalation subject to verifiable annual cost calculation in line with...
That is your bid. And in this case, there was no reference to CRA guidelines.
Yes. So that was the flaw that was identified, SC. They take us to court, and I'm aware, as we speak now, there are litigations on this matter.
But Mr. Mnisi, that last reason doesn't have any consequence for this bid, for the validity or regularity of this bid. In fact, you are open to being challenged. I think the city is very lucky that no bidder took you to court on this ground.
Again, you're nodding, Mr. Mnisi. Are you agreeing with the proposition by Commissioner Baloyi?
I'm agreeing.
Apply probity's interpretation. You've accepted in the third one it wasn't a ground for cancellation, and there seems to be some debate. 135 bidders were evaluated on pre-compliance, so some evaluation has already taken place. Who does the evaluation on pre-compliance? So the probity report was unable to pick up the leak of members of the of this document to members of the public.
No, he was not a member of the BEC.
Well, where would the general have received it?
I don't know where he would have received, but he would have received a test of safety and ensuring the document was safeguarded was one of the reasons why this tender was cancelled. Not specifically that Sgt Nkosi, but the test for documents being cancelled. So on this, when I evaluated this document, there was nothing sensitive that had been done. But my answer is yes. There was no need for him to get this. He could have just got...
It's a tender document, or tender-related document. As a matter of policy, it should not be outside.
That's recorded in the probity report at paragraph 54.3. The day after the first meeting, if we could, that the obvious inference to draw from the fact that Sgt Nkosi sent you this document is that he had someone inside the BEC who was giving him documents.
I didn't know. I don't know it.
That's a simple proposition that's being made. You must accept that.
Commissioner, I've accepted that.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Anybody else?
It's incomplete. I don't know. I can't say. But it looks like it could be used by that SC. Anybody else, I don't know.
Well, it's not entirely a body that could produce draft administrative reports in relation to TMPD3 at this stage was the BEC, surely.
Okay. Aspect of all I need to do is safeguard the procurement process, as I previously stated. In this instance, I assessed the document that was received. It was did not contain any sensitive information.
Where in the document say that, and then we can move on.
The answer to that question is yes. These are the 3 reasons that I mentioned.
Pick up this one.
As far as I'm concerned, the process and systems are there.
At this point, Mr. Chairperson.
That were lost was the reason. We just agreed, SC, that this was not the reason that Sgt Nkosi received that. We agreed on that.
Document that is internal of an incomplete tender assessment process is sitting with a member of the public, because that's what he is. It's sitting with a member.
Before he received this. And
From what other source could Sgt Nkosi possibly have received this document?
Sure, and I can't comment on that. I've got no comment on that.
Mr. Mnisi, was this a publicly available document?
The document in its form, no. We bring them on board is that when the new specifications are being compiled, because this tender is being cancelled now, they need to ensure that all potential loopholes will
Document, a template that is used by the BEC has made its way to Sgt Nkosi. Should that be possible?
And
Various sites belonging to the city of Tshwane, including substations and reservoirs for a 3-year period, be cancelled due to material irregularity as indicated.
it's our discussion and how it's coming across in the commission. The point I'm trying to raise is that when a probity report has been prepared, finalized, signed off,
Are bad reasons. What's your response to that?
I don't agree to that. These were not the only reasons that were stated by me. I don't have the full report. I can't see the contents of it. So it's very difficult for me to give a conclusive answer and bind someone at this stage.
Sgt Nkosi sent you that document that you describe as a draft report of the BEC on this tender.
Yes. The document, from my perspective, did not need me to take any further steps. This was information that was already available to the public upon my receiving of this document. Did not contain anything sensitive or confidential. There was nothing for me to raise.
9 May was when the scoring took place. The score sheets are dated 29 May.
We accepted it.
The BAC also accepted that in a document purporting to be minutes of 28 May, a recommendation was made for this tender.
Can't confirm that. I don't know where he got this document.
Well, it was a draft prepared by someone inside the BEC process was the proposition.
Raised. But at the point of adjudication, we performed our functions accordingly. We took into account the recommendations that were made by property team. We put systems to
The recommendation, or you accepted that the recommendation was made in a meeting on the 28th. And the scoring took place on score sheets dated the 29th. You've accepted that.
the BEC.
Was drawn or deal with it. If it's his case that there was tampering, then put to the witness there was tampering. We've got evidence there was tampering, but not in the manner that is currently going on. May I please?
Thank you.
Okay,
My answer is yes.
all right, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Johnson.
Commissioner, if I can
Yes,
just
you may-
explain
yes,
the
you may.
commission, please. At the point of BAC,
Tender stipulations, and it cannot therefore be a valid reason to cancel. I think it's simply that. That
here in terms of the writing that's there, but the context and sequence of events were raising additional matters that were not raised in the property report.
The control of documents relating to tenders in respect of the TMPD
There were no problems in terms of documents.
at various properties of the city.
As far as I'm concerned, this is the Watchman Services.
It's an ad hoc
TMPD.
security service.
That's it.
Is a difference in interpretation between BEC and BAC, BEC and probity. You have confirmed that BAC accepted that probity was right. Is that Councillor alerted to? In the bid document, it says mandatory requirement firearm license.
Yes, it's part and parcel of that within the specific.
Is that what the concern was?
That's the concern.
Well, first of all, I want to put to you that is not an irregularity, a material irregularity.
That was not there in this case, and respectfully, that's what I'm saying. And it couldn't be proved, apologies, SC, it couldn't be proved to the property team. When the internal, we've seen in the past that this exact same tender was taken to court, irregularities were identified, it was, I think, cancelled from that point.
Did the probity report pick up that this document had made its way to Sgt Nkosi?
I'm not certain.
Mr. Mnisi, I will allow you to explain, but you make a habit of giving explanations for all the responses or answers that you give. If
Requirements that says firearm license is required. If you're a bidder and you look at the document, you look at what the mandatory requirements are. Even if the mandatory requirements,
We raise them in isolation. Within additional findings that we are raising as the BAC, we propose additional measures to safeguard the procurement process, in particular reference to those are exactly the irregularities that were picked up. This is an anomaly. It can't be like that.
now, if you accept that anomaly,
Raising this as one of the obvious matters which are unclearable. The second one, I want to bring
can I take you up there? What if it turns out, as it seems,
officer is assessing that to make further recommendations. From a BAC perspective, our functions are clear. We can't overstep those functions. We can't make recommendations that are mandatory and evaluation-related criteria. But if an individual is compliant in one aspect, we can't just look at that aspect in isolation under lock and key.
I didn't say the documents weren't never under lock and key. My proposition was that if 6 documents could be
what is the problem? I don't understand the problem that you're raising about that, because bidders, as a rule of fairness, fair procurement,
over the same period, documents couldn't have been replaced in respect of TMPD 1. What's your answer to that?
My answer is that I don't.
You now know that a template used by the BEC in relation to this tender has been sent to Sgt Nkosi. That's going to taint the process of this tender, is it not?
Then make a mitigating measure as well, which says you need to enhance and safeguard documents. in the next process.
So when it comes to losing bid documents,
Probity says cure these findings. We had to go back and assess each of these. And if these were curable, what BAC would have done, SC, is refer the matter back to the BEC and say BEC arms as part of their bid would be disqualified. So that contradicts what the first part of the statement says. Hence, it was highlighted.
happens then to the ad hoc needs that are no longer going to be capable of being addressed in the 2016-2017 tender, under the 2016-17 tender, because that tender will have.
It says the BEC score sheets are dated and signed on the 29th of May. However, there are no minutes to support the assumption that the BEC meeting that there was a BEC meeting on the 29th of May. We accept that it raises.
Where you call all of the bidders in to get an explanation. The briefing, the tender briefing.
I'm not certain.
He's currently speculating and putting speculations to the witness. And that's not my understanding of what the Commission's work is. The Commission's work is not to
Gives me assurance that per TMPD1, there were no shortcomings, documents were validated to be under lock and key, and there were no instances of
418, we see that the BEC met on numerous days, starting on the 24th of March and ending on the 7th of May. No tampering because everything was under lock and key.
I actually counted from when he testified last week up to yesterday. He said,
And I guess maybe to put it positively is I don't see and I don't agree that that was a valid reason.
My bid documents disappeared.
That's what I've been saying from the beginning. I probably think there might have been a misunderstanding. The 6 documents were 6 bidders in time I don't recall.
The recommendation isn't that anyone should be held accountable. The recommendation is that measures and controls to safeguard documents should be implemented.
That's true. We are BEC and it can cancel this tender. And it was a basis of point number D, where there was evidence of material irregularities. And those material irregularities had already been discussed. 2 findings that were raised that are uncurable. It would be a fruitless exercise referring a team back to go and cure matters in isolation. Still stored under lock and key. Once the probity process starts, similar transfer happens, an individual signs off for it, they are responsible for who can access.
Cancellation report. I've already indicated to you that when your pricing on a certain matter is 0, BEC says provided you don't leave blank spaces, for instance by. You are saying that it was then established that the BEC had made a recommendation on the 28th.
I can make. SC is that there's an irregularity here, it's a major cause of concern.
Did you instruct any investigation to identify potential leak?
Chairperson, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. As a legal team, we want to address you very briefly on the following. And we disagree with what he says, and that is accepted. I think Chairperson or Chairperson Malloy, the only person you are correct, that were there that can enlighten us on the process and the reasoning and what transpired.
So please, Ms. Fannie, substantiate the point that says Mr. Mnisi's responses should not be edited. I didn't quite...
Edited in the sense that it's cut off. It happens. So again, what we place on record,
is wasting time. I think there's a nuance on that. I did not put it in basically all your responses. You explain. And you do that even in... So I did not again experience issues of questions, responses, and proper responses, improper responses become necessary purely because a witness thinks that they must explain. If objectively the question did in that context. And having said, short of the bit about experience and practice and so on, so it was in the context of what I've just explained that I then said, we have limited time. And I will say this, ask him to explain when that is necessary. And most times, in fact, because he has been explaining since the Mr. Mnisi. There again, I think much leeway has been given to Mr. Mnisi. Whilst Mr. Mnisi is going on and on and on about a response that has nothing to do with the question, but there again, as I say, we have given Mr. Mnisi leeway. Not finish my note here, but I think you were saying that you are asking that consideration be given to all of the issue that was made in the end, and a whole lot of other substantiation. He may have been shortchanged.
thank you, Chairperson.
I know him. I don't know him.
Sorry.
No, I wasn't aware of a close personal relationship. I was aware that they knew each other.
I see. PD3 draft report on the 25th of April, so the 25th of March 2025. And then on 30 April, and the evidence of Sgt Nkosi was that shortly after, so he sent you that draft report and then never mentioned it again?
Never mentioned it again.
Never again?
Never again.
I see. But the BAC you chaired ended up cancelling that tender?
End up cancelling the tender.
Dale, on that front, my proposition stands that none of the three reasons given for cancellation in the resolution justify cancellation. And so we have a certified cancellation. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do, SC. I respectfully disagree with that. I had indicated clearly that the probity report is a critical document that was considered.
And at the foot of page 127, you send Sgt Nkosi a picture to rifles that look like automatic rifles to me. Who sent you these pictures?
I don't recall which friend it was.
You don't recall the friend whose status this was?
No, the status is clear. The status is standard.
So you're saying that these were weapons, pictures of weapons that a friend sent to you because that was coming for you?
Chair, like I said, the content of this was me trying, making use of these weapons in our next shooting expedition. This was just...
You see a picture, can you identify the man in the Vuitton 00 t-shirt that we see at page 129?
Marcus, that I need to be ready. I need to be able to use weapons when whatever competitions that I want to attend in the near future. I need to be certain that I'm able to utilize...
Or the removal of your security by, I think it was officers in Nkomo and Mabunda.
Additional security arrangements from a time-to-time basis. When I had to go to various events, I would ask Sgt Nkosi to accompany me. What I had done is requested him for services of a driver.
Services of a driver?
Of a driver. Recommends me.
Say something is off with Bonkosi today.
Yeah.
Who is Bonkosi?
The driver. The driver.
The driver, right. As your driver.
So, maybe just to add some context, he was not permanent. It was an ad hoc.
Did that ad hoc arrangement last? When did you stop engaging Bonkosi? Or do you still engage him?
Roughly...
And Sgt Nkosi put you in touch with Bonkosi?
Yes, he did.
And he was just don't act yet. What action were you contemplating that Sgt Nkosi might take?
Mr. Scolding, I mean, how does he pick up? Introduced him to me. He indicated to me that he's responsible. I'm not saying he had to answer to him, but he's the one that recommended him for the job.
But if he was...
So, he introduced him to me, he needs to address the matter.
Well, why don't you address it directly with Bonkosi? He's the one...
Yes. So at that point in time, it's a fair opportunity. Because my next action from there is the second opportunity, and most likely I'll need to dismiss the individual. So it's how I do things, it's my way of managing people, it's how I just operate from a people management perspective.
So you were given...
I think we should part ways. That's how I do things, SC.
Well, let's look at how the chat progresses. 10, the one to take those measures yourself. You're not to say to him, Bonkosi, you've just missed that off-ramp. What's going on here? Focus. Opportunity here. Is this Bonkosi being given an opportunity by you because this is the first time he's messed up?
Indeed.
And how you give him that in the same minute as Sgt Nkosi said, please call me when you're alone. And a minute later, you say to Sgt Nkosi, after a...
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairperson. May I get an idea where this is taking us?
It's taking us to the relationship. Going to release him the minute we get home, my brother. Is that fine? And Sgt Nkosi says, not now. Just finalize all your today's meetings and tomorrow you will decide.
What discussions is there of an individual is driving me? If it's a bodyguard, there would be no reason for me to even release him. Also, to be quite frank, a driver...
Not to know that you would be without a bodyguard after December.
I can't comment on Sergeant being order, but not to release him for the day. Let him continue driving me. Sergeant Nkosi was probably thinking for me that I probably traveled late. I was on a flight. I must be tired.
It was just a bizarre suggestion of Sgt Nkosi. You didn't know what he was referring to?
No, I didn't know what I was referring to. I focused on the
6:58 p.m., 8:58 actual time. Sgt Nkosi calls you.
I prefer someone else take over the wheel and proceed with the trip. I prefer not to drive at all. I had noticed that when it's just Bonkosi and myself, I would see that he's tired throughout the driving process.
You say at 6:33 message time, can you help me with a beef up tomorrow, my brother?
The other one must drive with me, while the other one drives the madam. That's why you need 2 or more people.
Why would you ever need more than 2?
If it's a long trip, Chair, sometimes it's a long trip with all due respect.
No, it's not a private confidential matter. It's testing what seems to be a very implausible answer to a question that I put to you under oath.
For me, answering where...
There is a need for 2 drivers. Why do you need more than 2 drivers?
Because 1 would be driving the madam and 2 would continue to drive me.
To drive you at the moment. We're talking about whether these individuals were providing security to you.
From my understanding
of the Regulation 10.6 notice, have you received any payment or benefit from Sgt Nkosi, whether directly or indirectly, purely as a friend? I never perceived or understood him accompanying me to be a benefit of sorts for either of us. You recall that?
Yes, that's my statement of my understanding. As per my request to him, can't provide a statement on what he might think of situations. And as per my sworn statement,
6:17 a.m. message time, 8:17 a.m. actual time. You message him, off on an urgent meeting in Durban. We'll be back later today, just an in and out. Morning, my brother, go well, he responds.
And my learned friend case is that it's relevant to the work of the Commission. I would respectfully request that he motivates why this is relevant.
My next question then is, did Sgt Nkosi know that you were talking about a private business deal?
of course, yes, SC, he did know.
And his response is, I know when you grow, I will grow too.
He's happy for me. If he gets a promotion at work, I'm happy for him.
Do you consider your answer?
No, Commissioner, respectfully, I don't.
When I succeed, he congratulates, and when he succeeds, I also congratulate. The message doesn't convey that. The message conveys, on its own terms, the witness a question, and the witness can answer. And if you want to re-examine, you can do that. But I will not allow you to interfere with my question. And if the witness doesn't want to answer that,
He described you in his New Year's message, I think we may have been there, as he says, compliments my brother. And then 281 in July, he says, good evening, my brother. Remember, you are my brother forever. And you respond to create the false impression that you were going along with his requests to appoint Ngapesh.
Discussions. These are not isolated events, SC, they are interrelated.
Sorry, what's
It's
interesting?
clear to me, even though he's not saying it verbatim, that I need to assist in checking for compliance. In my mind, it rang a bell. That this looks like it's more than that. I took a decision in my mind.
He was doing. By this stage, it was clear that he was asking for something more.
It was clear, Chair, but not verbatim. He did not at one point state that. Throughout our discussions on 148, one mission that we had a discussion, he phoned me on 148 when he initially sent me that. We had a telephonic discussion and indicated to the Commission that there are various.
In order of priority. It's not preceded by any discussion.
Let's see, what page are we on?
We're on page 177.
On 177 is the last.
77. It's your response to the list of vehicles for land in order of priorities, you're on top of it. And it's more. This is.
The reason I don't take him on as previously stated.
I just need to understand what your complaint was. Was your complaint that he misled you?
He took a decision to take ownership and manage the situation. There's no complaint from me.
Lead him. You regard each other as brothers for life.
Yes,
Is this how you deal with your brothers?
yes, that's how I
I know, but at a certain point, he moves from compliance to rigging the tender. That's what you've just said.
He doesn't move, I assume, because of his actions. I'm not saying, I assume that because I picked up from the persistence. There's no way where he verbatim tells me, read these tenders in favor of this.
Sorry, Mr. Mnisi, a minute ago, yes. And out of the 57 bidders who initially competed in this tender,
Nothing about? I don't know the gentleman who sent him that request. There's no certainty that they are speaking to is me. Secondly, he doesn't even forward me that message at all.
it looks very much like your very close relationship with Sgt Nkosi tainted both of these tender processes that you presided over.
Right? The probity report is a critical component which must be brought on board when we are making conclusions. For those reasons, I respectfully disagree with you. The resolution that signed up, we don't refer to probity at all. Potentially, I would say, hey, I think I'm tempted to agree with you. By virtue of the actual proceedings of the AC on page 429 of the paper.
428. Your first reference is 429.
Yes, I'm there. Firstly, on page 429, paragraph from the item number 4, bullet point number 2.
You are placing such reliance on linked in any way to the pricing schedule.
I'm bringing your attention, SC, to the word probity, that the probity report was considered, has blank spaces, according to probity report, which its recommendations have changed. The initial BEC recommendations stated that blank spaces,
Blank spaces must be completed with numerical figures. That's the point of that reference to probity.
it says according to the probity report, which references GM20, the entire, that if we agree from the beginning to look at the BAC report in isolation of the probity report, we will have issues of this nature in the end. And so now I want to bring.
Let's look at the only reference to the probity report in the actual resolution. It's not an additional issue. It's an issue raised in the.
I was explaining the context and what happened at BAC, this specific BAC that's set on this specific day. I was explaining that maybe there needs to be, in fact, not maybe, there needs to be, would never have signed this. If the city manager was not of the view that he's happy with the reasons provided by the BAC, it's within his right to refer this thing
Page 230,
of the
bundle 353.
page 200 and.
From page 230 to page 275, there are 45 pages of pictures of two SUVs.
Yes, fixing it, but I don't know. He sent me a picture for cars to give him my comment and my views in terms of which car do I think is nice.
So you understood him.
I think this one is nice because of these reasons, not beforehand.
Yes, but before you even have a call on page 275, you're saying this is the one. Your exchange ends on page 275, and then on page 276, the following day he sends you a pin, which is at page. And why was he sending you a message saying, I'm going to see Mr. Joseph Anyoni?
We probably had to meet, so he was unable to meet me, if I recall correctly. Radio of some sort of Mr. Spanioni, so he might have mentioned it. I can't say for certain yes or no, but I think he might have.
Why did he think you would be interested in the launch of the Joseph Anyoni Foundation?
On the same way I was sending articles, that's just sharing information, I guess. I was not interested in the Joseph Anyoni.
You say, at the foot of the page, I'm okay, my bro, I always wake up early, it's in my blood now, I'm taking it easy. You vaguely remembered a TikTok in relation to the launch.
This is 2024, almost 2 years knew that.
So it's more than that's what you thought at the time, or that's what you understood at the time. You knew that number one.
Page 86, 826 being 1026. I've got a call at 6:30 to come see number one. So at 10:36.
Pointing me out to this additional one that takes place here. So there's 3 that I'm seeing now.
I see. Let's go a little lower down. He told. Were you not interested in the feedback?
No,
after you were concerned that this meeting had been called?
Sitting with their families, relaxing, or partaking in whatever preferential hobbies that they have. If someone calls at 6:30 in the morning on a public holiday, what's such an urgency that's required when there's a public holiday? People should be resting. So I think on those bases and on those grounds, I asked that question. I say to you that yes, I think it did send me a TikTok video, which was true, because that's what came out of my mind immediately. So I did not say I did not have any discussion. I'm clear. When I sent this communication, that's what I understood, and that's what I was asking.
Why do you call him JS?
It's a short, and it's long associations. He's number one within in the taxi fraternity, as far as I was concerned.
He's number one in the taxi fraternity.
As far as I'm concerned,
As
yes.
far as you're concerned, yes.
However, I'm clarifying that there was no financial exchange, so there's no benefit that he obtains, number one. 2, he's a friend. We socialized, we assessed the contents of those findings as per the probatory report. He then agreed that the reasons within the BAC report above, meaning I like this one. He then obviously either doesn't understand me, and he calls me on the next message. I clarify that for him.
Yes, but my question is.
We have a discussion at 10, but he received the call at 6:30.
I see. And what?
No,
So this is your huffing and puffing, and what you're doing is you're taking someone who you regard as a brother for life, and you are misleading him.
Yes.
At message time 8:30, which is 10:30.
So if you go to page 86, page 86 says she's great. Things between themselves when driving, because I didn't want to drive.
And this was just driving, it wasn't security.
No, it was driving ad hoc, various places.
I respectfully stand by the submissions that I made in this regard to disclose here.
He clearly cares about you very much, and you clearly care about him very much. You accept all of that.
I've accepted that, SC.
So you now say you recall that he had had a conversation about Joseph Anyoni with you at an earlier stage. Was it one, several? Why would you not have remembered a discussion about Mr. Sibanyoni when I first asked you, but only when I pointed you to the fact that you were referring to Sgt Nkosi about to a meeting with Joseph Anyoni?
I think we were moving from
You have no worries at all?
100%.
Yes, so you're using we to refer to Sgt Nkosi.
Yes, SC.
He says,
Again, with great self-respect, Commissioners, we were all in practice, or some of us are still some work. It's very difficult when one talks.
the taxi man, Mr. Mampani, who is someone communicating with Sgt Nkosi.
No, SC, I don't know who's that. Hoped he knew.
I thought your answer earlier was you referred to the two of you, referred to.
Some that was occurring. I had raised it to the individual who introduced him to me. I've done this on so many other occasions as well.
So the opportunity, and I quote, Booty, please let him say no to that appointment. Booty, please let him say no to that appointment.
Doesn't mean he's being fired. It's me saying, today for the rest of the day, I'll drive myself moving forward. So you can go home. As I said, this was as and when, it's not a permanent arrangement. Pick me up from the airtime.
And we've already established that you had a very... Who were you asking in relation to JS?
I was referring to Mr. Tshwane.
And why did you think that Sergeant... Do you not?
He drives my car, he sits in my car.
You sit in your car being driven by him. You had
Yes.
the opportunity to raise complaints with his service.
No, at this point, I give individuals addressing it directly is, Sergeant Nkosi, you recommend the guy to me that you said was responsible. Picking me up at the airport is irresponsible. So you deal with it first before I take action.
That it's quite clear that Sergeant Nkosi was providing protection for you.
Okay.
What's your response to
I
that?
disagree with that. He was not providing protection for me.
To your text to him on Ngabashe and El Shaddai on your version.
In the same way as I presumed it was misleading me, yes.
Sorry, how was he misleading you? Message Sergeant Nkosi saying, they say he's coming for me, but you can't remember who you were referring to.
Yes.
You'll see that your message is, okay, my brother, let me know how it goes.
Yes.
Why were you interested in his meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
I was not interested per se. I mean, you just does not say at any point. But I realized that from my own, due to the persistence, hence on 177, I start misleading him intentionally to stop this matter from proceeding any further.
Point, or rather, we must reach a point at which we say to him, Mr. Mnisi, you cannot explain each and every response you give. And I do.
And this is what I was trying to refer to the commission, that this was our way of speaking. This is another example of that we, of that ours, etc. So this is not me, it's him. Why I'm saying
I've not received any payment or benefit either directly or indirectly from Sergeant Nkosi. I further confirm I've not received any payment or benefit from a third party from Sergeant Nkosi. I do, however, wish to
to report, which is a critical part of the procurement process.
I'm putting to you, Mr. Mnisi, that if one looks at the...
We have limited time. When I started, I referred to a nuance.
Place 148. After that, it's a telephonic call that comes on board. He then explains to me why he's sending me those things. I clearly indicate to him that
Which car he should buy.
on which car is nice.
Did you not discuss this at all? I mean, there are calls beforehand, and it's quite strange to send 45 pages of pictures.
I have the details that these were forwarded message.
Yes, they are forwarded messages, yes.
So these were forwarded message from a friend of mine. And these were weapons that, this must be related to page 277 as well. If you look at page 277, there's a screenshot.
Yes.
On page 277, this is where he was.
I'm retired now, but I was a practitioner for a number of years. And I will tell you this.
That's what I said.
Yes. So he was asking you to rig the tender, is what you understood the situation to be.
That's what I assumed on my own. There's an entire pack that's attached before it is sent through to the city manager for approval. So not only was this considered in isolation, the entire pack, which included, well, Chair, that the material irregularities identified by probity were due to the pricing schedule, which were issued as an addendum in regard to the.
Let's get to a different topic now. Can I ask you to go to page 131 in file 3?
Conclusive probity report from an external party validating that. Tender TMPD 03. I further disagree with you respectfully.
Communications. So what I want to do is I want to take you through the full set of communications between yourself and General Dlamini that are mediated through Sergeant Nkosi. And I want to take you through them all first. The starting point is the version in your statement, which you address at page 31 of the matter remain unresolved. And then you describe the previous correspondence. Nkosi overhears you speaking to Mr. Madlanga sometime before the 5th of March, a few days before the 5th of March. Sorry. So you're driving with Sergeant Nkosi on the 3rd of March, or early days of March, and he overhears a call from Mr. Madlanga, subsequently discovered on the same day.
Yes, it was subsequent my call with Mr. Madlanga. It was on the same day. Subsequently does not mean another day.
Yes.
It was happening while I was concluding on my phone as well. So I wasn't really concentrating on what he was doing. I was concentrating on wrapping up what I was doing.
Okay, so towards the foot of page 141, at 9:38, you message Sergeant Nkosi saying, is the general winning?
Yes.
And you understand what the issue is.
Yes.
Now, you're asking Sergeant Nkosi, is the general winning? So you know he is engaging with the general.
Yes.
2 days later.
So at this point, after the call had been made, Sergeant Nkosi was already involved. From my perspective, in hindsight, I did admit that at this point, I should have requested for the contact details of Deputy Chief Dlamini. I took advantage of the convenience for me because I could then focus on other essential work that I was to do.
So deal with Chief Dlamini directly.
As I alluded to, in hindsight, I should have done that. And that's the point where I should have obtained his contact details. I would have then dealt with him. Bringing up this as a reminder, I had received a call from Mr. Madlanga again in the morning. It was the 5th. He had called me earlier in March.
That call. And before you asked Sergeant Nkosi whether the general is winning, in that intervening period, did you speak to General Dlamini about this inquiry from Madlanga?
Yes.
Getting involved was one operational issue of your table. What does that mean?
Communications to the Deputy Chief Dlamini was an element of convenience for me. In hindsight, I would have done that directly with the Deputy Chief.
All have had to deal with. Correct?
Correct.
And now Nkosi was dealing with it.
He was not actively dealing in the matter.
The matter, because you deliberately chose the word actively. Are you saying he was inactively dealing with the matter?
I'll say he was.
Deputy Chief Dlamini, you tell him what needs to be done, he comes back to you. This way, what happens is you speak to Sergeant Nkosi.
Nkosi was doing was just sending those messages verbatim as they were. So it was convenient for me because the matter was being attended to. But in hindsight, I do agree at this point, Chair. This is why I didn't deal with him directly.
Yeah, but Sergeant Nkosi did, and you could have asked Sergeant
I should have
Nkosi.
asked it, and I agree.
Been at the city by this point.
Since November 2023.
So it's about
Dlamini instead of an outsider who's really a member of the public for all intents and purposes.
At this point in time, it didn't cross my
9:46. Morning, my brother, I'm on to him. Then if we go to 503 of file, so it's your bundle 3. So we'll just be dealing with bundle
same
3.
document. Okay.
So 503 is a screenshot that was sent. You tell Sergeant Nkosi, okay, it's not yet in my system, and he sends you an image of fingers crossed. That's at 10:07. Back to 143, and Sergeant Nkosi tells you that the General said he won't disappoint. And Tommy, I think you mentioned earlier, was in charge of payments. In your department.
In Treasury.
In Treasury.
Yes.
The
So
Treasury-
it was made available for TMPD and Watchman services had depleted for the quarter in question. So they needed to make a motivation in order to increase the target amount based on what funds up until the end of the month available in order to process these invoices.
And what would be in
We're going to, sorry, SC, we're going to make monies available up until end of the month. The budget is approved. We're not increasing the thresholds of the budget.
is then forwarded to you by Sergeant Nkosi at 12:52. So it comes is how the allegedly convenient mechanism that you're using to address this situation actually results in delays in your getting the information.
I'm not accepting the issue that there's inconvenience. I'm happy that the matter is being attended to. Besides, at this point in time,
WhatsApp Sergeant Nkosi again saying thanks, and is the General winning?
yes,
Mfowethu, is the General winning? That. 2:35, you say thanks, Mfowethu. Sorry, that's 4:35. From Mfowethu Kuti, everything has been processed, and I've spoken to Kane, and he promised to ensure that the buyers create purchase orders. As soon as I receive the purchase orders, I'll fast track the service entry. It's 4 hours later that you get that message, and then you say, thank you, Mfowethu, much appreciated. Let's push to finalize everything tomorrow so we can pay those guys. Forwarded to Sergeant Nkosi, by Sergeant Nkosi to the General, and at 11:45 at the top of page 146.
quick correction, not invoices paid, purchase orders processed.
Purchase orders process, sorry. I accept that. Your version is that you...
It is being dealt with, and it was being dealt with.
But in the process, what you've effectively done is you've taken an outsider to the city.
And you become aware of that because you're all in the same car. And then a few days later, 2-3 days later,
To phone Deputy Chief Dlamini when we're in the car. He took it upon himself to call him. Once he had made that call, of course, I had a discussion or interaction with the Deputy Chief Dlamini in terms of the matter.
Sergeant Nkosi was already involved. You mean only that he called while you were both in the vehicle? He called General Dlamini.
And resolved by the earlier process.
I agree with you.
On the 4th of April, at page 443, what was that about?
This message was never forwarded to myself. I've never received it. I can't comment on that.
And then at 1:34:41, you message, I need General quickly. Why would you have needed did you then call the General?
I think I might have given him a call to explain this matter and to try and put the matter to rest.
Right. At 4:33, you call Sergeant Nkosi, and then at 4:37,
On in the communications, the Deputy Executive Mayor wanted me to accompany him to I'll say a political down just a bit on 19191 and 192, 193, and 194. This was associated, and I had known this as well. Keeps on calling me, wanting me to accompany him to this. I was uncomfortable with that, taking into account that it's not an official city.
13-14 invoice.
Absolutely nothing.
Sorry,
to do with that.
23-24 invoice.
At that page 191, the way you explain your calls to Sergeant Nkosi doesn't seem to accord.
I think he wanted him to convince me that I need to attend matters of this nature as well. I can't leave him to go alone. So we'll need to have that discussion to outline that. This was linked and fully aligned.
Sorry.
He had said
I
to me
understand.
that in the meeting, I need to bring him. And I said, no,
That you need what?
that I need to bring Sergeant Nkosi, I think. So the
Deputy
purpose
Mayor.
of me saying this was that I told him I can't get hold of him. I must call you him.
You, the CFO of the city, to
Yes.
come to a meeting on Sunday.
Yes.
And what does he say about Sgt Nkosi when he invites you to a meeting?
We're really at this.
As if the deputy mayor sent you to get hold of Sgt Nkosi.
It was both instances. Said, I couldn't get hold of him, you try to get hold of him. I said, oh, I also process as well. Because
So you have what?
to have oversight on the payment process once the purchase orders have been created, taking into account that this is a matter that has been outstanding for the past 7 months since payment down. Got a cash flow management function that operates within the city. Within this instance as well, I can even confirm, I think payment was done by the 14th of March, if I'm not mistaken, in line with the city's normal processes of payments. So I read this as a form of me playing oversight in the payment process.
As oversight as inactive.
Work that I do as well. And the work that I do, there are strict processes. And payment files are issued on various days. So I need to play oversight to ensure the payment.
The call that Sgt Nkosi overheard.
Oh, Mr. Madlanga, yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Madlanga, sorry, not Malachi. The call that he overheard and moved forward. Because you say that's the first time he gets involved. He picks up his phone, he makes a phone call, he knows.
Also ask this, this process that is in 143 in these WhatsApp chats and your participation in them, how did, I think it was you or something?
Yes.
The third party. Now, when I look at all of these WhatsApp messages, they don't seem doesn't seem to align with what you've described yesterday. Can you just explain?
Yes. So while this was happening a lot, the process had halted at this stage. It was at a stage where purchase order needed to be processed on the system. So the entire process from the beginning up to this point was already done, this stage at this point in time. So it was easier to resolve, and a lot was going on in the background, Chair.
I mean, I'm not seeing you overseeing as the language that you use without any indication that you satisfied yourself that you are overseeing and authorizing, and I'm using authorizing loosely, as the overseer. You are, I think I spoke long. I think the summary of what I'm saying is, it doesn't seem from these texts that you satisfied yourself independently.
For payment. That was on the 29th of, 29th of January. It's there, and it has been certified as correct and work done by the relevant departments. So what I do from there, also within GM23, as per my bundle, I ask
26 June. And possibly the best starting point for 26 June is file 4 June. It's received on the 24 June. It's actually signed for on the 20. Security services are being rendered without any approval based on written process. Therefore, the Tshwane Metro Police Department has taken a decision to stop these soon. Message time 7:57. You forward to Sgt Nkosi the termination letter, and then you say, call him Mfowethu.
Security services was now fully assigned to the full control of TMPD. So this was me saying this matter is now reached finality. I just need to commission it correct.
He's not inserting himself here,
Yes.
you are inserting him.
Yes, I am.
You are sharing with him.
No, Commissioner. However, he was already involved in this matter, and this was closing the loop. This was all in relation to addressing these matters. If you can see further on,
Can you not, please? We are still involved. How was he involved in the termination of the appointment of Gubis? Please explain that to me.
so from my perspective, matter indefinitely, that will no longer have any issues of this nature, and I wanted to communicate this with the Deputy Dlamini.
Remember that it is Commissioner Senate, this ad hoc appointments the following morning, the 13th of March. Mr. Malachi did not comply with that instruction because he said, was Sgt Nkosi part of the committee discussions to terminate the appointment of Gubis?
No, Sgt Nkosi was not part of that.
So he was not part of that.
Same incident that he was involved in terms of ad hoc services, it was for the same instance of the same company that we're dealing with here. So I assumed at that point,
The invoices that you were involved with overseeing payment following the call from Mr. Madlanga, as at this day, post facto invoice, at this point, there's no outstanding invoice issues that require the closing of the loop. So
in hindsight, there are separate events, but when I looked at this matter at that point in time, it was one event.
some level of senior management has made a collective decision. Commissioner Spies writes that letter to Gubis.
They're both deputy chiefs and they're equals with separate responsibilities.
Okay,
Responsibilities,
yeah?
the responsibilities of deputy chief Spies is APS.
Communicate that with him. I mean, the matter is now with Commissioner Spies, according to you. You tell us that he was delegated now to deal with the matter.
All parties understand fully. Previously, there was complete misunderstanding between APSS as well as payables or finance services within TMPD.
The way we've understood it, there's the client and the TMPD has got a role. I think you said it's the user. So that's all you needed to tell General Dlamini, that Spies has to.
If you don't remember, you can just say, I can't recite it.
I can't decide.
And we don't have it in the bundles, am I correct? I can assure you, I'm only interested in that clause. I'm not interested in any other things.
I've got no issues at all, Commissioner.
Except that as a matter of common law, an employee, and that includes you, has an obligation to keep the affair.
I'll need to get guidance from my legal team. However, on the issues raised by Commissioner Kumalo, first of all, I did concede that there was no upper hand that Sgt Nkosi would have obtained by having view of that letter in any case. So I did accept the oversight, and that in high
Of Sgt Nkosi's brother's company, right?
they are not appointed on TMPD1.
No, that's not what I asked you. They are competitive.
But on this particular tender, I would like us to treat them in isolation. They are competitors, they do bid, but on this particular one, they're not competitors. The other one has not been appointed by the city.
If you allow him access to Gubis documents, including invoices, including knowing when Gubis is going to get paid, including knowing relation to allocation of ad hoc security services. Because those are all the things that Sgt Nkosi actively assists his brother in all of these matters, because that's how you get involved in assisting a Pesheya. So you must know that all this information.
Document, which I'm of the view that it is of no value to him. Now I'm saying that the termination letter contains nothing in terms of rates, pricing.
Nkosi, who then forwarded it to you.
I didn't allow him. He will explain why he shared it and what were the reasons behind that. I did not allow that.
But you didn't stop it when you became aware.
Ask Sergeant Nkosi at this stage to contact Deputy Chief Dlamini. Why didn't you call Deputy Chief Dlamini yourself?
Hence, I asked for the details again on the next page. So I couldn't find these details when I tried to call him. That's when I reverted back to Nkosi.
Was it possibly because you were quite happy to use Sergeant Nkosi as your go-between in relation to Deputy? If we go down the chats,
From my perspective, as I was stating to the Commission, that this was still a matter that I was relating to from my context to the ad hoc services.
you see that?
I see that.
So he now has the document that you're going to need to speak to him about. At 10:13, there is a voice call between from Deputy Chief Dlamini to Sergeant. So he sends you 2 question marks. That's over on 332. You see that?
I see that.
You finally get back to him at
We have a direct discussion with the General in reference to being on the same state of mind in terms of the termination letter. I was, in short, correcting my own actions of sending.
at your request.
Yes.
What is so urgent that can't wait for the meeting later that day, and that requires your immediate communication with Deputy Chief Dlamini?
From my perspective, and I wanted to close this, and there was no need for a meeting have we ensured that this is done accordingly.
I still don't see any.
Tables, from my perspective, must be dealt with accordingly. I can't have a dispute of this nature, which will have an impact on the city's books. At the stage, Chair, I was not prepared to receive another qualification in this matter. I had resolved this in the previous financial year, and I could see the materiality of the 14 million rand.
Effect from 1 July.
That's true.
How on earth can it affect financial year end if no services that are provided up to 30 July?
The letter is issued on the 24th of June, not July.
Look at paragraph 3.
Chief responsible for support and finance services, it's his responsibility to ensure full alignment. I wouldn't want to be engaged in a process after year end of dealing with after July. What happened between then and now? Were there any further deployments? How have those been dealt with? Was the budget available? Were purchase orders captured? I wouldn't want to do that internal controls around ad hoc services must only be dealt with by TMPD.
Yes. So what are you discussing with Dlamini?
What I'm discussing is that we need to ensure that what we had on previous financial years, a massive
I
scandal.
know the history. We've had enough of that, so I don't need you to go back there. I'm asking. Commissioner Spies was tasked to attend to this matter and bring it to order and finality. After that issue, and I was dealing with Dlamini so that we sort that out. If that's not your account of why you have.
Dlamini had received this letter. And the purposes of me having this urgent request to engage him was purely as a result of me safeguarding the adequacy and
Not send an email to both Spies and Dlamini through proper channels to say, I have these concerns, please address them, make sure this doesn't happen come financial year. Why do you use back channels that involve Nkosi? Because it raises suspicions to me that
first. And I do correct myself a few hours afterwards and I get his details. The reason for me addressing this via telephonic mode of communication.
I call you in the landline in your office. It's the back channels that concern me. It's the back channels where the private cell phone.
Commissioner, if I can comment, modes of communication, there's different forms which I accepted. There was nothing untoward by me requesting his cell phone details and calling him. The area of concern is indeed that I first request Sgt Nkosi to do that on my behalf. I concede and I do correct myself and I get his details directly. So there's nothing to handle because the phone constantly goes off the hook. So I couldn't have utilized that. And I preferred cell phone related communication because it would
everything he has been doing, which you considered that by the 3rd or 4th time, it looked like he was trying to influence a tender which was being evaluated. I won't put it higher than that it raises concerns, that you knew at least by March, end of March, that he's trying to influence a tender that you are.
Mr. Chairperson, just a couple of unrelated questions, but still relating to the same chairs. Mr. You made the call. There would no longer be a meeting. That's how I understood you, correct?
There wouldn't have been a need any longer.
Yes, spinning off something else. Would you agree that that would be the ordinary reading of those words?
I agree, Chairperson.
Do you want to respond?
Yes, please, Chairperson.
Yes.
So, in the event that there's additional clarification questions, I had already requested for the meeting. I had already done that. And I'm sure Sgt Nkosi had already in context, but I had already requested for a meeting. But I had realized that I should have asked for the number first.
Yes.
So,
But you say in so many words that once you spoke to say, because I've now spoken to you, General, there is no need for a meeting, and you would then tell Sgt Nkosi that as well. You agree?
I was being
If a meeting will still be necessary, you've just said in so many words now, when I'm engaging you, and when Mr. Chairperson was engaging you, that there would no longer be a need for a meeting. You said so in so many words.
say our committee now, I can't wait. If he in his mind thinks, no, this can wait.
So you accept that this too is an indication that you were still expecting that there will be a meeting.
I accept that, Commissioner. But I tend to disagree with that notion as a result of this being related. So, if I couldn't get hold of him for whatever reason, then the meeting must still proceed.
What triggered the request to make a call?
In
Or
conjunction,
the need to make a call?
yes, in conjunction with ensuring that all invoices and account payables are dealt with.
Other party alone. You were all going to meet, all three of you, and then he says, I will call him, and then you just needed to deal with something urgently with him, but you were still going to have that three-person meeting that you've asked for. Am I correct? That meet is because you already had the letter.
Yes.
And you wanted to discuss the letter from the get-go when you said, let's meet.
I agree with you.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Outstanding invoices. Well, the termination letter was completely irrelevant to that. How could the termination letter, which only took effect after your
And I will not indicate a time. May council have that discussion and come to us outside once you've done that. My understanding is that you wanted to talk to the general about the termination, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Him now, before the meeting that we are scheduling, and that's what made it urgent, is not a satisfactory explanation, because you had time on
termination letter had no effect on whether that would or would not have been an issue.
Like I said, that's not the
Service provider can't, there are no issues with deployment letters that might affect the next financial year on the face of that letter.
every year end. It's not unique here. Every year end, that's exactly what the processes of closing the year.
from my PA, would have phoned his PA, would have first asked for permission, would have been easier for me to
and
Sgt Nkosi.
on these chairs, how long did it take him to?
Purpose of this engagement was in reference to dealing with the matters that I just raised. Firstly, year-end processes ensuring account payables are in place. Secondly,
6th. Oh, and in fact, you say it cannot wait before the meeting. I need to do this on a call, and I need to do it now. But the
I'm trying to work out what your version means, because I can make no sense of it at all.
so firstly, it's the voice. So from my
Yes,
perspective,
but if we're talking about invoices from a year and a month previously, that's not going to be affected by.
of what occurred, from my recollection and what happened on this event. Chairperson, risk management processes have dictated that there's a phase
suggests that in fact your telephone discussion and your meeting that you're asking for had nothing to do with what you're telling.
Financial year.
to the financial year that was closing, which was the 30th of June 2025. Further to that,
Committee that took the decision that gave rise to the termination letter.
yes,
So you were aware of those issues the months before.
met early. It's a standard process of closing our books. Also was provided the send letters to ensure that you submit.
So telling the general that there has been a termination or discussing that termination with him.
Being done accordingly.
Okay,
Secondly,
stop at that first one. That first issue is going to be there whether or not there's a termination letter. You accept?
I accept.
If there was no termination letter, you'd be faced with a problem that there is evidence that there is no reconciliation.
Sure that has been dealt with accordingly. I might not have been personally aware, but it's a process that must be undertaken. Addressing this matter and mitigating it from reoccurring in the near future. So I had to deal with it firstly. I assessed the risk management processes. There were severe issues that were reoccurring.
Right at the tail end, and just give me how long it took. How long did it take?
Okay, that's where I'm going. It was at 11:58. We would provide additional 10 days. TMPD is a big spending department. For them to reconcile all the states of accounts.
Put to you that your evidence is false and that one of two propositions must be the correct state of affairs. But you actually need to give me some sort of rational explanation for it, because the termination letter takes place after year end. You're talking about a process of reconciling invoices up to year end. The two are not related.
I disagree with you, SC. There.
for its services, right?
Not the termination letter,
No, I'm
but
talking
any
about
invoice, yes.
The 2024-2025 invoice we talked about.
Yes.
Now, why is Sgt Nkosi entitled to see?
It's about Goodies because it's about the letter that was sent to Goodies. But Goodies is not the only service provider who is implicated by termination.
Triggered that, Chair. It was an issue that I was going to address in any matter. Termination letter triggers that, so that this matter is addressed urgently at this point in time.
So the issue would have been
To ensure that I have a direct communication with him and I outline this in full so that this matter is closed.
The reconciling of the previous years or the ending year payments, invoices, and purchase orders.
The future in the context of that financial year would obviously be something starting from the next financial year onwards.
Matter. Within that process, this is the 7th of February, nothing is done. Then I receive a call early. The previous year, I had to make restatements on the financial statements as a correction of findings that were picked up by the Auditor General. We had to accept that indeed these are matters that are outstanding. So it was something that was dealt with accordingly. It was a highly problematic area. We had seen issues on a regular basis, up to a point where Deputy Chief Lamini, I expressed to him the concerns on the call that I just received. He said he was not aware of this matter. However, he will look into it accordingly. Then
Year starts. So it doesn't make sense that you have a meeting that you're scheduling and then you say, I have to speak to him now so that I can talk about the future that is only starting.
but there's been instances where that wasn't done. We had seen that previously from TMPD. That resulted in 7 months worth of invoices having been dealt with only in January. So I need to support him in all aspects. That if I don't attend this, I'm not supporting him, and it's part and parcel of my job maybe. But that's what the context of this discussion was about, Commissioner,
So he said to you,
for the full financial year.
So we've got a monthly guideline, as it were, or a monthly informal limit as to what you can spend under each budget line item. We're going to, and you don't have a central directory available for senior executives at Tshwane.
That gives cell phone numbers, no. And also his commitment that he will give feedback.
so in the vehicle, as you were together, he said to you, I'll give you feedback.
Yes,
And the next thing is when you ask him, is the general winning?
yes.
Okay.
Because immediately after that, I asked him for the details because I realized I should communicate directly. Presumably I had forgotten that I already asked for his details.
So what meeting would the deputy mayor be calling Sgt Nkosi about, who is a member of the SAPS? What would he be calling him about?
So the relationship to what?
With General Lamini, if Nkosi had not inserted himself or been inserted by you to be the go-between?
In hindsight, I accept that.
I want you to rig this tender in my brother's favor, but you now know that he's doing all those things. And despite that, you still...
I'm saying that it was for the same services, being ad hoc, it was for the same company involved. In my mind, I assume that it's closing the loop for this matter indefinitely, so there's no longer...
In your year-end report about this matter, at least in this context, with the exception of saying this has been terminated.
Okay, the first...
This matter, to close whatever loop you say you're closing, when the head has communicated to a service provider.
Only learn about it from Sgt Nkosi half an hour after that, at 12:52. You're nodding your head.
Yes, I'm agreeing to the execution of the purchase orders and which cost center must be consumed. So that entire process that happened at this stage, there was just a deadlock at this point where budget and funds availability are parties later. I'm uncomfortable to attend to such. So what I can do is just do the report for you and take you through the contents of that report to ensure that we prepare financial statements that are free from material errors.
Financial year end is 30 June, is it not? Ever to do with issues as to whether invoices had been reconciled up to the point at which termination took effect.
Respectfully,
But how did he know that the person he must speak to make these things happen, is Mr. Lamini?
I think Sgt Nkosi has a relationship with...
Ask for a meeting with General Lamini, and you're telling us you were proactively seeking to anticipate any disputes about outside.
To General Lamini, that's at 5:04. So now there's a similar screenshot, except that now
dealt with
And it's
accordingly.
not the normal channel, that's my issue. It's the private cellular phone numbers. I mean, this is a work issue. This is at work.
Played a role that coordinated all parties. It did not give a step-by-step feedback away was. What's important for us to take note of at this stage, invoices had already been need to send this message was me receiving a call from the service provider requesting for feedback.
Yes. My question was, did you speak to General Lamini?
I'd like you not to deal with later events when we're dealing with the earlier events. You'll get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah. Why do you go and fetch Nkosi and give him the letter and say he must arrange meetings with Lamini?
I want to talk to him about is the cancellation. That's my difficulty, especially regard being heard in Mr. Shaskal.
And DC, Zamini, who's responsible for support and finance matters, must be fully aware of that as well.
So all you needed to do,
All of that together. And knowing that even on your version, you thought he had misled you or was playing you at some point.
you were in a committee. That committee made a decision that from the 1st of July, we will not be using these services. A termination letter must go out. Maybe, Mr. Chairperson, before you move off too far, let me, you moved too fast ahead for me. Can we go back to page 1 for...
There's no way or form that it could be allocated the work that was allocated to Kubis. Hence, I'm saying, from what I share, there's no benefit that you would have, Commissioner.
Sgt Nkosi was involved in the payment issue relating to an invoice.
Send me all these details. I sent a variety of messages to try and show my urgency that I need the contact details now. But in my mind, I knew in the context of the discussion, it's just the informal nature that I don't go further to express.
I'm going to ask you to accept that as a common law principle that applies to all employees. And I think if you do comment, you should comment on the basis of what I'm suggesting to you is the correct position of the law.
Purchase orders are created. So that's something that takes a bit of time in some instances, particularly on the verification component. So from my perspective, this was essential. Full authority of this matter, and Water Department, if there's a need for any ad hoc services, they will communicate with TMPD. That are the purposes of me.
So this is another example of you from 2024. The termination in June 2025, how was he involved?
From the context of my discussion and how I'm with Water Services, Deputy Chief Spees was assigned to ensure that he runs with the process moving forward, because this function was now fully delegated to him, and there's no uncertainty any further.
Let me tell nations. Following an investigation which led to Mr. Malachi's suspension around the same period, he then wrote the letter terminating the services. And that's his...
Reconciliations and purchase orders issues. You have the whole lot of your service providers who are similarly situated.
Understand that? And I've given my answer on the urgency of this matter and what triggered both processes. And I think from my perspective, there was an urgent matter that I needed to deal with speed. It was also implemented by the context of the discussion was to ensure that everyone is on the same page in terms of the termination of these services, and he himself...
To the next chat, I'm asking you, how was he involved in the issue of the termination?
From my perspective, it was still around the same topic in terms of managing risk and mitigating measures from reoccurring in the near future. So I don't just look at matters...
What's your near future? What's your near future?
New or confidential within the payment process. That entire process was general communications for me. He's a general winning. Fetu is the general winning. Procurement, so it would have been Kane as well as Vusi.
And so what this does is it says, although your budget...
General winning. So when you say he had involved himself already, before you asked, is the general winning, what did you know about his involvement? Other than...
Invoices from this point in time must be adequately reconciled and captured accordingly. If it's issued on the... Can I just go to the page? You said it's page. I want to see the...
Documents that are required and that contain the necessary information have in fact been submitted to
the... I sent him this, I was just ranting and raving and just need a friend to talk to. Didn't expect him to do anything for me on that.
So,
Chairperson, I had already requested a meeting. I say in the meantime...
That means nothing. That means nothing. If you say...
Mr. Mnisi, I was hoping to close off this subject of the relevance of the termination letter. Extremely unlikely, but a scenario where the TMPD is presented with an invoice from the... You accept that?
I accept that and accept that this is a highly unlikely event.
Highly unlikely. So now we deal with any financial year. If there are disputes on invoices in relation to that financial year, that will be just for dealing with year end. That will ensure that if there are any disputes in relation to invoices for that year, they are resolved. So addressing those issues in relation to contracts, other than contracts that end at the end of the financial year, are you not?
In the future.
But you would have had to have been proactive whether or not the contract was continuing past 30 June.
Especially contracts are smaller in nature. They don't find themselves having complexities of this nature. Watchman Services one is where their biggest budget and expenditure is.
So the termination per se, it did not make that issue a different issue for this contract. So if Gubis provided services with effect in August 2025 or on the 5th of July, termination letter couldn't have had any effect on the urgency of a need to meet with General Dlamini. The termination letter, the fact of the termination letter, didn't make any difference to the urgency relating to year-end procedures. With Deputy Chief Dlamini is at the foot of 332 where you say, please let him know, I'll give him a call. And Sgt Nkosi says he's expecting it, and that's of page 334 where it says today, which would be 26.
Further than that, from my perspective, he was just informing me.
He was informing you that he'd arranged a spa booking for MMC Marodi and was going to arrange for a...
Took note, I had
You had no interest in Sgt Nkosi's steps to get into the good books of MMC
Absolutely.
Morold at a meeting venue, and then a response from the MMC saying thank you so much with 4 hearts, and then
If there were any service delivery matters that occur from the meeting that she was in, she needs to raise it so that we're able to deal with these issues accordingly,
did you know what?
the residents.
But you didn't say she must brief us in relation to any issues or in relation to any concerns. You said brief us of any developments. What did you mean by development? About an ongoing process that may change.
I disagree with you, SC, respectfully. It's a similar way of speaking with the hours and the way that I had previously seen on circumstances like we see when the PR was saying, you must let me know of any issues that might have occurred so that I'm able to assist the residents.
So when you say contradictory ways in those 2 meetings, you'll accept.
In short, this meant, when I say English grammar is up to scratch when we had discussions, SC.
I see. Can I put to you,
We're still on the same topic.
That are raised, please let me know so I can assist the communities that you're meeting.
So,
I didn't even know this was going to take place. From that point of view, I offer, say, if she encounters any issues, please, she must let me know. So
indeed, my brother. So, according to Sgt Nkosi, whatever developments means in this preceding WhatsApp message must be briefed to both of you.
I can't comment on how he
But importantly for me, Sgt Nkosi says, yes, indeed, my brother. So he agrees with you that the MMC must brief you.
from Sergeant Nkosi's perspective. But on my understanding, I'll stick to what I said earlier on, that he knew how we speak and he knew exactly what the ask would have meant.
we see a pattern where messages get sent, a repeated pattern, not just through the Gubis email.
Of TMPD1, in terms of the outstanding Kobe's payment, which was only instances where we had those indirect content stands as well. But I do accept what you're saying, with the provision of my explanations being taken into account.
No, absolutely. We've heard your explanation. So we see that Sergeant Nkosi, that General Sabia and Mr. Matlala never communicated Mutsumi through Sergeant Nkosi, and messages from Mr. Mutsumi coming back to General Sabia through Sergeant Nkosi. That we see between yourself and Deputy Chief Dlamini in relation to TMPD1 and in relation to into the Gubis issues, you are using this mode of communication with General Dlamini through Sergeant Nkosi.
With discussions that don't involve me. I'm going to focus on the matters at hand. And as stipulated earlier on, it was an issue of convenience. There's significant evidence to that. We did break the chain because I did realize the hindsight error of allowing Sergeant Nkosi to involve me is that I requested for his contact details in order to deal with the matters moving forward. Particularly on the matter that we...
WhatsApp messages. We see extensive WhatsApp messages in relation to TMPD1 and Gubis where you are communicating with the General, but they all go through Sergeant Nkosi.
Gubis in relation to the payment have been resolved.
On the 25th of March, 7:18 p.m., 9:08 p.m. on the 25th of March, you get a message from Sergeant Nkosi which says, Captain, you follow up. This is ours, Mfowethu. This is the final list, right? And he responds, yes, it's our final list. And follows up with another screenshot in relation to TMPD1. So I'm asking, did you not expect that Sergeant Nkosi would, purpose could be achieved? Or was if General Dlamini, who was the originator of the message that said, find below our vehicles for land to be given Dlamini to stop sending these messages in the mistaken belief that you had now accepted their invitation to interfere with the tender? Is that not what your...
It was up to him, SC, whether he sends it or not. I was not interested in that. My pure interest was getting this matter off my table and ensuring that I close it indefinitely. At all, I was interested in the individual that was sending me these things.
Well, I'll leave it. Sergeant Nkosi explained, also testified about what we assume is
6-4.
Those are documents that we gave to your legal team.
Okay, I've got a printout.
You've got hard copies, great. Sent two that Mr. Mashile sent 2 screenshots to Sergeant Nkosi at 5:36 p.m. on the 17th, in exchange between yourself and Mr. Mashile.
Yes, I confirm.
To Sergeant Nkosi and Mpole Kukela.
I can confirm that.
Of being James Bond.
No, I was not interested at all.
Okay, we had that conversation with him. So then another screenshot that gets sent to Sergeant Nkosi, which has essentially the same... you see, the one strange thing that we saw in relation to this screenshot have told Mr. Mutsumi about a meeting he'd been asked to attend to broker peace between yourself and Mr. Lekukela.
No, I see.
File 5, page 109, there's one for the BEC. And I think that these forms, we know that the BSC also has the same form.
Page 109.
109.
I might say I agree with you.
And those forms are in content identical, even though the title at the top will be
I
different.
think there will be some extremely some trust to declare.
You had nothing to
I
disclose.
have nothing to declare because I have no interest with any of the bidders.
Well, Nkosi is the owner of Ngapa share. That's accepted, is it not?
Accepted?
I've been approaching you, trying to get you to rig the bid in favor of Becky Nkosi's company, Ngapa share.
I have not once interacted with any of the returnable documents.
Yes, but you say that you were offering advice. You recall that I think it was the refuse bags.
Yes. To add, I did not know that he had bidded at that point.
No, but we're now looking into the affairs of the client department, the TMPD, including processes relating to the payment and termination.
Perception that I involved him in that instance, but I further did try to clarify that as well when I requested the direct contact details of the user department.
Will there ever start this exchange between the city and one of the competing bidders in TMPD1, namely Gubis, involved Sgt Nkosi in the Gubis process? You would never have received that invoice.
I also respectfully disagree. I personally share any confidential and sensitive information on the Gubis payment.
So we've looked at 8 different facts.
Firstly, my bias or my objectivity was not impaired. I did not know Becky. He's not an associate of mine. I agree, the brother is an associate of mine, further enhanced. Chairperson, I also want to confirm on the TMPD1 matter, which we are raising. There are score sheets that were I have admitted that. At that point in time, I saw that my objectivity would not be impaired whatsoever, and I signed the declaration. Further to that, the panel base was not impaired whatsoever. It remains not impaired at this point in time. It was a panel-based decision-making process with a number of subject matter decisions that are taken are not solely mine. In the event, for argument's sake, which I don't agree to, and it was not the case, my bias I was not objective, and it was impaired. Based on this panel-based...
Needs to sign them. So the fact that the committee acts as a safeguard is irrelevant to these individual interest forms.
There could be a perceived, there might be perceived conflict of interest, but from my perspective, at the point of signing this,
People who have an interest or potentially have an interest should declare it, and in fact go so far as not sit through that process, because when you, maybe I expect that as CFO and custodian of your procurement processes, you see, because it's a committee which comprises other people. Effectively, meaning it really shouldn't matter that you may or may not have had
I feel there is a point, because in terms of these declarations, you need to declare if your family members, your close friends, are directors within these companies. Conflict whatsoever. I still have no conflict whatsoever, but the perception, it looks like there is something that's there.
Okay, thank you.
You don't need to show actual bias or actual conflict. You only have to show a reasonable appearance of conflict or a reasonable appearance of bias. That is the law.
Rated on. There's another matter that I'm aware of which involves yourself, Senior Counsel Chairperson, where your dad at one point in time, while the president, you had been
Many of these matters, including the decided judgment that because it's a panel issue, it is different. It has nothing to do with being a panel court. But what I want
the reasons why I don't agree with you, I'm only saying that in hindsight, there is a perception of conflict, which must further be assessed on its own merit. I do not agree with you. I was objective in
saying that you were conflicted for now. I'm putting to you that a reasonable competing bidder, now in possession of all of these facts, could have had a perception that you were conflicted.
The process was an essential step of concluding the process.
So what is this? So there would have been a perception, or there could have been a perception of facts. Would it have been reasonable to have had that perception, just looking at those facts?
I don't know. I can't comment on that. Hence, I'm saying this matter.
And you were involved in Sgt Nkosi's attempts that the object of facts relating to your relationship to Ngapa share disqualified you from sitting on this bid.
Yes, I completely disagree. I also confirm that on signing this declaration, my objectivity was not affected at all, and it's also key to add that the panel
had also been assisting Sgt Nkosi in relation to a bid that Ngapa share had submitted to another organ of state. During the period in which the present bid was pending, with private service providers contracting with the department, and in the process, you'd given Sgt Nkosi access to documents between the city and one of the competing bidders. Brother Sgt Nkosi is a close friend and someone who you regard as your brother for life. Is that a fact?
That's a fact.
Did you disclose it to the law firm?
There was no need to do it.
And give your explanation. I just want to establish the facts because you weren't willing to say, when I asked you, did you disclose any of these facts to the lawyer?
My profuse apologies, as we're going to get lost in...
Put to you were not facts. Can we just establish the facts? You can, if you then want to explain, and you can take notes of
being approaching you in an attempt to persuade you to rig the bid in favor of his brother's company.
Okay.
While the present bid was pending before the Tshwane Council, you'd also been assisting Sgt Nkosi in relation to a bid that Ngapa share had submitted to another organ of state. Is that a fact? Saying, have sent the above to Becky, we need to regroup on it. Is that a fact? Is contracted by the TMPD. Is that a fact?
It's not a fact.
What is factually? And in those processes, through involving Sgt Nkosi, you put him in a position with Deputy Chief Dlamini, he would still have got the invoice that Gubis issued to the city.
What I'm suggesting, I can't comment on what would have happened. The matter that you're putting towards me is that is this a fact that I enabled him or I gave him information, sensitive information of bidders, and that's not a fact. I'm not going to.
In relation to the city.
9 months down the line, I was aware of that.
You were aware of that, yes. Now you disclosed.
Okay. No, I did not disclose that. I didn't see the need.
I see. Yeah. Now, if you want to explain any of that, please feel free.
Okay. I can explain now. Okay. Secondly, further to that, the exercise that was undertaken, there was no request for me to disclose that. I disclosed information of the directors as to evidence. There was nothing for me to declare to any of the property teams. Item number 3, you raised the same issue but on 4 different occasions. Equally, I had no conclusive evidence. There was nothing for me to declare. This was an individual constable bid that was open at the time. I did not see the need to disclose that because it doesn't affect any objectivity that might be there on a bid. They weren't even awarded. I still maintain that I have no interest as a result of that factor, which brings me to conclude that there was nothing necessary for me to declare a number so that I'm able to deal directly with the Deputy Chief Dlamini. On the second aspect you have raised on the Gubis payment on termination, this was clear. I asked for his list in terms of giving him access to information. I disagreed with this. It's not a fact. There's no single instance from my...
If this whole process is repeated next year in another bid, and all of these facts were to happen again, would you still?
Because I'm saying, as I speak at that point in time, I've got no interest in my objective. If we speculate what would happen in the future, it's a bit difficult for me to concur with. I can explain what happened, but in the future...
I'm satisfied with your answer. No.
MPD3, you dealt with what you called an irregularity that related to document itself ought not to have been framed in this manner. So do you agree that your resolution is the B?
Those reasons, Commissioner.
Yes. Now, can you show us where the AC derives the power from? I'm asking you about the power. Can you just say, I may be wrong, as you seem to be suggesting, that it was
And the BC doesn't have power to cancel. They have the power to recommend, and the accounting officer has the power to cancel. He has the authority not to agree to, in this pack, it's not here.
A power, it does not need to be in this pack. Where does the power come from? For an entire...
At present offhand, I will have to come back to you on that. But I can confirm to you that that power is by law rests with the city manager. He delegates that to the BAC through a letter when he appoints
You wouldn't know the start. The bids specification stage, based on shortcomings, thinking, the bid process is a very expensive process for the tenderers. I would imagine sit by and say, right at the tail end, I may undo all of this based on the fact that the bid specification ought not to have provided in this manner. This strange process would be obviated. The municipal manager would be able to pronounce right at the beginning and say, no.
If he wants, he could request a specific document and say, I want to see the contents of this specification. He has that authority and he can see that at that point.
Thank you. Say the municipal manager will already have signed off on that document. They can't change their mind. Surely not. Is an indication that the accounting officer is saying there is nothing wrong with this document. So the accounting officer is...
Chair, I agree with you on that perspective. He would sign it off. He might not have picked up any irregularities. And just to add practically how it happens, these are delegated functions. So
on these matters, and that person takes a decision right at the beginning and says everything is in order here. That's the last point on that one, but you may comment. I'll move on.
Chair, the accounting officer on the recommendations of BAC then takes that decision after analyzing that. It's a sore point to experience, Chair.
Mr. Mnisi, that says that an organ of state cannot revisit their decision if they are on that document. Court, can you please set it aside? On what you are saying, which is...
Yes, please, Chair. Firstly, in terms of the difficult legal terms that you raised, I'm not aware of them. And of course, I'll request my legal team to help me clarify that if needs be. And this will inform them this was cancelled because of these reasons. If a bidder chooses to take the city to court, we'll then deal with it at that stage. That's the process that we follow at the city from a practical perspective.
I asked my question about to revisit and alter a decision on the bid specification. Can the municipality, in law, undo that evaluation?
That clause guides the cancellation of bids. in terms of cancellation of bids.
That still says nothing about the power of the municipal manager to undo a bid specification.
Chair, like,
The city manager, right?
Yes.
If I want to know what the powers of...
Commissioner, I can't accept that. What I can put to you is that the accounting officer is accountable for all aspects of the city.
Okay.
He needs,
Let me ask my question. Procured is the one that defines the specifications. They set up, there's a committee, and it is that committee that takes into account what the user requires.
and prepares terms of reference and presents those to the bid specification committee. The bid specification committee analyzes and assesses the contents of
That should have been in the specification. You're saying to us that the city manager is entitled to refuse to approve on the basis that specification did not include the CIRA guidelines, but that is to have a say in the bid specification, and unless it's in your supply. In short, what I'm saying to you, Mr. Mnisi, is you're not correct. Let's not discuss that. I have mentioned to you one of the grounds. One of the grounds, because you're mentioning the other things that I'm not referring to. Audit. From those facts, which we've established from your evidence, that's the facts. I'm saying to you, if this city manager, I'm putting to you that we will look it up. We will look it up, and I'm brave enough to say to you there's no such provision in the policy.
My evidence is that the work of the bid specification is delegated. The department initiates the compilation of the terms of reference. They present that to me, that indeed the terms of reference are compliant. However, at the tail end, if there are issues that emanate in relation to this bid as a result of any shortcomings which...
No, Mr. Mnisi, let's not do that. I'm asking you a very specific question. If I wanted to ask you a general question, I would have done so. Because the CIRA guidelines were not included in the specification, you can say yes or no, and this doesn't require an explanation. I just want to know yes or no.
Which starts at page 158. The possibility exists that he could access any other bid documents. Do you accept that? So,
Yes.
yes. At the very least, it's not speculation, please. I'm testing the witness. This is what I'm saying is the fact that he could access an internal document. Doesn't matter what nature, it doesn't matter what effect it actually. It does not matter to you that the very fact that he has accessed an innocuous document shows.
I've agreed to that. I said I am
Yes,
concerned.
so that possibility, the possibility of, I tell you that may well be an indication that the process has been corrupted. As you sit there, you do not know whether
Effective ability to obtain further documentation. He could have. I've agreed to that. I did not deny that.
with the possibility of,
Yes.
DPCI,
Yes.
addressed to the office of the CFO,
Yes.
City of Tshwane Municipality. That would be your office, correct?
Correct?
And to certain companies
Yes.
and certain officials.
Yes.
So this is a document that the Hawks have at on page 65. If you want to satisfy yourself, you can have a look at it, but it is there.
First of all, this was a fake and a fraudulent letter that was sent by imposters. I'm going to put it that way. Imposters purporting to be from the DPCI. Reference information in the document. If you look at this document, firstly, it doesn't even have a tender number, nor does it have any official communication, because I analyzed the letter. I look at the letter, I analyze the process that's followed, I pick up anomalies. I know immediately. It's fake.
Where was it sent to the police station?
I was waiting for advice from Sgt Nkosi in terms of how we deal with this. Even if you look at the videos,
In a City of Tshwane letterhead, you sent a draft response to Sgt Nkosi to review. Is that correct?
it's an email with my representatives I was working with, communicate to the city manager. This is a matter that was now delegated to me officially by the city manager that we have received an inquiry of this nature. CFO, you need to give.
nothing else.
Not
Okay,
from my side, Albert.
all right. Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow. Mr. Mnisi, you will,
Disappeared. I mean, there are WhatsApp messages here where people are being asked, who are you? Where can I come and deliver documents? That's more than, or in fact, there's nothing to do with escalating.
Chairperson, may I be so bold as to request that I discuss it with my learned friend on availability of dates? As I said to him earlier,
You don't lay a complaint with the SAPS. You go to your friend to help you solve a City of Tshwane matter.
Keisha, I need to have a sense of the topics just so I have a sense of how long the process is going to be able to schedule it. So if we could get that indication by
To the relevant officials within SAPS. It was a SAPS-related issue where an
Did you
unlawful.
formally, when you spoke with fraud,
Officially, no. I was overtaken by events. The individuals disappeared. When I tried to contact them to say I'm here, the number just didn't work. Didn't go through any longer.
does it mean?
we certainly cannot say no to that. And what did you say? I'm very sorry, I was whispering to Commissioner Baloyi. What did you say about the lateness of the hour?
I said I assume
It is left at the offices. My question is, why do you involve Sgt Nkosi in City of Tshwane matters?
It's not a situation.
Your internal investigation people whom you say you have a legal department, and you have the city manager that you tell us in the city. You've been addressed in your official capacity as the Chief Financial Officer, so it is a city business. It's not a personal matter. It says CFO, City of Tshwane, so it is a city.
Re-examining, and our practice is to ask upfront to the timeline on the issues that the re-examination will deal with. And perhaps before Mr. Shaskalson's
You should know the processes of escalating these matters. From my perspective, this was a good deed. This was unlawful. What steps do I need to follow to raise this accordingly within the SAPS?
Okay.
That was the reason I sent Sgt Nkosi. I needed advice and guidance, which he provided me. To deliver documentation, when they were being contacted, they completely disappeared. That number stopped working as well.
Nkosi, not internal fraud people, but Sgt Nkosi. He's the one who must advise you on what to do. He's the one.
And do you accept that the effect of the BAC's resolution in relation to this ground of cancellation will actually afford, an adjournment will actually afford you an opportunity to put together beforehand?
Through Sgt Nkosi. So you and Deputy Chief Dlamini are in effect exchanging messages through Sgt Nkosi. So you understood that Sgt Nkosi was sending you messages from General Dlamini in relation, dealt with the problem with Mr. Lekukela, or your conflict with Mr. Lekukela, and how a meeting, if the answer is yes, please supply details. Now, is that in the form that you sign at BAC?
Yes.
And it,
Defining the specifications of a bid. And I'm asking you because my understanding from
From another bidder. I have explained this matter. Systems that I provide was in a general perspective. Did not interact with any of the returnable documents of the company at hand.
well, okay, I don't know if I can take it further in relation to the current financial year. Let's talk about the next financial year. The end of the city, you'd written to Sgt Nkosi saying, have sent the above to Becky. We need to regroup on it.
city manager has the power deriving from the supply chain management policy that when eventually the BAC presents to him
Forwards you that screenshot with a little message at the bottom, Mfowethu. Why did he forward you that message? What did you understand him to be? Give rise to a reasonable apprehension that you may not have been objective. You say you were objective, didn't impair your objectivity, but a third party.
recommended, the BAC recommended the cancellation of TMPD 3. One of the reasons is the specification does not.
Our the regulations provide that after your re-examination,
Yes, thank you so much.
Sorry, well, the question is, did you disclose any one of those facts to the law firm whose rubber stamp you now want to rely on?
These are not facts. I agree to the fact of there being a perception in general. I'm not saying any bidder would have seen this and said, yes, there was a perception, but in general, there seems to have been.
Inquiry made at the City of Tshwane. The port of call is Sgt Nkosi to advise on how to respond to.
What did you know about it?
I don't recall exactly, Commissioner, what was it about.
So you said,
the beginning. Let me repeat my question, but adding to it what you told us.
In this instance, I was huffing and puffing as a result of me realizing
We dealt with huffing and puffing. I'm dealing with a separate issue.
of Ngapesheya. On the signing of this declaration, my objectivity was not impaired. Manager delegates that in the form of appointment letters when he's delegating his powers to the BAC.
No, the municipal manager can only delegate.
Issues must be dealt with on a monthly basis. These are some of the issues that we're still struggling with in the city, and we're still trying to ensure that the systems that we put on board deal with that. At present, we still have issues where we are experiencing concern. He trusts the work of the BSC as a result of them being constituted by members of the department, especially within some
direct friend. That would not disqualify you or require you to make a declaration because the BAC is a committee decision. So even
You were in direct communication with Becky Nkosi, the director of Ngapesheya, inviting him to submit a bid for a different tender from the Tshwane Council. Is that a fact?
and he can take a decision of that. So by virtue of being an accounting officer, he does have those powers.
Do you agree then?
Directly on WhatsApp that we are aware of. But we do see messages being passed from General Sabia to Sgt Nkosi and to Mr. Matlala, and then
Corrupted by the fact that Sgt Nkosi had accessed the draft admin report. Is that
the city manager, you say there's protocol, it should have gone to the city manager. You don't say city manager received this. I'm giving it to you because there's a protocol that these kind of things should be coming to length. So we don't need to go there. I've given you just one reason that you've said. The specification did not include.
My friend.
No, that's why I say you could change the facts for purpose of my discussion with you. Following your logic. Remember your logic is.
On the policy, it's clause 11, which terms evaluation of bids, clause 7.
which says what? Because the very reference.
To that. I'm just adding a further factor to give you comfort that in the event it was, which it wasn't at all, and I confirmed that there's a panel-based decision-making. And particularly in reference to perception of compliance and how those were ruled against, there's many cases that we could refer here to.
Once an organ of state has taken a decision on something, they do not have the power to revisit that decision.
Is that we do want to re-examine.
Yes.
And we would like to have an opportunity to do so. But in the lateness of the hour,
I don't have in the papers the declaration of interest forms that
On the approaches that were there. Firstly, I had insufficient evidence to disclose this to any party because it was clear that he was asking me for compliance.
separate issues. The issue in relation to the BAC being a panel, that can't affect issues relating to the declaration of interest. The CFO is on board. He's understood that this is our final list, and he's going to ensure that our final list gets the tender.
As long as avoiding the hindsight agreement that I said. I did agree that in hindsight, I should have asked for the contact details immediately. I agreed to that. However, I strongly disagree with the notion that we're engaged in illicit or illegal.
But there's no sign of them on either of your phones. All that one sees is your communications with Sgt Nkosi, and he's for the city in relation to what might happen in the 25-26 financial year. The city would just ignore an invoice that would be submitted for the 25-26 financial year. The message is, thanks for helping Home Mfowethu. She must brief us of any developments. Now, why were you thanking Sgt Nkosi for helping MMC? The obvious function, that General Sabia doesn't want to leave a trace of direct communications with Mr. Madlanga, so he communicates with Mr. Madlanga through...
At the tail end, surely that has nothing to do with what the accounting officer has already signed off on. It will be.
Yes, SC.
During the period in which that TMPD1 bid was pending before the city, between you and Sgt Nkosi on the 26th of June. If we...
Page numbers, apologies, SC.
So
In terms of validating contents and the facts around the award. In terms of the declaration, I was clear. I've got no interest in Gapashaya. I thought
The singular, it refers to both of you, that you both must get that briefing. I've heard your response to it. I'm just putting to you that I share Mr. Chairperson's view of...
when I said that.
Yes, well, I'm looking at your text and his text. I don't know what he was thinking, but I'm working with the text. And your text as well. Your text is she must brief...
to that other tender, you had written to Sgt Nkosi saying, quotes, I have sent the above to Becky, we need to regroup on it. You call that?
I recall
Facts in answer to my question. I just want an answer to the question. Don't want your explanation yet. You can give the explanation later. Let's get the ground facts ready.
SC that
Can you say, as you sit there, that the process could not possibly have been corrupted?
It means that. Logically, it means that. It means the city manager has a...
The objective facts, not that you were conflicted, but the facts that we've been through might have created a perception.
related issues. Kindly brief me of any of those developments so that I can address them. That's what I meant.
I want to put to you that that's not developments, is brief me of developments. Should we be concerned is, should you be concerned?
Yes. That are not official documentation. The procedures are not followed up. I will even give an example. We had a matter of this nature where I had my first
A word to say, including processes relating to purchase orders and the termination of private, so you would be happy with it. Is that a...
It's not a fact. I did not give him any information, nor did I put him in a position to receive that.
So you also, you meant you?
Yes.
So when you, in relation to number one, when you said, should we be concerned, you were asking, should you be concerned about Sgt Nkosi's meeting with Mr. Sibanyoni?
Have you reported it to the police, to SAPS?
No, I haven't reported it to SAPS.
But you...
And then